Chapter 757. After the words were spoken, dozens of warships in the starry sky responded one after another. Among them, the hatches of more than 40 star destroyers were quickly opened, and then figures rushed out. The figures rushing out of these warships were not slave creatures, but the captains of each warship. The moment they rushed out of the warships, the more than 40 star destroyers behind them began to shrink rapidly, and in a moment, they turned into many forms, and were taken into the Shinhua Zuchu. All this happened in a flash, and the number of warships in the dark starry sky was suddenly reduced to only a dozen or so. Excluding the 3 galaxy ships that the Star Destroyer captains, who had taken back their ships, rushed to, there were only 9 Star Destroyers left. The Tianqiu Sangqiang Mirror warship and the Star Destroyers of good origin were all included. These 9 Star Destroyers that had not been recalled were undoubtedly very confident in their own ship concealment capabilities. In addition to the blessing of group concealment components, their huge ships quickly disappeared in the starry sky. Seeing this, the 3 captains of the galaxy ships in the team looked at each other, and did not forcefully intervene, giving Song Qi and the other 9 people enough trust. In the middle of the 3 galaxy ships, the hatch of 4 seas Godding opened, and soon a figure rushed out of it. But this time it was no longer Ying Kuang himself, but a 7th level splitting golden owl. After rushing out of the warship, the split golden owl suddenly flapped its wings, and under the waving of its flesh wings wrapped with strands of the power of the original space, the body of the split golden owl, which had just recovered its normal shape, quickly disappeared and sank into the depths of the void. Then Ying Kuang took the initiative to send a command through telepathy, and the split golden owl no longer had any scruples, and its body appeared and disappeared from time to time, escaping all the way to the distance. Looking at the 3 galaxy ships again, after all the Star Destroyer captains boarded the ship, they also disappeared into the starry sky at a high speed. As one of the starry sky giant beasts, the bloodline potential of the golden owl can only be ranked in the middle and lower among the starry sky giant beasts, but they are rare dual attribute giant beasts, with a natural affinity for both gold and space. This also allows them to master excellent attack methods, while also being able to pull away from most creatures of the same level in terms of speed. But this does not include the Star Sea Zerg, or the flying wings in the Star Sea Zerg. What's more, the one chasing this time is an 8th level flying wing king bug. Less than 20 minutes after the golden owl was released, the voice of Ying Kuang came from the internal communication group chat of the fleet traveling through the starry sky. The golden owl and I are completely disconnected. After hearing this, although no one spoke in the group chat, the captains knew the meaning. There are only 3 reasons why a slave creature completely loses contact with itself. Either the 2 sides are too far apart, or the slave creature is promoted, and its mental power surges, forcibly breaking away from the control of the slave mark. The above 2 are obviously unrealistic in such a short time. So the result can only be the last one. The golden owl is dead. Yellow Sand Continent, deep in the core of the earth. The 8th level flying wing king insect Imoren has returned, and with him comes the corpse of a giant star beast. In the middle of the space, the ancient mother queen with a very charming upper body opened her eyes, and her blurred eyes fell on the body of the golden owl, which had been almost cut into 2 pieces. The 8th level flying wing king insect thought that he would be praised by the mother queen, but the fact was the opposite. 7th level golden owl? Although its spatial talent can indeed support its long-distance space travel, there is no such large group of golden owls in the surrounding star field. Imoren, tell me more about the pursuit of this golden owl. Yes, my emperor. After the 8th level flying wing king insect finished speaking, the ancient mother queen pondered for a moment. What the flying wing king insect just said seemed to be normal, but he still felt something was wrong. It happened that he was at the last node of stable combat power. Out of caution, the purple crystal tentacles on his head began to swing rapidly, and derive bursts of overclock sound waves. The next second, the overclock sound waves quickly shot into the sky. This sound wave, which was invisible to the naked eye, easily passed through the layers of rock and soil above, and the barrier of sand and stone, and shot all the way to the sky outside the yellow sand floating land. This overclock sound wave is a special means of communication between the mothers, queens, and queens of the Star Sea Zerg clan. The person the ancient queen communicated with this time was another ancient queen with whom she was on good terms. This action means that he will need to pay a large amount of pure energy as a reward for the other party's assistance, but the ancient queen did not regret it. How could he lack caution when he was able to go all the way from a small queen to where he is today? He was very clear that compared with his own stable promotion to the 9th level, a large amount of resources was nothing. Once he successfully consolidated his current strength, he would breed a 9th level king worm in the future, and then collecting various resources would be extremely simple. But this overclocked sound wave that could ignore the thickness of the Earth measured in light years was suddenly blocked when it was about to break out of the sky of the yellow sand floating land. The ancient Queen Mother, who was the first to sense the bad news, suddenly let out a series of sharp hisses. As the sharp hissing sound waves passed by, all the Zergs in the core space seemed to have received the highest priority order, and they all abandoned their actions and swarmed to the side of the ancient Queen Mother. This is not the end. After spreading throughout the core space, the hissing sound began to spread along the corridor to the surface. Although the core space is not small, it is obviously not worth mentioning compared to the entire 8th level floating land. Even though most of the 8th level floating land has been completely deserted, the Zerg gathered on the surface of the floating land is still countless times more than that in the core space. Only by transferring all the surface Zergs over can the ancient Queen Mother ensure her own safety to the greatest extent. Unfortunately, her idea is good and her actions are fast enough, but the dozens of Xinhua warships that have been fully charged and prepared on the sky of the floating land are obviously faster. Through the special blockade and release effect of the Xinhua warship man certificate component inside the Sihai Shenying, they had already restored the peak of 55 warships from 12 warships a few minutes ago. Now 55 Xinhua warships open fire at the same time, and countless terrifying light columns pierce through the yellow sand floating land below. Most of the targets locked on by the crowd were the tunnel entrance that led directly to the deep core of the Earth. In an instant, dozens of light columns drove straight into the tunnel entrance with a large diameter. The terrifying energy exploded inside and outside the tunnel, and even in the core space deep in the tunnel. Even though they were in the sky of the floating land, they were still far away from the surface of the floating land below, and the captains of the fleet could still vaguely hear the faint cry coming from the capture. That was the sound of countless Zergs, who were suffering from the severe pain in the energy explosion. At the same time, the captains of the 2-star destroyers, who started the battleship promotion mission in advance, also continued to receive information about the improvement of the success rate of their own battleships. These 2-star destroyers were among the 9-star destroyers that had not been recalled before. The reason why they chose to start the battleship promotion mission at this time was that they had reached the limit of the Star Destroyer stage, and more importantly, when the Star Destroyer attacked the Galaxy ship, the battleship promotion mission directly soared to 100 years, leaving them with enough time to prepare. Even if the number of Zerg killed this time was not enough, they would have enough time to prepare separately later. Those with secondary strike capability continue to fire, and other battleships will temporarily be responsible for clearing the Zerg gathered from other places on the floating land. Ing Kwang's orders were still clear, and his judgment was not affected by the current situation. Although the Zerg on the surface of the floating land did not receive the call of the Ancient Queen in time, this round of intensive firepower attack naturally alarmed them. At present, they were rushing towards the entrance of the core hive space like crazy. If they were allowed to go, it would only increase the difficulty of killing the Ancient Queen in the future, so at this moment, Ing Kwang directly called on those warships that could not reactivate the main battleship guns in a short time to intercept them. Nearly 30 star destroyers flew down, and the hatches of nearly 20 of them were opened in the middle of the journey. There were as few as 4 or 5, and as many as hundreds or thousands of slave creatures rushing out. When their bodies expanded to their peak, they rushed towards the Zerg swarms they had locked on. There are many rank 7 masters among these slave creatures. With their leadership and the assistance of the Xinhua warships overhead, the swarms of insects were blocked in place. However, this is obviously not a long-term solution. Even if Ing Kwang temporarily blocks the entire yellow sand floating land with a mythical space blockade component, there are hundreds of millions of Zerg gathered on the surface of the floating land. This is an elite swarm of insects cultivated by a rank 9 ancient queen with countless resources and energy when she was at the 8th level. Among them, there are many rank 7 master king insects, and even several rank 8 king insects. Taking advantage of the chaos of the Zerg, it may be okay to stop them for a short time, but once the time is long and they are fully integrated, it is probably time for Song Qi and others to consider running away. For this point, the ancient queen is obviously very clear. As a queen who controls hundreds of millions of Zerg, no one can understand the tactics of the sea of insects better than her. Therefore, while the first round of artillery fire had subsided, and the second round of artillery fire had not yet officially landed, the familiar hissing sound finally came from the core tunnel. The sound wave spread, and wherever it passed, all the Zerg spontaneously entered a violent state, with thick blood-colored steam flowing between their bodies. That was the Zerg burning their own vitality. At this point, the slave creatures and the limited number of Xinhua warships could no longer stop these Zergs, and they could only watch the swarms of Zergs rushing towards the core space tunnel. Above the sky, more than 20 warships were connected to the communication group chat. "In Kwang, we can't waste time like this anymore. We must force the ancient Mother Queen out first. Relying on this large-scale bombing alone can't pose a live threat to a 9th-level Mother Queen." The one who didn't belong to the Ying family among the 3 galaxy captains suddenly spoke. Hearing this, In Kwang, who also understood this, hesitated for a moment, and then quickly nodded. "Kakaka." The sharp sound of metal armor friction came from the bottom of the galaxy ship for Seas Goding, and following his gaze, Song Chi saw that the hull armor of this extreme galaxy ship suddenly cracked, and then a special external turret extended from it. In the main control room of the galaxy ship, In Kwang's eyes were cold, and he directly activated this part that had not been used for a long time. External Collapse Neutron Torpedo Launcher 5 bursts of collapsed torpedoes, activated. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold external turret under the galaxy ship exploded. After 5 consecutive times, 5 neutron collapsed torpedo bombs condensed by special energy roared down and shot straight into the entrance of the Earth's core space tunnel. As if sensing the deadly threat emanating from the 5 neutron collapsed torpedoes, the ancient Queen Mother hiding deep in the core space quickly summoned the 7th and 8th level dominant king insects floating on the surface to intercept. Among them, there were splashing king insects that stimulated the laser corrosion bombs to remotely corrode the neutron collapsed torpedoes. There were also tiger-eared king insects that burst out, trying to detonate all the neutron collapsed torpedoes with their bodies. There was even an 8th level flying wing king insect that flashed by, and multiple space-cutting rays emerged out of thin air, heading all the way towards the 5 neutron collapsed torpedoes. In the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror battleship, Song Chi's ethereal body issued an order. The replica Posha Zen seal was activated, and the time-stopping golden light laser derived from the Zen seal external time-stop feature accurately sank into the inside of a ball of laser corrosion below, causing it to stagnate in place. In addition, the replica Chaos Godhead component was also activated, and the Oracle Chaos Aura, external, feature directly caused an 8th level Tiger Turtle King Worm flying forward to fall into a state of chaos, and the originally surging body suddenly began to run around. Not only did he take action, but more than 20 Xinhua warships in the sky almost all took action one after another. Whether it was the confinement aura, or the space reversal, or the time slowing down, in short, everyone was trying their best to prevent the approach of the dominant king worms. Even the 2 galaxy ships were ready to take action, but they were stopped by the captain of the Star Destroyer with an extraordinary background in the group chat. The 3 galaxy ships were the main force to meet the ancient Queen Mother in the future. Once the ancient Queen Mother came out, they needed to go up immediately. It was not appropriate to take too many actions or separate at this moment. Then the Star Destroyer captain took the initiative to leave the team and control the ship to shoot directly below. The target he rushed towards was an 8th order flying wing king insect hidden in the void. The most threatening to the 5 neutron collapsed torpedoes was this strange flying wing king insect. But it was obviously not that easy to hold back this 8th order flying wing king insect. The thin wings allowed him to freely shuttle between the dark side of the virtual sea and reality. If he could not grasp this point, he would have no way to start. Fortunately, this person did not act without thinking. Since he chose this 8th order flying wing king insect as his target, he naturally had targeted means. When his ship flew down to a certain high altitude, a 3-color light suddenly shot out from the ship. The next second, Song Chi's double pupils captured that the surrounding void was solidifying rapidly, with the Star Destroyer as the center. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Star Destroyer, a space crack had just torn open a small section and could no longer expand further. Following this narrow space crack, a giant black shadow could be seen deep in the crack. Obviously, this crack was originally the next location chosen by the 8th level flying wing king worm, but at this moment, it was forcibly imprisoned in the void by the Star Destroyer. Not only that, the deep space crack seemed to be affected in a similar way. The 8th level flying wing king worm wanted to flap its wings to change its position forward, but its figure was difficult to move. In this way, the 8th level flying wing king worm was naturally dragged for a short time. Although Song Chi could see that the space solidification effect would not last too long, after all, the target was an 8th level creature, but it was enough. Without the interference of these king worms, 5 neutron collapsed torpedoes fell accurately into the Tinking Tunnel one after another. Before the neutron collapsed torpedoes began to explode, a giant figure had already swept out of the Tinking Tunnel, followed by several 8th level king worms. Although the inner core space can block the bombardment of a large number of Xinhua warships, the horror of space collapsed torpedoes is not just talk. Once it explodes, the surrounding space will collapse. Even if he is a 9th level master, under the terrifying space compression and collapse, he will be threatened with life and death without the help of the Shinhua warship. Go! The second after the ancient Queen Mother rushed out of the tunnel, the galaxy ship engines that had been waiting for a long time in the sky roared at the same time, pushing the 3 galaxy ships straight towards the ancient Queen Mother. Behind the ancient Queen Mother, several 8th level Master King insects waved their insect wings and were ready to stop them, but they were stopped by more than 20 star destroyers that flashed out of thin air. Soon, a battle was about to break out on the yellow sand floating land. The 3 galaxy ships and the ancient Queen Mother were the first battlefield, the numerous star destroyers and the 8th level Master King insects were the second battlefield, and the slave creatures and the dense insect swarms were the third battlefield. Somewhere in the second battlefield, the Tianqiu Songqiang mirror battleship and 2 other star destroyers were fighting with an 8th level Tiger Sun King worm. The battle in the field seemed fierce, but in fact, as the main tank, the Tianqiu Songqiang mirror battleship at the front had never tried its best. Even Song Qi, who was watching the battlefield remotely, was basically focusing on the battlefield between the galaxy ship and the ancient Queen Mother in the sky. The most critical part of this battle was undoubtedly the battlefield in the sky. What is certain is that the 3 galaxy ships must have their own trump cards, otherwise they would not have planned this action even though they knew that the ancient Queen Mother had been promoted to the 9th level. This is also the reason why Song Qi hesitated. The Azure Emperor was on the mirror battleship. He could summon him anytime he wanted to quickly resolve the battle, but the problem was that the contract had been signed before the action. This ancient queen was the prey of Ying Kuang and his men. Even if he asked the Azure Emperor to take action, the body of the ancient queen would not belong to him after the battle. Based on this, Song Qi had not yet revealed his strength. But after thinking about it, he chose to take action. The battleship hatch was opened. Of course, it was not the Azure Emperor who rushed out, but the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape. His goal this time was the special energy crystal bred in the body of the 8th level Zerg. The one killed by the Great Wall of Civilization before did not bred it. No matter what, he had to get a special energy crystal first. Chapter 758. Holding a giant mace, the rapidly expanding Star Sea Giant Ape rushed straight to the 8th level Tiger Turtle King Worm. It had already suffered some injuries before, so the 8th level Tiger Turtle King Worm was naturally quickly suppressed by the Star Sea Giant Ape in all directions. Not far away, the 2 star destroyers that were pouring out their firepower seemed to have stopped for a moment. The moment the Star Sea Giant Ape was recognized, the other 2 people in the joint communication group chat of the 3 warships looked at the projection of the ethereal body. 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape, are you the Sky King? The 2 people spoke with some excitement. Although they were both captains of star destroyers, the Sky King, who ranked 20th on the Shinhua Star Destroyer list, was already a legendary figure for them. Controlling the ethereal body and looking at the 2 for a moment, Song Qi did not speak, but in the eyes of the 2 people on the opposite side, this was a silent acquiescence. Soon, the 2 took the initiative to greet each other, and the battle turned rapidly and swept towards the surrounding battlefield. Since it was the Sky King Song Qi, they believed that the Tianqiu Sky was strong enough to deal with this 8th level Tiger King Worm alone, so they would not waste more time here. Not to mention that the situation in the battle circles of all parties was not optimistic at the moment. They themselves were also counting on whether they could get a special energy crystal by luck. With Song Qi around, they naturally had no chance. With these 2 people as intermediaries, it didn't take long for the various battle circles to know the news about the Sky King. At the top of the sky, the galaxy ship and the ancient Queen Mother battlefield. Equipped with colorful lower-level ship armor, the 4 Seas God Ying was responsible for close combat with the ancient Queen Mother. Every time the galaxy ship collided head-on with the ancient Queen Mother, the 2 galaxy ships wandering around would open fire at full force. But compared to the 4 Seas God Ying, the combat power of the other 2 galaxy ships can only be considered mediocre. Although they can continue to cause damage to the ancient Mother Queen, it is obviously unrealistic to severely damage her in a short time. Boom! After another collision, the 4 Seas God Ying with 2 cold ramming horns on the front of the ship was thrown back hundreds of thousands of kilometers under the powerful reverse thrust potential energy. Taking this opportunity, the 2 galaxy ships billions of kilometers away shot out from the bow light column, and in a blink of an eye, they hit the bloated lower abdomen of the ancient Mother Queen, who was already in a rather embarrassed state, causing the 9th Order Mother Queen to scream sharply again. Galaxy Ship Communication Group Chat. Ancestor Kuang, just got the news that the Sky King Song Qi has been in the team below. Do you need to call him to help? Controlling the ship to collide head-on with a 9th Order Lord, Ying Kuang's spirit was extremely tense from beginning to end, and naturally it was impossible for him to be distracted to check some news in the team below. Hearing this news, a deep surprise inevitably emerged in his deep eyes. Then his eyes moved quickly several times, and it can be seen that he was indeed thinking about this matter seriously. Song Chi, the king of the sky, naturally knew that the civilization genius who ranked 20th on the Shinhua star annihilation list was indeed not light, and was enough to affect the overall battle situation in front of him to a certain extent. After pondering for a few seconds, Ying Kuang looked at the ancient Mother Queen whose carapace suddenly brushed a touch of three-color light, and his eyes condensed. Buzz buzz buzz, the engine of the galaxy ship was roaring, and before rushing towards the ancient Mother Queen again, Ying Kuang's reply finally sounded. In addition to the possible existence of the energy core, the killing of the ancient Mother Queen must also be completed by the 4 Seas God Ying. In addition, the insect corpse and the 9th level dominant source blood can be left to him. As a captain of the galaxy who has lived for a long time, Ying Kuang knows the harm of taking risks. Although the benefits will be maximized if he succeeds, if he fails, there will be nothing left, which is the most taboo for the helmsman of a force. Dividing part of the benefits to make this action foolproof is the most correct choice. With Ying Kuang's words, the other two immediately sent the message to the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror worship intact. At a long distance, Song Chi raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised to receive the message from the outside world. After all, the purpose of passing on his message through the mouths of the 2-star destroyer captains was this. What surprised him was that the Ying branch actually agreed directly. I thought that as a member of the Tianju Ying clan, he would not easily give in, but I didn't expect that he would really agree. However, he didn't rush to reply. While he tried his best to help the Star Sea Giant Ape solve the 8th level Tiger King Worm, he was also thinking about this matter. The possible existence of energy core, and the civilization luck in the body of the ancient Mother Queen. The Mother Queen worm corpse, and the 9th level dominant blood. Both of them seem to be of extremely high value, but for him, who already has a 9th level dominant blood in his hand, the value of the latter obviously drops sharply. And he believes that the captain of the galaxy, Ying Kuang, probably also has the 9th level dominant blood in his hand. Less than 2 minutes later, Song Chi, who had not yet made a decision, received a prompt from the warship. The Star Sea Giant Ape has successfully killed the 8th level Tiger Tao King Worm. A silver light shot out from the mirror warship, and the corpse of the 8th level Tiger Tao King Worm began to shrink rapidly. At the same time, Song Chi, who was standing in the main control room of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, also disappeared quietly. Jutian Market, Freestall Area. The body of the 8th level Tiger Tao King Worm has been sent to the market. After Song Chi appeared, the 9th level master power flowed around him, and the shadow of the double pupil appeared in his eyes. With the double blessing, he quickly captured a group of pure energy bodies in the Tiger Tao King Worm, which was a special energy crystal. In this case, Wan Sha floated on the sky, and after solving the 8th level Tiger Tao King Worm, a message quickly came out from the mirror battleship of Tianqiu Sangqiong. The next second, before the mirror battleship took action, the Star Sea Giant Ape holding a mace had already roared and rushed to the 9th level battlefield above the sky. But faster than the Star Sea Giant Ape was another figure. A blood-red figure. The sudden appearance of the strange 9th order life pressure made the ancient Mother Queen in the sky flash with undisguised fear. Facing 3 galaxy ships, she still had some confidence to suppress them. Now there was another 9th order Azura, whose combat power was no weaker than her own, which had completely broken the balance of the battle. The ancient Mother Queen was also decisive enough. After realizing that the situation was extremely unfavorable to her, the 9th order dominance power in her body burst out with all her strength. With the help of the Vajra body given by the colorful lower-level Wonder Vajra monument, she tried her best to hold back the 4 Seas God Ying, which was knocked away. At the same time, a thick shell on the back of her bloated body quickly cracked, and a pair of scarlet flesh wings stretched out from it. The flesh wings wrapped in a large amount of life energy, and the 9th order dominance power flapped at full speed, carrying her bloated body, and continuing to shoot towards the sky above the floating land. The body of the diamond given by the mythical artifact monument of the diamond originally made the body of the ancient Queen Mother as hard as gold and iron. Coupled with her huge body, and the speed of her explosive charge, it is conceivable how terrifying the impact potential energy she is carrying at this moment is. Even if she is allowed to collide directly, it is hard to say whether the space barrier in the sky, which has been in the air for a while, and has been gnawed by many internal and external zergs, can withstand it. Go stop him! Not only the 4 Seas God Ying that is still in the flying state, but also the other 2 galaxy ships in the sky have taken action one after another. A golden chain shot out from the void of the ancient Queen Mother's flight path, accurately binding one of the flesh wings of the ancient Queen Mother. But it was useless. The next moment, the golden chain broke with a sound, and it was impossible to restrain the ancient Queen Mother, who was carrying a terrifying impact potential energy. Fortunately, in addition to this, there are two special law nets spread out in the sky, blocking the path that the ancient Queen Mother must take. The two law nets successfully slowed down the ancient Queen Mother's flying figure. It was at this time that the Tianxu Songqiong, which had been hidden in the distant void, rushed over. Inside the warship, Song Qi quickly sent the meteorite spear to the wing drop platform, and accompanied by a weak space fluctuation, the meteorite spear was delivered to the side of the Azure Emperor. The blood-colored long sword was handed to the left hand by the Azure Emperor, and then his muscular right hand suddenly grasped the meteorite spear that appeared out of thin air. The flesh and blood right arm was on the high platform, and the majestic 9th level power gathered on its right arm and the meteorite spear. It happened that the ancient Queen Mother in the sky was tied up by two law nets at this time. Seeing the right opportunity, the Azure Emperor swung his right arm violently. Boom! A sharp sonic boom resounded through the sky, and the meteoric spear with a length of more than 100 million kilometers turned into a stream of light and roared straight towards the ancient Mother Queen. Wherever the meteoric spear passed, giant space cracks and space collapse zones followed. Although the floating land under his feet was an 8th level peak floating land, the core of the floating land had been swallowed up by more than half, and the floating land itself was already on the verge of collapse. How could it still maintain the stability of the internal space? The meteoric spear thrown out by the 9th level Azure Emperor with all his strength had an extremely amazing shooting speed. In just a blink of an eye, it had penetrated a long distance and arrived near the bottom of the ancient Mother Queen. But even so, the ancient Mother Queen still responded first. A large amount of 9th level energy was condensed by him directly below his body, and coupled with the Vajra defense effect of the mythical artifact Vajra Monument, the defense of his lower body reached its limit. Boom! Clang! The violent explosion was mixed with the sharp sound of metal friction, followed by the screams from the ancient queen. Even with such strong defense, the terrifying cutting force of the meteorite spear still shattered a lot of flesh and blood in his body. But all this was worth it for the ancient queen, because under this terrifying energy explosion, the annoying law network around was also being quickly worn away. Resisting the intense pain from his body, the frequency of the flapping of the flesh wings behind him increased again. But before his bloated body turned into a residual image again, the Tianxu Songqiong, which was rushing from afar, had already exploded first. Blood spear mark of the weakness of the hunting god. Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer Absolute Hit. Infinite Immortal Quantum Star Destroyer Infinite Immortal Quantum Sword Light. Not only the main body of Tianxu Songqiong, but also the mirror warship directly below activated the strongest attack method. Two Immortal Quantum Sword Lights shot out. Even though the flying speed of the ancient Mother Queen had been increased again, under the absolute hit feature, the two giant quantum sword lights still hit accurately. Suddenly, the wound on the lower abdomen of the ancient Mother Queen could no longer be controlled, and the terrifying sword light cut through the wound. After that, the second burst of the weakness mark made the wound expand rapidly. On the main body of Tianxu Songqiong, Song Qi saw the current state of the ancient Mother Queen on the digital information given by the Eye of Truth. Seriously injured, according to the experience of these years, it can be evaluated by the Eye of Truth. There is no doubt that the injuries in the body of the ancient Mother Queen are extremely serious at this moment. But Song Qi did not continue to attack. The speed of the flying Tianxu Songqiong gradually slowed down until it completely hovered somewhere in the sky. At this time, looking at the sky again, after the three galaxy ships fired a round of equally lethal artillery fire, they all flashed to the sky above their heads. At this time, the four seas guarding that rushed to the front once again emitted a faint black light. However, this time he was not attacking. In Song Qi's unexpected eyes, the four seas guarding and the ancient Mother Queen in the depths of the sky flashed strong spatial fluctuations at the same time. The next second, the positions of the two suddenly changed. In this way, the two galaxy ships following closely below, and the four seas guarding in the sky above their heads were equivalent to blocking the ancient Mother Queen in the middle in disguise. Of course, this is not over yet. After that, the three galaxy ships activated a black component at the same time. 3 talents Judgment Heaven Judgment Field. 3 talents Judgment Earth Judgment Field. 3 talents Judgment Man Judgment Field. The 3 combined components were activated one after another, and the 3 judgment fields suddenly overlapped. The next second, the judgment field suddenly turned into a super judgment field. Even in Song Qi's double pupils, he saw a trace of 3-color light from it. Although the three components are only black components individually, once used in combination, their power will rush directly to the colorful wonders. It's just that this combined field does not last long, and can only be used in the final killing stage. The mythical field jointly constructed by the three galaxy ships. The ancient Mother Queen, who was already severely injured. The result of the collision between the two can be imagined. Under the suppression of the Super Judgment field, the severely injured ancient Mother Queen was not only greatly weakened in strength, but also completely suppressed in speed. On the other hand, the three galaxy ships were like fish in water in the Super Judgment field, with various blessings. Under the combination of the two, the ancient Queen Mother was naturally suppressed. In the end, Perseus God completely killed the ancient Queen Mother with an ultimate death judgment. At the moment when the ancient Queen Mother died, the countless low-level and middle-level Zergs on the floating land below screamed. For a Zerg swarm, losing the Queen Mother means losing the supreme leader. At this moment, all the Zergs fell into a brief chaos. They not only began to attack the surrounding slave creatures and Xinhua warships desperately, but also other Zergs were also their targets of attack. Song Qi and others were not surprised by this, because this is a special habit of the Xinhai Zerg. After losing the Queen and Mother, they are like losing their brains. No other Zerg can command them, not even the dominant king. Only by this indiscriminate killing method can they try to continue to give birth to new queens from the remaining Zerg. But the probability is not high, not to mention that Song Qi and others are watching them, and will not let them fight. For a long time afterwards, the entire closed continent was in the roar of endless artillery fire. Those low-level Zergs were fine, and their own value was limited, but all the 4th level and above Zergs were killed one by the fleet members. Especially the 7th level and 8th level dominant kings, they are the breeders of top level and special energy crystals, and they were hunted down crazily by the team members. As for Song Qi, his main target is the 7th and 8th level dominant king insects. He already has Iris, the ancient Queen Mother, in his hands. The insect race that is kept in the alien star field has long been able to stably produce 3 levels of energy crystals for the family: primary, medium, and high. At present, only the top and special energy crystals can catch his eye. After harvesting another top and special energy crystal, In Kwang's voice came from the battleship group chat. The space blockade time is about to end. Everyone gather immediately and prepare to retreat. At this time, the captain of the Ying family's extreme galaxy did not look very good. Obviously, the ancient Queen Mother's body did not have the energy core, and it could only be replaced by special energy crystals in the future. Compared with energy core, the special energy crystal is obviously far inferior. It can only increase the success rate of promotion by 1% at most, and the probability is still very small. Most of the time, it can only increase by 0.5%. Fortunately, the civilization luck provided by the ancient queen is not bad, otherwise this person's mind will only get worse. In this regard, Song Qi can only say that this is expected. After all, this ancient queen has just been promoted not long ago, and the probability of her own breeding energy core is lower than that of other 9th level Zerg. However, those old-fashioned 9th level Star Sea Zergs have extraordinary combat power, and they are not easy to be targeted by a few galaxy ships. Of course, he dared to say this in his heart. He had already obtained the corpse of the ancient queen, so he naturally remained calm on the surface, and pretended that he had not noticed anything. Although he no longer needs the 9th level dominant blood, it is also good to leave it to the family, as a family foundation. In addition, the corpse of the ancient queen also has a great effect on Iris, and it may allow her to break through the 8th level in one fell swoop. This was also the main reason why Song Qi agreed to take action before. In this way, he is the one who gets the most benefit. At this time, it is better not to take the initiative to offend an extreme galaxy captain. Above the sky of the yellow sand floating land, 55 Xinhua warships are hanging high. On the surface below the floating land, you can see that there are still a lot of Shanghai Zergs killing each other wantonly, but now they are in the territory of the Shanghai Zerg, and they don't have so much time to clear all the Zergs. Before the space barrier above the head completely failed, the three-color brilliance of the galaxy ship foresees guiding shown in the hull. The colorful lower-level component group shuttle was activated. The next second, the amazing space force fell from the sky, and when the entire 55 Xinhua warships were included, a huge space shuttle array pattern emerged below them, and then the hulls of the 55 Xinhua warships quickly became illusory, and in the blink of an eye, they completely disappeared in the depths of the sky of the yellow sand floating land. Tianma continent, the sky above the Xinhua human settlement area. Along with the appearance of the familiar shuttle array, violent space fluctuations soon came from the sky. This movement aroused the attention and vigilance of a large number of captains stationed on the surface. During the long combat time, it was not uncommon for the Star Sea Zerg to attack the rear of the front line. However, after seeing the gradually solidified hulls of the 55 Shinhua warships, everyone quickly retracted their gazes. It was still the mountain base, and the captains participating in this operation gathered here, and everyone's eyes were all pointed at Ying Kuang in front. After all, when the ancient Mother Queen was killed before, a colorful mythical artifact was obtained from her. There is no conclusion yet on the distribution of this mythical artifact. Chapter 759. Rare Item, Diamond Monument. Quality, Color/lower level. Transformable, Diamond Guardian Ship Armor. Note, it is produced by a giant diamond vein deep in the core of a certain star continent, and has multiple special effects. Diamond Guardian Ship Armor LV0. Quality, Color/lower level. Features, Ship Armor Protection increased by 200%. Feature 2, Ship Hull Strength increased by 200%. Feature 3, Real Defense. Feature 4, Double Armor. Feature 5, Diamond Reflection. Feature 6, Constant 90% immunity to external metal damage. Feature 7, Full Metal Guard Diamond Body. In addition to this mythical rare item that can be transformed into colored ship armor, 3 black rare items, 10 golden sanctuary rare items, and more than 30 silver rare items were also looted in the core insect nest. Obviously, this is a huge fortune. Even the worst of the people present are Star Destroyer captains, and they are envious of it. These are not all, because some of the dominant king insects that were killed individually occasionally had 1 or 2 Star Sea treasures, but these naturally belonged to the direct killer. What everyone was coveting at the moment was the Vidra Guardian ship armor, and the 43 silver quality, and above treasures. However, the Vidra Guardian ship armor was obtained from the ancient Mother Queen, and from the beginning to the end of the battle, only 3 galaxy ships, and the Tianxu Sangqiong caused direct damage to this 9th level Mother Queen. Because of this understanding, the targets of the crowd were more focused on the 3 types of black, gold, and silver, a total of 45 treasures. As for the Vidra Guardian ship armor, they basically had no hope. Let's make a unified distribution of the final harvest of this operation. Ying Kuang's initiative to speak also means the official start of this distribution. After dozens of minutes, after the 3 galaxy captains made the best possible arrangements, the distribution activity was finally barely acceptable to all parties. As the captain whose contribution in this operation was enough to rank in the top 4, Song Qi naturally got what he deserved. The mixed hole particle cannon among the 3 black wonders, plus a strand of golden fire wonder that could not be transformed into an upgraded fire source, including 3 silver wonders that could not be transformed into shipboard parts. In addition, 40 copies of the 8th level Master's True Spirit, 200 copies of the 7th level Master's True Spirit, and a top level energy crystal were distributed. Except for him, the 3 galaxy captains belonging to the Ying family had the biggest gains. Not only did they take the other 2 of the 3 black wonders, they also took 5 of the remaining 9 golden wonders. The remaining 4 gold pieces, 29 silver pieces, and a larger number of red and below items are what the other 51 Star Destroyer captains can participate in the distribution. Song Qi was not very interested in the distribution of the other items. Following the footsteps of Ying Kuang and the other 2, the 4 of them walked into another secret room in the mountain base. They needed to complete the distribution of the last colored ship armor, that is, the Vidra Guardian ship armor. Inside the secret room, the 2 sides looked at each other, and finally Ying Kuang took the initiative to break the silence. King Qiongyu, with your current strength and status, we will not regard ourselves as elders, and talk about business directly. After that, he continued to add, to be honest, we value this piece of colored ship armor very much. If possible, I hope you can give it up. Of course, we will not give you less compensation. At this point, a faint light flickered between his eyebrows, and then several black light balls flew out from the Shinhua Zuchu between his eyebrows. 5 light balls were suspended in front of him, and Song Qi carefully checked them, and confirmed that each one represented a black wonder, and they were all black wonders that could be transformed into shipborne parts. In the territory of Shinhua human civilization, the default value of a regular colored lower-level mythical part is basically equivalent to 10 black ultimate parts. Taking out 5 pieces at once means that the other party defaulted that Song Qi accounted for 50% of the contribution to the killing of the ancient Mother Queen. This is undoubtedly a disguised show of goodwill, but Song Qi also saw from it that the other party really wanted to get this Vidra Guardian ship armor. Come to think of it, it is not difficult to see from the previous battle process that among the 3 galaxy ships, only the 4C's Goding is currently equipped with color quality ship armor, and the other two are most likely only black quality armor. For a Xinhua warship, the hull armor is equivalent to the armor on the soldiers in the cold weapon era. It is one of their most important life guarantees. Which captain does not want the hull armor on his own ship to be of higher quality? However, Song Chi did not rush to speak, but first checked the specific properties of the 5 black wonders in front of him. It is true that the Tianxu Sangqiong already has neutron star core armor, and its properties far exceed this Vajra Guardian hull armor, but behind him stands the Longji Song family. The Tianxu Sangqiong does not need it, but it does not mean that the entire Song family does not need it. Of course, if the other party is sincere enough, then it is naturally possible to negotiate. Super Main Gun, Super Magnetic Radio Gun, Special Hibernation Chamber, Eternal Fire Hibernation Chamber, Black Fire Wonder, Earth Lung, Dragon Flame, Repair Parts, Resurrection Metal, Shipborne Engine, Superpower Cycle Engine, among the 5 wonders. Except for Earth Lung, Dragon Flame, the other 4 can be transformed into shipborne parts. And Earth Lung Dragon Flame was specially taken out by Ying Kuang after he heard that Song Chi had been buying high-level fire wonders. Super Magnetic Radio Cannon and Superpower Cycle Engine were ruled out first. Although the All Souls Destruction Bow on the Tianxu Sangqiong is currently only a silver super main gun, the ship's gun parts are the most common, and the engine goes without saying. Song Chi's eyes were more focused on the Eternal Fire Hibernation Chamber and the Resurrection Metal. Eternal Fire Hibernation Chamber LV0. Quality, black. Features, double the number of built-in hibernation chambers. Feature 2. The loss of vitality of creatures entering the hibernation chamber will be slowed down by 10 times. Feature 3. Eternal Fire nourishes the body. Feature 4. Eternal Fire forges the true spirit. Feature 5. The slot occupied by this component is always 1. Feature 6. Eternal Hibernation. Consumption, 200/S, psionic points, number of hibernation chambers, 2 halves. No need for charging and buffering. Eternal Fire nourishes the body. All zero-order carbon-based creatures entering the hibernation chamber for hibernation will have their bodies continuously nourished by the Eternal Fire, keeping them in their initial state, and their physique will be enhanced to a certain extent depending on the time. Eternal Fire forges the true spirit, same as above. Eternal Hibernation consumes 500,000 psionic points, referring to a certain room in the hibernation cabin enters a permanent hibernation state. During the duration of this state, the time in this room will be completely frozen, which can last up to 1,000 standard years in the outside world. The cooling time is constant at 100 times the duration. Resurrection Metal LV0. Quality, black. Features, double the repair effect of parts. Feature 2, add 2 additional times of hoarding use. Feature 3, alien repair. Feature 4, buffer time is constantly halved. Feature 5, temporary healing aura. Feature 6, resurrection. Consumption, 50,000/time, psionic points, number of times, 3/3. Buffer, 12 hours, 24/2, effect, after activation, immediately repair 20%, 10% x2 of the hull and hull armor, and restore 20%, 10% x2 of the energy shield value. Required for upgrade, 100 strands of floating land origin, 0 level, 10,000 psionic points. Note, this component needs to occupy 6 slots. Alien repair. All repair effects of the component can be effective for other Xinhua warships that are no more than 10 million kilometers away from the loaded warship. Temporary healing aura. Consumes 300,000 psionic points. Grants the loaded warship or alien warship a temporary healing aura. The aura lasts for 1 minute. Automatically repairs 1% of the damaged hull and hull armor for the warship every 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 240 hours. Resurrection. Consumes 500,000 psionic points, allows the hull armor, and energy shield to immediately restore to their peak state, and the 3 protective attributes are constantly doubled in the next minute, and the cooling time is 5 years. Of the 2 components, the Eternal Fire Hibernation Chamber is destined to be a component that will not be used frequently, but it is one of the life-saving components. If you don't see it, it's fine. Now that the other party has taken it out, Song Chi is naturally particularly greedy. Although there is a life system medical repair cabin on the Tianxu Sangqiong, it is not omnipotent. Many serious injuries, including poisoning and distortion, cannot be effectively treated by the life system medical repair cabin. If such a situation really occurs in the future, the Eternal Fire Hibernation cabin will be able to play a key role. As for the Resurrection Metal, it is a warship repair component. Needless to say, it can just replace the atomic repair device of the two repair components on the Tianxu Sanqiong. After multiple evolutions of the silver apple, the atomic repair device is still of silver quality. It can basically no longer effectively repair the colorful lower-level neutron star core armor and myth pulse energy shield installed on the Tianxu Sanqiong. Even the last blessing that has evolved into gold quality has been greatly discounted. If it can be replaced with this resurrection metal, the overall combat power of the Tianxu Sanqiong will be greatly improved. Willingness is will, and the value of these two and the strand of earth lung dragon flame alone is obviously not enough. So he took the initiative to raise the question. After listening to him, Ying Kuang and the other two talked for a while. In the end, he did not touch the 5 items that had been taken out, but took out another one. A 9th level golden apple. However, after that, Ying Kuang added one more point. Let me make it clear first, this golden apple is worth 3 black items. If you choose it, you can only choose 2 more from these 5 items. Song Qi did not comment. The 9th level golden apple, with a strand of golden upgraded fire source, is directly equivalent to a strand of black upgraded fire source. It is quite reasonable to use it to replace 3 components of the same level. As for the value of the upgraded fire source in the territory of Xinhua human civilization, it can be directly upgraded to a higher level. That is just to highlight the irreplaceable position of the upgraded fire source in the Xinhua captain. Having said that, it does not mean that they are completely equal. For example, if you really take a strand of black upgraded fire source to trade for a colored lower level component, it is likely to be difficult to achieve, unless you really meet a captain who urgently needs to improve the quality of his own Xinhua seed. After a moment of silence, Song Qi pointed at the 3 items 9th level golden apple, Eternal Fire Hibernation Chamber, and Resurrection Metal. But before Ying Kuang nodded, he pointed to the strand of Earth Lung Dragon Flame. How about I use a black object that cannot transform shipboard parts to exchange for this strand of Earth Lung Dragon Flame? Thinking that Song Qi wanted to force it, Ying Kuang felt a little uncomfortable. After Song Qi said that he was willing to trade with a black object of the same level, he naturally had no chance to refuse and quickly agreed. A few minutes later, the two sides reached a deal. Song Qi walked out of the secret room with 4 items. Dozens of Star Destroyer captains in the mountain base had not left yet. Seeing Song Qi come out, several Star Destroyer captains who were waiting for this moment walked out one after another and took the initiative to propose. There are more than 50 Star Destroyer captains gathered here now. It's a rare opportunity. How about an internal trade fair? That's fine. I saw that many friends were still equipped with silver energy shields before. I just happened to have an extra golden energy shield in my hand. I believe those people should be interested. Everyone talked one after another, and then slowly focused their attention on Song Qi. As the super genius ranked 20th on the Xinhua Star Destroyer list, Song Qi automatically became the most popular person in the team after Ying Kuang, since his identity was made public. That's right, apart from Ying Kuang, even the other 2 galaxy captains are far less popular than Song Qi. In this regard, Song Qi nodded and agreed, knowing that it was not easy to refuse. It just so happened that he also had a lot of things in his hands that he wanted to sell, so he could take this opportunity to see if he could exchange for some good things. However, although he agreed, the subsequent transaction did not start immediately. According to the words of the Star Destroyer captain with a good status, since the super geniuses on the Xinhua Star Destroyer list have all participated, he should naturally make good use of this. After everyone's discussion, this trade fair will officially start in half a month, and the location will be set in the Xinhua city of Tianma continent. In the next half month, everyone will try to invite as many other Star Destroyer captains in the Xinhua human stationing area as possible to expand the scale of this trade fair. As an important logistics continent behind the western section of the Shanghai Zerd front, there are many high-level Xinhua captains gathered on Tianma continent. As long as the promotion lasts for a period of time, there will be no shortage of captains participating in the trade fair. Song Qi did not dislike this, but quietly waited for the arrival of the trade fair. The larger the scale of the trade fair, the greater the chance of rare resources and rare and strange objects appearing, which is what everyone is looking forward to. Jutian Market, Tianxu Sanqiong main control room. Song Qi sat in the driver's seat in front of the main control desk, his eyes moving back and forth between the many items in front of him. 10 drops of 8th level master blood, 1 8th level gold apple, 10 7th level silver apples, 30 drops of 7th level master blood, 3 6th level time world fruit, 7th level moon spring. These are the resources he prepared for the subsequent trade fair, but he always felt that it was not enough. After all, it was the trade fair for all star captains in half a month. 6th level Time World Fruit, 7th level Master Blood, etc. were not very attractive, including 7th level Silver Apples. It was difficult to attract much attention. Thinking of this, his eyes condensed. Let's take it out. When the Tianqiu Sangqiong is promoted in the future, the chance of getting 9th level Master Blood will be even greater. Having made a decision, he looked at the storage capsule beside him. The capsule opened, and a drop of silver blood with a strong smell of blood flew out of it. Unlike the light silver emitted by the 7th level dominant blood, this drop of blood emitted pure silver. It was a drop of 9th level dominant blood. It was the drop extracted from the corpse of the 9th level 8-armed snake demon. If necessary, he was going to take out this drop of blood. Compared with the 8th level dominant blood, the rarity of the 9th level dominant blood has increased significantly. Every captain who is determined to attack the galaxy ship will never be able to resist the temptation of a drop of 9th level dominant blood. As for the Tianqiu Sangqiong itself, there is no need to worry about it. He still has the corpse of the ancient Mother Queen that he just got. It will not be difficult to extract it with the 9th level power of the market. Time passed, and half a month passed quickly. Tianma Continent, Xinhua Civilization Station, Xinhua City. Outside the not-so-majestic mountain stone city, there are low-level captains wandering in the wilderness and forests. No one is a saint, and Captain Xinhua is no exception. The fleet stationed on Tianma Continent for a long time will naturally have physiological needs over time. Over the long years, a large group of ordinary humans have already formed on Tianma Continent. They are all descendants of Captain Xinhua who once stationed here, but for various reasons, they have not been sent back to the territory of Xinhua human civilization. Fortunately, the Xinhua fleet stationed here applied for a trace of Xinhua soar seeds from the Xinhua territory. With the help of this trace of Xinhua soar seeds, the humans on Tianma Continent can also try to awaken the Xinhua seeds. Among them, most of the awakened Xinhua captains are free from Xinhua City, looking forward to the transmission of Xinhua territory once every 100 years. Brother Xian, have you noticed that several batches of super-large ships have entered the city today? That's called a Star Destroyer, the peak combat power of our Xinhua human civilization. I heard that even in the Xinhua ancestral domain, it is a super-powerful being that can shake the entire river system with a stomp of its feet. Brother Xian, you know so much, you are worthy of being the first genius of our iron territory. The young man glanced at the fool beside him, and said lightly, "Just say it, you are so fake." Hee hee. It's like this, Brother Xian, isn't my grandfather a grassroots officer of the Xinhua City Garrison Fleet? In 2 years, it will be the next round of transmission to the Xinhua ancestral domain. It is said that the number of places is very limited, and those who are not innocent cannot sign up at all. Hearing this, the young man turned his head, and took a good look at the other person this time. Do you want to go to the ancestral domain? I want to, I dream about it. I heard that our Xinhua human beings are a super civilization. The ancestral domain occupies an entire river community. It is the existence standing at the top of this vast sea of stars. There, all Xinhua captains can explore the alien domain on their own every month, without provocation from alien races. Even angels, the arrogant overlord creatures, can only become slaves of our Xinhua captains. Hearing the envy and emotion in these words, the young man sighed heavily. Yes, that is the world of our Xinhua captains. In the ancestral domain, our Xinhua captains are the masters of everything. In addition, you are wrong. Now the territory of our Xinhua civilization has expanded to 2 river communities, and there are nearly 2,000 river systems under our command. You are an orphan, and your identity may be a little difficult. I will ask you later. Thank you, Brother Xian. Xinhua City, Qingqiu Restaurant. The top floor of the restaurant, a first-class private room. At this moment, more than 3 digits of people have gathered in the private room. You may not notice it at first glance, but if you look closely, you will find that the hundreds of people gathered here are all 7th level beings. You know, a single 7th level life is enough to create an advanced civilization in the Broken Star Sea. From this, you can also know how terrifying the energy gathered in this private room is. At a certain moment, the chaotic communication in the private room stopped abruptly, and everyone looked towards the door of the private room. Is this the King of the Sky? Yes, old Lu, you have been stationed in Tianma Continent for more than 3,000 years, so it's normal that you don't know. This King of the Sky is now famous. Not only is he ranked 20th on the Xinhua Annihilator list at the age of less than 3,000 years, but there are also rumors that his true strength is more than that. Yes, according to rumors, his ranking was determined in the last battle of the demon god floating continent, and it has never changed since then. After the end of the Civilization War, he was rewarded with at least one colorful mythical object. While everyone was discussing, Song-Chi had already walked in from the main door and walked directly to a seat in the middle of the private room and sat down. Facing the gazes from all directions around him, Song-Chi's face did not change. Even though the seat under him was faintly located in the middle of the private room, he was not moved at all. Seeing that he closed his eyes tightly after sitting down, without any intention of speaking, the glances from the surroundings slowly dissipated. After waiting for dozens of minutes, the trade fair officially began until all the invitees arrived. Everyone, first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Lu He, a descendant of the Zhejiang Lu family of the Xinxia Imperial Dynasty. Since no one has taken the initiative to speak, I will start by throwing out a brick to attract jade. As he spoke, Song-Chi opened his eyes. Soon he was slightly surprised, because the Star Destroyer captain who called himself Lu He was the one who took the initiative to questioning Kwang and the other two in the previous operation, and Song-Chi concluded that the other party had a good background. Xinxia Zhejiang Lu family. Mumbling, he quickly emerged from the mini Tianxu Sangqiong deep in his brows. The Zhejiang Lu family of the Xinxia Imperial Dynasty, the immortal giant family of the Xinxia Imperial Dynasty, ancestral home is located in the Zhejiang River system. Chapter 760. The Four Great Empires of Xinhua, plus hundreds of kingdoms. No, with the end of this civilization war, the number of kingdoms in the entire Xinhua civilization has increased rapidly, and now it is close to 200. Even in this large number of Xinhua kingdoms, in the vast territory of two river systems, the number of immortal giant forces is extremely limited. Before the start of the civilization war, there were at most 200. Although there has been a rapid growth trend in the past few hundred years, it has barely exceeded 300. Perhaps there will be a certain increase in the subsequent 1,000 years of continuous development, but 400 is basically the limit. Because of this, every immortal giant level force has enough weight in the Xinhua human civilization. Even though Lu He in front of him has not yet stepped into the ranks of Extreme Star Destroyer captains, in contrast, the number of Extreme Star Destroyer captains in this private room will not be less than 5, but still no one expressed any dissatisfaction, and tacitly agreed that he would lead the follow-up work of this trade fair. Lu He didn't waste time, and walked all the way to the center of the private room. Then the light between his eyebrows flashed several times, and many strange objects with various colors of light shot out from it. In addition, he also took out several items from a special storage device on his waist. A golden Star Destroyer cannon, a drop of 8th level dominant source blood, a golden jump device, a 100,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng fruit. As his words slowly sounded, the eyes of hundreds of captains in the private room all gathered. Song-Chi was no exception, but he didn't care about the other things, and looked directly at the 100,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng fruit. According to Lu He's introduction, this blood spirit ginseng fruit is a special floating land spirit fruit. Although it is not a product of starry sky plants, its own effect is not bad at all, and it has a very good effect of assisting the flesh and blood creatures of the star sea to break through. Especially this blood spirit ginseng fruit is as old as 100,000 years old, and it has a very good auxiliary breakthrough effect when the 7th level guidance technique impacts the 8th level. Now that the Tianxu Sangqiong is about to be promoted, after the ship completes the breakthrough, the next one to break through is Song-Chi himself, so he didn't hesitate too much and directly asked how to trade this blood spirit ginseng fruit. Seeing that he asked, Lu He replied quickly, extra resources to assist the Star Destroyer to impact the galaxy ship, or the 9th level dominant source blood is also fine. Hearing this, Song-Chi's face did not change, but his heart moved slightly. This captain of the Xinxia Zhejiang Lu family Star Destroyer was obviously coming for the 9th level dominant source blood. The ancient Mother Queen's body was obtained by him, which was no secret in the previous team. Song-Chi ignored it, but changed the topic and said, how about a special energy crystal? The conversation between the two of them instantly overwhelmed other voices, and the field suddenly became quiet again. The 6-word super energy crystal directly attracted countless attention. Although the Tianma continent under our feet is close to the front of the Xinghai Zerg, various resources and materials related to the Xinghai Zerg often appear in the market. How can the super energy crystal be generalized? This is a superclass resource that can only be produced in the body of the 8th level Xinghai Zerg. Not to mention its rarity, even if it appears on the front battlefield, it will basically be digested by the Xinhua fleet stationed on the front line, and will not flow to this Tianma continent at all. Now that Song-Chi opened his mouth and said a super energy crystal, how could it not attract attention? After all, if you are lucky, a super energy crystal is enough to increase the success rate of attacking the galaxy ship by 4%. Others were envious, But Lu He was not satisfied with a special energy crystal. Compared with a drop of 9th level dominant blood, a special energy crystal was far inferior. Seeing that he smiled but did not speak, Song Qi naturally understood what he meant. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he whispered, "The value of this special energy crystal is not weaker than the blood spirit ginseng fruit in your hand. If you don't want, I can exchange it for a chaos blood vagina. If you want the 9th level dominant blood, then this blood spirit ginseng fruit alone is not enough. Special energy crystal. Chaos blood vagina. 9th level dominant blood. Is this the super genius on the Xinhua Annihilator star list? His hand is really terrifying. Compared to him, I am like a poor bastard." As Song Qi finished speaking, hundreds of people in the private room had different thoughts in their hearts. But even though they were full of emotion, no one in the room dared to have other thoughts. Even if there are any, they are immediately killed by the captain himself when they are born. Which captain who can be on the Xinhua Star Destroyer list is not a monster who can match the galaxy captain. He can even compete with those weaker senior galaxy captains. Such a monster-like existence is not something that ordinary people can imagine. There is such a rumor within the Xinhua human civilization. The captains who can be on the Xinhua Star Destroyer list, or even the Star Destroyer King list of the 4 empires, mean that they have become giants in themselves at the moment of being on the list, and each of them has the ability to stand on their own. Otherwise, the 4 Xinhua empires have nothing better to do than to show their own geniuses to the public. Song Qi could sense some of these looks and discussions, but he didn't care. At this moment, his attention turned to another person on the side. This was a middle-aged man, and one of the 5 extreme Star Destroyer captains in the private room. After he said the 9th level dominant blood, he immediately took action. The other captains in the private room did not notice this, because the other party used a special way of voice transmission to directly transmit the words to his ears. "Your Excellency King Qiongyu, I am Chili, born in the Qiyu family, and now I am the deputy commander of the 3rd Fleet under the 2nd Rotation Army of the Tianma continent. I don't know what you just said about the 9th level dominant blood." After listening to what the other party said, the two looked at each other in the air, and soon Song Qi retracted his gaze, and at the same time, relevant information also emerged in his mind. The Qiyu family, the immortal giant force of the Qiyu divine dynasty, Chili King Yuru, the 1st Star Destroyer captain of the Qiyu family, ranked 79th on the Qiyu Star Destroyer King list, and a genius of the sub-civilization level. Song Qi's reply was very short, only one word, and then there was no more words. This fiery King Yuru obviously wanted to trade with him privately, but Song Qi was not very interested. The reason why he participated in this trade fair was because there were enough captains participating, and the chance of finding what he needed was greater. Although the other party's identity was extraordinary, and he might have a lot of good things in his hands, it did not mean that it was a good thing to trade with him privately. Wait until he personally went on stage and let everyone bid on the same stage. This would be the best choice. Speaking of Lu He, after Song Qi opened his mouth, he also realized that it might be difficult for him to trade the 9th level dominant blood, so he finally gave up and exchanged the 100,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng fruit for the special energy crystal in Song Qi's hand. The value of the chaos blood is much higher. Song Qi meant that if he wanted to trade, he had to add some resources. Lu He chose the super energy crystal. In addition, other items he brought out, such as 8th level domination blood, golden shipborne parts, etc., were all traded away. After the transaction of the items in his hands was completed, Lu He smiled and greeted the 2nd trading captain. This person was just an ordinary Star Destroyer captain. Naturally, the things he brought out were not as good as Lu He. Among them, there was only a golden energy shield, 2 drops of 7th level domination blood, and a top level energy crystal. These had no attraction to Song Qi at all, but many people still made bids. Although all the people present were Star Destroyer captains, they more or less had descendants, or families, and other forces behind them. There were still many people who needed 7th level domination blood and top level energy crystals. After that, more than a dozen Star Destroyer captains came on board one after another, but there was no item that could make Song Qi excited. Until the appearance of the fiery King Yuru. "Everyone, this time I have only 3 items for trading, namely the Black Super Main Gun Hurricane Soul, the Black Fire Wonder Earth Core Molten Flame, and a 9th level Starry Sky Plant Tree Heart Star Devouring Vine Heart." Suddenly Song Qi's heart, which had been calm for a long time, finally stirred up waves again. After many collections, he now has 2 strands of Black Fire Wonders in his hands. If he takes the Earth Core Molten Flame, he will be able to let the Creation Bagua Furnace refine the 3rd transformation Golden Body Pill again. The third transformation golden body transformed by the third transformation golden body pill, combined with the 100,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng fruit and the heavenly star body forging fluid that the family can prepare in the future, will not only enable him to accelerate the breakthrough of the 8th level guiding technique, but also make the practice of the 8th level guiding technique in the future more effective. In addition, the 9th level star devouring vine heart is also what he needs. Don't forget that there is a silver apple mother tree and a golden apple mother tree in the Tianxu Sangqium cultivation secret realm. Although the 7th level silver apple mother tree has reached the upper limit of this starry sky plant, the golden apple mother tree is different. The 8th level golden apple mother tree is just the most common first level in the growth process of the golden apple mother tree. In the boundless broken star sea, the 9th level or even mythical stage golden apple mother tree is not rare. According to the evolution law of the previous silver apple mother tree, as long as he collects 3 9th level starry sky plant tree hearts, he may be able to make the 8th level golden apple mother tree directly evolve to the 9th level. By then, the value of this golden apple mother tree will reach an even more terrifying level. 9th level 8-armed snake demon source blood, in exchange for the star devouring vine heart plus earth core molten flame in your hand. Song-Chi spoke again, and as expected, he became the focus of the audience again. The captain who had doubted whether he really had the 9th level master blood in his hands before, no longer had any doubts at this moment. Although the Xinxia Jiujianglu family is also a giant force, its power is not on the Xinghai Zerg front after all. The Qiyu family is different. Apart from this, the blazing King Yuru, the ancestor of the Yu family, who has entered the senior galaxy ship, is now in the Tianma continent. He is a commander in power under the second rotation of the Xinhua Corps, and has considerable power. Knowing this, Song-Chi still dared to negotiate with the 9th level master blood, so he must have the real goods in his hand. The 9th level master blood is equal to the 9th level star devouring vine heart. If the Sky King still wants this earth core molten flame, he must provide another resource. Although Yurua coveted the 9th level dominant blood in Song-Chi's hand, he would not give up a black fire seed for nothing. Then add a drop of 8th level dominant blood. After the previous civilization war, the subsequent attack on the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization, including the previous hunting of the ancient Mother Queen, these actions allowed Song-Chi to accumulate a large amount of 8th level dominant blood. Apart from leaving some as the family foundation, he still had more than 10 drops in his hand. In comparison, the number of chaos blood was much less. Although he had an extra portion in his hand, if possible, he still wanted to leave it to the family. After all, whether it was the ancestor Song Wujiang, the original ancestor, Song Xuansong and others, they could all use it in the future. Being stationed on the Star Sea Zerg front for many years, the Qiyu clan obviously would not lack the 8th level dominant blood. Yurua bluntly said that he wanted to trade the chaos blood in Song-Chi's hand. It was clear that the other party was extremely eager for the 9th level dominant blood. With this support, Song-Chi would not give in. In the end, he added 2 drops of the 7th level dominant blood, and then completed the transaction. After that, there were no other items that made Song-Chi too eager. Finally, when he went on stage, he took out the remaining 9 drops of the 8th level dominant blood, an 8th level gold apple, 10 7th level silver apples, 28 drops of the 7th level dominant blood, 3 6th level time realm fruits, and a 7th level moon spring. The value of these things he took out was very good, and naturally they were extremely sought after by the Star Destroyer captains. This can be seen from the fact that he took out so many trading items, but traded them all in less than 10 minutes. With these resources, Song-Chi harvested more than 200 8th level master spirits, 29th level master spirits, and 10th level floating land origins, as well as a large number of titanium crystals and eternal stone bricks. In addition, the 8th level golden apple plus 7th level moon spring allowed him to trade a mythical spirit from another extreme Star Destroyer captain. This was his biggest surprise this time. What is a mythical spirit? It is a resource that can only be extracted from the corpse of a mythical creature. Its effect is similar to that of a master spirit. It is a necessary resource for the mythical parts on the Xinhua warship to be enhanced to level 100. It can be said that Song-Chi almost pushed this trade fair to its climax by himself. After him, no other eye-catching things appeared at the trade fair. After the trade fair ended, the Qingqiu restaurant that had been completely cleared was reopened and began to entertain other captains again. In addition to the Qingqiu restaurant, a large number of low and middle-level captains gathered here. Today, a large number of Star Destroyer captain-level figures have descended on Xinhua City, and this Qingqiu restaurant is the place responsible for entertaining these peak beings. This has long been no secret. Naturally, A large number of low and middle-level captains came here after hearing the news, all wanting to see the style of the peak beings of Xinhua civilization with their own eyes. As the figures with strands of perfect level law power flowing around them stepped out of the restaurant door, the low and middle-level Xinhua captains, who had been waiting outside the restaurant for a long time, suddenly became excited. In a corner of the crowd, several figures surrounded a middle-aged man with a fourth-level life breath. Several people stared at the figures stepping out of the restaurant door in front of them with respect, but they never made any moves. At this time, a third-level captain on the left said, "Captain, didn't you say you wanted to meet the big shots in the ancestral domain? These are all super beings in the ancestral domain. What are we waiting for?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the middle did not turn his eyes away, but said softly, "I heard from the captain a few days ago that a top-notch big shot came to our Xinhua city. It is said that even in the ancestral domain, he is a civilization genius who dominates an era. We are waiting for him." In the crowd, even if Song Qi did not do it deliberately, the Star Destroyer captains walking beside him all deliberately lagged behind, except for those who left first because of urgent matters. Even the few people who were also extreme Star Destroyer captains did the same. This is respect for the Xinhua Star Destroyer list, and also respect for Song Qi himself, who can easily take out a drop of 9th level Master Source blood and 10 drops of 8th level Master Source blood. However, this also made the middle and low-level Xinhua captains outside the restaurant subconsciously focus most of their attention on him. Song Qi, who had never paid much attention to these things, unexpectedly stopped this time and turned his head to the left. With the powerful capture ability of the double pupils, he clearly caught a completely different look from the many surprised, curious, and awed looks. It was excitement and joy from the heart, mixed with a trace of worry. This unique look made him a little interested. As his sight deflected, the middle-aged man was shocked, and his whole mind seemed to be completely immersed in the materialized shadow of the double pupils in Song Qi's eyes. However, as Song Qi took the initiative to retract the power of the double pupils, the man quickly turned around. He did not dare to look directly at the great man of the ancestral domain, who had caught a glimpse of him on the captain's terminal device 2 days ago, but bowed his head respectfully and walked forward. "Do you know me?" Song Qi asked calmly. The man's face became more respectful, and he said solemnly, "My lord, I am a captain of the Xinhua City Patrol Fleet. I have seen your projection from afar in the commander's place." Nodding gently, Song Qi continued to ask, "But do you want to appeal for injustice?" "My lord, I have a good life in the patrol fleet and have not been treated unfairly. I am asking to see you this time to present something to you." After saying this, under the interested eyes of Song Qi and the many Star Destroyer captains behind him, the captain of the Xinhua City Patrol Fleet carefully took out something from his body. When he opened the wooden box included in it, not only Song Qi, but also the many Star Destroyer captains, who had personally scanned the things in the box, all showed a gleam of brilliance in their eyes. Time Source Crystal. It is actually the Time Source Crystal ranked 4th among the super strategic resources. Looking at the fist-sized crystal in the box, Song Qi recognized it at the first time. In addition to the fact that it is a super strategic resource, there is another reason why he was able to recognize this Time Source Crystal at the first time. He had previously collected a large number of time sources from the ruins of the Long River of Time, and this Time Source Crystal is the solid essence condensed by the large amount of time sources, and is also a rare resource with a value higher than time sources. As for why it can be ranked among the super strategic resources, it is only because it has a very special effect. Chapter 761. Time Acceleration. And it is also time acceleration for the Star Sea Wonders. To put it simply, this Time Source Crystal is actually more like a consumable cooling reduction resource. With just a little bit, it can automatically accelerate a certain effect of the Star Sea Wonders that has been in cooling according to the user's wishes. For example, take the shedding of the sky-swallowing python that was integrated into the core of the Dragon Ridge continent's floating land origin. Its mythical shedding effect was previously used to sublimate the Ring of Heavenly Power Control. It will take another 2,300 years to recool. This is obviously too long for both the Song family, which has only been established for more than 5,000 years, and Song Qi himself. The key is that although Time Chessboard and Pajuo Zen Seal both have the effect of accelerating cooling, that is based on the transformation of the Xinhua ship body, and they are transformed into shipborne components, but they cannot be effective for alien wonders. This is the unsolvable point. If we can get this Time Source Crystal in front of us, all these difficulties can be solved naturally. As far as Song Qi knows, this Time Source Crystal has a very good effect. Every gram can ignore the difference in the quality of the strange objects. Whether it is an ordinary Star Sea strange object or a shipborne component, it can constantly reduce the cooling time of the specified effect/characteristic by 1 standard year. Just the time source crystal in the wooden box in front of us is at least more than 2 kilograms, and the value is amazing. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Song Chi's mind. Before he could speak, the man who was half kneeling respectfully in front of him continued, "Sir, this thing was obtained by me in the starry sky 100 years ago. Although I don't know what kind of mineral it is, when I accidentally obtained it, it was found from the remains of a giant starry sky beast. I don't know how many years have passed, even the corpses of the dominant star beasts have turned into dry bones, but it is still shining, so I conclude that its value must be good. Today, I would like to present this thing to you." The man spoke firmly, and after hearing what he said, most of the captains who also couldn't recognize this thing were fine, but the eyes of the other Star Destroyer captains, who also followed Song Chi, were flickering, and they were deeply moved. A piece of time source core of this weight, if it is really converted, its value will never be lower than a black ultimate component, and even if there are any special components in hand, its value can be further improved, and it may be comparable to the color components. Faced with such temptation, even if they are intimidated by Song Chi's identity as King of the Sky, some captains are a little eager to move at this moment. Song Chi, who also understands the value of it, he would not give the Star Destroyer captains behind him a chance, and quickly said, "This thing is called Time Source Crystal, which is a rare resource ranked high among super strategic resources, and is extremely valuable. Are you sure you want to give it to me?" The calm voice sounded, and at the same time, the space beside Song Chi flashed, and a blood-red figure about 2 meters tall appeared out of thin air. Although this figure is not much taller than Song Chi himself, the moment he appeared, the pupils of the Star Destroyer captains behind Song Chi, who were a little agitated, suddenly shrank, and the words that were about to come out were blocked in their throats, and there was silence in the field. The 9th level Azura King, the rumors that were leaked before are actually true. 9th level slave creatures. What virtue and ability does an immortal family that has been passed down for only thousands of years have? Or is it really created by this King of the Sky alone? How is it possible? As far as I know, even colorful mythical slave parts have to be strengthened to level 100 before they can try to enslave the 9th level master. Star Destroyers cannot meet their basic conditions at all, unless it is a god-level slave feature such as large-scale enhancement of slave authority. Is it possible that it is an extra reward given by the 4 emperors for the great contribution in the previous civilization war? That's not right. Regarding that contribution, the 4 emperors have already given 5 super rewards in person. In a short period of time, dozens of Star Destroyer captains present had various speculations in their minds. Most of them felt unbelievable, and a small number of them speculated whether it was related to the 4 emperors of Xinhua. But no matter how they guessed, Song Chi obviously would not explain it in person. His eyes were still on the middle-aged man in front of him. "Sir, I am sure." "Okay." Listening to the man's firm answer again, Song Chi smiled. Through some means, he already knew the identity of the person in front of him. Born as a native human of Tianma continent, he was born 1 level lower than the captain of Xinhua Zuyu. Even so, he still entered the ranks of grassroots officers of Xinhua City Patrol Team decades ago. From this point, it can be seen that his ability is definitely not bad. You should know that even grassroots officers have always been more than 95% of captains from Xinhua Zuyu. To be able to enter this class as a native captain of Tianma continent, in addition to the necessary individual warships, human relations, and choices are absolutely indispensable. Apart from other things, the other party's unhesitating decision at the moment is enough to illustrate this point. In this situation where he has already fallen into the center of the vortex, hesitating any more will only increase his disgust and have no benefit. Song Chi did not know that he had chosen this behavior decisively, but he was sure that at least the other party had aroused his interest. Reaching out to grab the eye-catching time source crystal, Song Chi seemed to have not sensed the many different eyes coming from the surroundings. After putting it away casually, he said, "I have accepted the things. As a reward, do you want anything?" Since the other party has firmly chosen him, and this time source crystal is also of great use to him, Song Chi will not be stingy with his reward. The man was obviously prepared in his heart. He immediately replied when he heard the question. "Thank you, sir. I have only one request. The Xinhua Zuyu teleportation that happens once every 100 years is coming. I want to ask for 3 places. As for the others, let the sir arrange it." The man's answer was perfect. Although he only made a small request for a place in the ancestral domain, he cleverly gave the initiative back to Song Chi while making it clear that he would never be greedy. As for whether he would suffer a loss because of this, with so many Star Destroyer captains in front of him, There are many people who know the true value of this time source crystal. As a civilization genius of the Xinhua ancestral domain, how could Song Qi take advantage of such a thing? Although Song Qi knew it well, he did not dislike it. Because the other party was measured in advance and retreat, and was not without intelligence, he would surely achieve something in time. He thought about it, and then whispered in front of everyone. The ancestral domain teleportation quota is simple, but you need to bring the person here for me to check in person. Although you are also the direct bloodline of my Xinhua human beings, you are born in this foreign land after all. The connection between the Xinhua seeds in the ancestral orifice and the Xinhua human source seed network is too weak, which is more susceptible to the control of the mind in front of you. It must be absolutely killed. Besides that, let me ask you, what color is your Xinhua seed now? My lord, it's orange. Swish. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the light between Song Qi's eyebrows flashed twice in succession. 2 balls of light, one red and one silver, rushed out from the Xinhua Zuchio and floated in front of the man. These 2 are the red upgraded fire source, and the silver upgraded fire source. To avoid more trouble, just use them directly. Understood, thank you my lord. Compared to the flash of excitement in the middle-aged man's eyes, the low and middle-level Xinhua captains watching in the square in front of them were swallowing their saliva subconsciously. The red and silver upgraded fire sources were what most of the captains dreamed of, but now they appeared right in front of them. For a while, a large number of captains had various thoughts in their hearts, including some dark thoughts. However, Song Qi's next words instantly dissipated the thoughts that everyone had just had. Who dares to act rashly in front of nearly 100 Star Destroyer captains from the ancestral domain? With Song Qi's personal care, the middle-aged man naturally had no worries. It didn't take long for him to absorb the 2 upgraded fire sources one after another. When he opened his eyes happily, Song Qi also took action again. He took out 2 objects again. But this time, they were not rare objects from the Star Sea, but 2 special spiritual fruits. These 2 spiritual fruits are the 4th and 5th level time realm fruits, respectively. When you attack the battleship and the dreadnought in the future, they can give your ship a second chance to attack. Before the man opened his mouth to thank him, 5 more rays of light shot out from the ancestral fire hole between Song Qi's eyebrows. 3 of the 5 rays of light were gold and 2 were silver. They are the golden hull armor, energy shield, and shipborne engine. The 2 silver parts are a super main gun and a patrol radar. This is a complete set of basic parts, plus 2 time realm fruits, and he also took out a sum of strengthening resources and handed them over to the other party. After receiving all these items, the middle-aged man, although he was also quite cunning, still showed ecstasy on his face. I am Shirgu, thank you, sir. I will personally deliver the 3 juniors to your residence as soon as possible. Carefully putting away all the things, especially the 2 time realm fruits, Shirgu thanked again loudly. However, what he didn't notice was that as he put everything away, many obscure and greedy eyes flashed in the crowd around him. All of these eyes were sent by those 5th level, or even 6th level fearless captains. Although they were well concealed, they were exposed under Song Qi's double pupils. It is conceivable that after today, when the heat here is over, there will be a lot of captains secretly planning to take advantage of Shirgu. Thinking of this, Song Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. The next second, the terrifying life pressure emanated from the body of the Azura King beside him, and all the captains present trembled at the same time. It was as if there were boundless mountains pressing on their shoulders. In just a few seconds, all the captains had a shaky feeling, even though the strength of the people present was uneven, but this did not have any effect. Because under Song Qi's intention, the pressure emitted by the Azura King was not consistent. The lower the life level, the lower the pressure, and vice versa, the higher it was. This made everyone feel basically the same at the moment. Just when the Star Destroyer captains behind him were somewhat confused, a cold voice came from Song Qi's mouth. All these things are given by this king. If anyone dares to rob them in the future, no matter if the perpetrator escapes to the ends of the earth, the end of the starry sky, or holds on to his status, this king will pursue them to the end, and wipe out their 9 clans, and cut off their bloodline. The cold voice echoed over the entire Xinhua city for a long time, but the person involved, Song Qi, quietly left after the voice came out, and the space wave gently brushed past, and disappeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Jutian Market, Freestall Area. The captain was reduced to the internal control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, which was hundreds of meters. Since returning to the market, Song Qi summoned Tianxu Sangqiong as soon as possible, and did not pay attention to the previous things. In theory, the transaction has been completed, and he should not pay attention to those trivial matters. The reason why he took the initiative to speak out to deter is actually very simple. Sure, Ge has good abilities. In his opinion, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will most likely achieve something in the future. Although he can't become a galaxy captain or even a super dimension captain, it's not difficult to become an extreme fearless captain. Based on this, he doesn't want to cause any accidents because of this transaction with himself. An extreme fearless captain is nothing to the entire Shinhua human civilization, but Shinhua human civilization is made up of such captains. If Shinhua human civilization wants to go further, or even step into the forefront of the hegemonic civilization in the future, it has to start with such small things. Today he has preserved such a good seedling, and tomorrow others will do the same, and more people will join them the day after tomorrow. Over time, among these good seedlings that have grown up, there may not be a legendary figure who will ascend to the myth, and finally lead the entire Shinhua human civilization to the top of the Broken Star Sea. In the battleship control room, Song-Chi stood in front of the cheat song's number 004 cultivation secret realm component. If before this, he was still a little entangled about which component to use this 9th level golden apple on, then after trading for the 9th level star devouring vine heart today, he no longer had any entanglements in his heart. As he stretched out his right hand, the 9th level golden apple that he had just acquired soon merged with this golden shipborne secret realm component. As time passed, the golden light in the cabin kept flashing. After an unknown period of time, the shining golden light suddenly dissipated, and not long after, the familiar light of eternal darkness began to emerge. At this time, looking at the cheat song's number 004 cultivation secret realm component again, its properties had changed significantly. However, before using the 9th level star devouring vine heart, he still strengthened it to level 91st, so that the effect of the 9th level star devouring vine heart can be maximized. Cheat song's number 004 cultivation secret realm LV90. Quality, black. Features, plant growth rate increased by 440%. Feature 2, allogenic plant transplantation success rate increased by 80%. Feature 3, secret realm accelerator. Feature 4, time marrow fluid. Feature 5, space god crystal. Feature 6, perfect universe law. Consumption, 3400/s, psionic points. Effect, after loading, the secret realm will be completely bound to the warship and turned into a shipborne secret realm, which can be entered and exited at will. Perfect universe law. This shipborne secret realm is a universe secret realm, and the laws bred in the secret realm are no longer flawed. Song-Chi's sight was more focused on the newly derived 6th feature, which was still not prepared by him, but derived autonomously after the components evolved. Although it does not have the characteristics that can generate direct value, it is undoubtedly the most desired characteristic for Song-Chi. Before this, he was not willing to raise biological groups such as Double Ming Divine Bird and Ancient Monster in this cultivation secret realm. Only plants like Time Realm Tree, Silver Apple Mother Tree, Golden Apple Mother Tree that were transplanted from the outside world, and whose own laws have been finalized, he would feel at ease to place them in the secret realm. Of course, there is a reason that it requires the consumption of a lot of resources, but the more important thing is that the laws of the secret realm itself are missing. The lack of laws in the secret realm means that the upper limit of the creatures that have grown up from it will be locked. If it is an ordinary biological group, it is okay, but the Double Ming Divine Bird and the Ancient Monster are creatures with extremely high genetic potential. If they are cultivated normally, they will have infinite potential. It is obviously very stupid to actively lock their upper limit. With the emergence of this new characteristic, this will no longer be a problem in the future. This also means that he will try to greatly speed up the cultivation of these two biological groups in the family, but he still does not have much hope for the Chongming Divine Bird. After all, what this kind of divine bird from the fairyland continent lacks is never time, but their own probability of conception is too small, and each time they give birth to offspring, there is a high probability that there will only be one. They have almost reached the ceiling of their genetic bloodline level, and this is the price they must bear. After finishing these, Song-Chi looked at the other parts in his hand. Black Mixed Whole Particle Cannon, Black Resurrection Metal, Black Eternal Fire Hibernation Chamber. Mixed Whole Particle Cannon was directly put away by him. This is a Star Destroyer cannon, which he prepared for the subsequent promotion of Tianxu Sangqiong. Once a Star Destroyer is upgraded to a Galaxy ship, not only will it have one more Galaxy cannon slot, but the number of Star Destroyer cannon slots will also increase to 2. He has not found a suitable Galaxy cannon yet. The family does have 2, but the highest quality is black. To be honest, I don't think much of it. I didn't think much about it. This is for the future. Song-Chi replaced the atomic repair device, and then installed the resurrection metal and eternal fire hibernation chamber one after another, and then strengthened them to level 91 after another. Eternal Fire Hibernation Chamber LV90. Feature 2. The loss of vitality of creatures entering the hibernation chamber will be slowed down by 100 times. Number of hibernation chambers, 20/20. Eternal Hibernation. Consume 10 million psionic points and designate a chamber in the hibernation chamber to enter the eternal hibernation state. During the duration of this state, the time in this chamber will be completely frozen, and the longest can be maintained for 10,000 standard years in the outside world. The cooling time is constant at 10 times the duration. Resurrection Metal LV90. Effect. After activation, immediately repair 90%, 45% x2 of the hull and hull armor, and restore 90%, 45% x2 of the energy shield value. Temporary Healing Aura. Consume 2 million psionic points, and grant a temporary healing aura to the loaded warship or alien warship. The aura lasts for 5 minutes, and automatically repairs 2% of the damaged hull and hull armor for the warship every 10 seconds. The cooling time is 24 hours. Chapter 762. The strengthening of these two parts has undoubtedly made a qualitative leap in their properties. Apart from other things, the eternal sleep feature of the Eternal Fire Hibernation Chamber alone is already a very good effect, and now it can be called a god-level life-saving ability. If the time freeze of 10,000 years is combined with the time and shadow cage feature of the time chessboard, it can completely gain sufficient buffer time when life is threatened by death. After that, whether it is to alarm the Longji Song family or mobilize the slave creatures under its command to seek a rescue method, it is very feasible, an absolute life-saving skill. Needless to say, the resurrection metal has a repair ability far exceeding the previous atomic repair device after strengthening to LV90, and even the last blessing can hardly compare with it. After strengthening several new parts in his hand, Song Chi entered the cultivation secret realm. Because the production of the two kinds of spiritual spring water has been stepped up, the time flow rate in the secret realm is still very high. In the middle of the secret realm, below the golden apple mother tree, as the star-devouring vine heart in his hand touched the trunk of the mother tree, a strong life energy began to gush out from the golden apple mother tree, and when this rich life energy completely enveloped the star-devouring vine heart, the two sides launched a fierce fusion reaction. Seeing this scene, Song Chi, who was satisfied, did not stay in the secret realm for long, and quickly exited the cultivation secret realm. As long as it is confirmed that the golden apple mother tree does have a desire to devour the tree heart of high-level starry sky plants, it means that the evolution of the golden apple mother tree can indeed be accelerated in this way. However, this requires at least 2 more 9th-level starry sky plant tree hearts, which is obviously impossible to achieve in a short period of time. Xinhua Human River Community, Xianxin Divine Dynasty, Xianxin Continent, Xianxin Xinhua Ancestral Hall. Deep in the ancient hall surrounded by chaotic airflow and stars hanging overhead. The old man with white hair and beard, who exudes the breath of 8th-level life, raised his hand and tapped several times. Then he saw the flame-emitting chaotic light not far away vibrate several times. With the powerful analytical ability of the shadow of the double pupil in his eyes, Song Chi could clearly see that at the moment when this special flame vibrated, a very obscure chaotic light shot out from the depths of its fire source and rushed straight to his forehead. Almost subconsciously, he was about to activate the power of the space law that was infinitely close to the level of the law road to dodge, but was forcibly suppressed in an instant. What he was facing at this moment was the normal registration process for all Star Destroyer captains, and the flame-emitting chaotic light deep in front was one of the 4 original fire source seeds. Because he did not resist, the chaotic light went straight along the entrance of the ancestral hole at his forehead into the fire ancestral hole, and finally merged with the black fire seed located deep in the fire ancestral hole. The fire source seed authority is unlocked, and you have obtained higher fire network authority. In a trance, a faint voice seemed to sound in the depths of his mind, telling him that the authority of the fire seed had been greatly improved. This was not an illusion. After today, his fire seed authority will be fundamentally different from before. However, after completing this step, things are not over yet. The white-haired old man in front of him waved his hand, and the wisp of fire source in front of him returned to calm again. Then his cloudy eyes swept over Song Chi and said lightly, "King Qingyu, the boy of the Song family of the newly established Longji Kingdom, you have been very famous in recent years. Especially you have been listed in the Fire Star Annihilation list, but the Divine Dynasty has not yet included your relevant information. For this reason, our Xianxin Zuding has been ridiculed in front of the other 3 families. I didn't expect the other party to suddenly say such a call. Song Chi's face froze and smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, the former captain of the galaxy did not embarrass him, and quickly changed the subject. Since you are willing to come here to report, have you ever thought about accepting the relevant garrison missions issued by the Divine Dynasty, or even the entire Fire Civilization? As he said, the old man didn't care about what Song Chi was thinking, but introduced these related garrison missions in detail. Gardening missions are divided into 4 levels from low to high, depending on the extreme environment they need to face, or the level of hostile creatures, tribes, and even civilizations. Level 1 Garrison Mission. Generally, they face the harsh starfield environment of the 7th level, or the Starsea creature tribes and civilizations, with the 7th level of dominant combat power. The intensity is relatively low, and the civilization merits rewarded by the mission are also relatively small. Level 2 Garrison Mission. Same as above, 8th level. Level 3 Garrison Mission. Same as above, 9th level. Gardening Mission on the civilization front. Usually, it is a battlefield of civilization with mythical creatures, with extremely high intensity, extremely high danger, and extremely high mission rewards. The old man said a lot in a short time, and he didn't feel tired. It might be because Song Chi was blessed with the halo of the 20th place in the Shinhua Star Annihilator list. After introducing the 4 garrison missions, he was afraid that he didn't have an intuitive understanding of the danger of the 4 garrison missions, so he began to give examples tirelessly. I remember that the Tianpan River system had a pioneering war before, which was basically equivalent to the 1st level garrison mission. Among the 3rd level garrison missions, there are those targeting the Corpse King clan in the south, and there are also garrisons in some foreign colonies, etc. As for the civilization front missions, remember to be cautious. For example, the Starsea Zerg front you just returned to, the Abyss front, and the Chaos God Land Human King City that you will definitely go to in the future, these are the most typical civilization front missions. Facing this kind of garrison mission, let alone Star Destroyer captains, even Galaxy captains often fall. Although Song Chi had already made corresponding guesses in his heart after hearing about these 4 types of garrison missions, and they were basically close to the actual situation, he still listened carefully. In addition to not missing this little time, he also knew in his heart that the other party had no bad intentions, and was really thinking about his younger generation. When the other party stopped talking, Song Chi nodded seriously. "Thank you, senior. I've noted it down. However, I have no intention of accepting the mission for the time being. I may formally attack the Galaxy ship in the near future." Hearing his answer, the old man's cloudy eyes suddenly raised. Yet he was just a little curious and concerned about Song Chi, who ranked 20th on the Shinhua Star Destroyer list. He was completely shocked now. He knew very well that the Longji Song family, which had just been established not long ago, had only a history of more than 5,000 years. As a rising star of the Song family, Song Chi would be even younger. At such a young age, he was already trying to attack the Galaxy ship. If he succeeded, Song Chi would no longer be regarded as a potential junior. Captain Xinghe, who is 3 or 4,000 years old. Potential junior? No, this is another supergiant in the near future of Shinhua civilization. Did not stay in the Shinhua Ancestral Temple for too long. Xianqin Longting City. Xianqin Royal Restaurant. In a guest room of the restaurant, Song Chi closed his eyes. After completing the official certification, the authority of Shinhua Seed was greatly improved. When he thought of this, he naturally couldn't help but want to personally investigate the specific changes. Shinhua Network, Xianqin River System Local Area Network. Star Destroyer Captain's exclusive communication channel. Shuwen Tongui. A new 7th level floating land of life has been discovered. The floating land is currently controlled by a special Mayfly life. I have discovered 4 7th level Mayfly masters. Are there any friends willing to form a team to go there? Shuwen Tongui. There are black confidentiality agreement parts on my ship. You can also go to War King Palace to notarize them, but I have to take 50% of the subsequent profits. Moonfall Woody. At Shuwen Tongui, private chat. Poison Fire Dragon Python. 1. A golden energy shield. Do any friends need it? Frost Silver Deer. Something happened in the Origin Divine Continent. Have you heard about it? Poison Fire Dragon Python. What? You are not talking about the Batian clan ruins, are you? Frost Silver Deer. Yes, you heard about it too? Poison Fire Dragon Python. It's false. I heard that there were some unusual movements in the ruins, and I believe everyone knows what is going on with the Batian clan ruins. It appears once every several thousand years, and it takes at least 200 years from the unusual movement of the ruins to the actual opening. It's still early. Immortal Firebird. I have heard that too. It is true. However, It is said that it has also alarmed a large number of Chaos Peak clans and the top civilization forces in the Broken Star Sea. As far as I know, the three-eyed god king of the three-eyed clan personally appeared in the Batian clan ruins. Frost Silver Deer. The Batian clan ruins have appeared many times in the world, and there are many peak clans in the middle. The Overlord civilization has set out its main force to explore. Why are they still so popular now? Shouldn't the civilization treasures in the ruins have been plundered long ago? The captain of the Frost Silver Deer was obviously promoted not long ago, and he has limited knowledge of the things on the Chaos God land. Immortal Firebird. Batian clan was a powerful and top clan millions of years ago. They occupied vast territories in both Chaos God land and Broken Star Sea. Such a transcendent clan would not lack foundation. Some people say that there is a chaos wonder left in the Batian clan ruins, which not only restricts mythical creatures from entering the Batian clan ruins, but also can attract various rare resources and wonders from the outside world to enter, and continuously replenish the items inside the ruins, so that the Batian clan ruins can be preserved for a long time. Watching the communication in the Star Destroyer Captain's exclusive communication group chat, Song Chi's eyes suddenly condensed. He caught a word he had never heard of before, or a level of wonder he had never heard of. Chaos Wonder. Before this, he had never heard of any information related to it. In his understanding, colorful extreme-level wonders are already the pinnacle of wonders in the Starry Sea. Even the Three Corpses Super Mecha Giant that was formed by the three human emperors hundreds of years ago, with their flagships, as far as he knows, was also derived from three pieces of the same origin colorful extreme-level components. Or is it a general term for all the wonders born from the Chaos God land? Before he could think about it, the captain of the Frost Silver Deer had already asked the question for him. Chaos Wonder? What is this? Is it another name for the colorful mythical wonder? His doubts were soon explained by many people. Without exception, those who spoke were those who had been in the Star Destroyer Captain stage for a very long time. The age of these Star Destroyer Captains was basically over 50,000 years old. Over the long years, whether it was the Human Emperor City, the Abyss Front, or the Star Sea Zerd Front, they had all been involved and understood many things. Chaos Wonder is not myth wonder, it is an existence that is even more beyond the colorful myth wonder. As the name implies, it can only be bred on the Chaos God land, and even with the vast size of the Chaos God land, it can only breed one piece every tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, and each piece has the ability to reach the sky and penetrate the earth. Sure enough, it is a wonder above the colorful myth. Just thinking about it, the voice in the Xinhua communication channel has sounded again. Speaking of this chaos wonder, you may all feel unfamiliar, but as long as you give an example, I believe everyone will suddenly understand. The foundation of our Xinhua human civilization, that is, the original Xinhua source, is a chaos wonder. If not, how could our Xinhua human civilization have grown all the way to the present in just 300,000 years? Hearing this, just as this person said before, the captains who originally had no specific understanding in their hearts, all had a light in their eyes. The original source of the flame, this is something they have heard since they were young. Long before they awakened the seed of the flame, and were still studying in the Fire Academy, their teachers at that time solemnly told them that the original source of the flame was the starting point of the entire fire human civilization. Now that I think about it, it is not surprising that the original fire source is a chaos wonder that surpasses the color extreme, and can build a fire network that even mythical creatures can hardly compete with, including the magical fire warship system, turning the infinite wonders of the Star Sea into corresponding shipboard parts, etc. After staying in this Star Destroyer Captain exclusive communication channel for a long time, Song Chi entered several other public communication channels one after another. In the end, it can be summarized as follows. In addition to the latest exclusive Star Destroyer Captain communication channel, after his own Fire Seed authority is upgraded, he can also hide his identity in various public group chats. This is not the kind of illusion of Mirage Dragon 1 Wapearl. As long as the Fire Authority is high enough, some clues can basically be found. The Concealment Authority he has obtained now will only be exposed when the 4 Great Emperors of Fire personally check it. In addition, even if the official personnel of the 4 Great Fire Ancestral Temples conduct an investigation, it is useless. In addition, he also found that he had obtained a permanent special discount authority. Although the discount is not high, only 10%, he can get a 10% discount no matter he trades in the official logistics department of the 4 empires, or the secret library of the 4 ancestral temples. For those resources or parts that often involve star destroyers, galaxy ships, and even superdimensional motherships, the cost that can be avoided by the 10% discount is extremely astonishing. After dealing with these, Tianxu Songqiong left Xianxin continent. Millions of light years away from Xianxin continent, somewhere deep in the desolate asteroid belt. With a weak space fluctuation, Song Qi, who recalled the battleship, disappeared out of thin air. Through the space anchor point, he first returned to the Dragon Ridge continent, and after saying hello to the ancestors and others, he was ready to start another retreat. Before, he had already vaguely touched the bottleneck of breaking through the LV-79 guidance technique. This time he retreated to break through in one fell swoop. Once the guidance technique breaks through LV-79, he can take advantage of the situation to try to let the Tianxu Songqiong hit the galaxy ship. Of course, before that, he went to Xinxia continent again, and once again expressed his desire to use the second opportunity to bathe in the 9th level floating land source energy tide. Compared with the last time, this time there is no need to worry about other things. He has already completed the report. Once there is news that the 8th level floating land is promoted to the 9th level floating land, the Xinhua Zuding can directly notify him through the Xinhua network, so he doesn't have to go to Xinxia continent in person to wait for news. Zhutian Market, above the sky. Inside the quietly hovering Tianxu Songqiong, with bursts of black light flashing, the Bagua furnace of creation remnant parts calmed down again. When the furnace cover was opened, 3 pills emitting brilliant light were already lying quietly inside. 3-turn golden body pill, all 3. With a previous personal experiment of the Azura Emperor, Song Qi had been thinking about this 3-turn golden body pill for a long time. Now that he had collected 3 strands of black fire, he naturally couldn't wait to refine it. After taking one of them and swallowing it, Song Qi sat in the main control room, and the dark energy in his body circulated rapidly, assisting in the rapid refining of the 3-turn golden body pill in his body. As time passed, Song Qi soon felt a stream of heat rising in his abdomen. Compared with the superclass bodybuilding potion, the effect of this 3rd transformation golden body pill is more overbearing. Even though he now has a 7th class physique, he still gets red all over under the explosive effect of the drug, and it seems that a lot of blood is gathering on his cheeks. Fortunately, Song Qi finally persisted. As the effect of the drug continued to spread, his body began to continue to transform. Endless energy continued to flow through his limbs and bones, transforming and strengthening every cell, flesh and blood, including bone marrow in his body. This process lasted for more than half a day, until Song Qi opened his eyes again. His eyes were shining, and his body seemed to have infinite divine power. Compared with the ordinary human body before, Song Qi only felt that he was like a Superman at the moment. Both his physique and his true spirit state mind in his body were strengthened several times. You must know that he is a 7th class life form. The strength of his physique and mind was already so strong that it was terrifying. Now it has been strengthened several times again, and the increase is not small. In addition, this 3rd turn golden body also brought him changes in his own guidance skills. Before, he had already torn a crack towards LV-79, but now he has really stepped half a foot into LV-79. He only needs to retreat for a period of time to break through LV-79. And he also clearly felt that with his transformation into a 3rd turn golden body, the speed of the operation of the psionic energy in his body has also been greatly improved, which means that the speed of his guidance skills will also be correspondingly improved in the future. Chapter 763. Witnessing the effect of the 3rd turn golden body with his own eyes, after spending some time to adapt to the changes in his body, Song Qi quickly returned to the Dragon Ridge continent. Dragon Ridge Sacred Mountain, Dragon Whale Hall on the mountain. With Song Qi's insistence, the chaotic mist enveloped the entire hall, completely isolating the inside and outside of the mountain. Xiao Qi, what happened? Under Song Qi's initiative, through the starry sky projection effect of the Dragon Whale Hall, Song Wujiang, Song Yin, and others, who were not in the Dragon Ridge continent at the moment all gathered in the hall in the form of projection. Song Qi did not speak, but directly took out the remaining 2 3rd turn golden body pills. Is this a new pill? The previous break the true immortal pill, life creation pill, true marrow pill, nourishing spirit pill, etc., have long been circulated among the younger generations of the family. The core members of the Song family have always known that Song Qi can refine pills in a special way. However, they all saw this elixir with brilliant light for the first time. Yes, this is 3rd turn golden body pill, can create a special physique 3rd turn golden body, and can also accelerate the practice of guiding technique. When Song Qi introduced it in detail, Song Xuan and others present were suddenly a little excited. Only those who have entered the level of Star Destroyer Captain can directly feel the difficulty of practicing the 7th level guiding technique. More than 1,000 years have passed, and there are still many special resources, but they have only advanced to the first level, not to mention how much headache. Like Song Xiuan, who was promoted later, although it has been hundreds of years now, the guiding technique is still at level 70, which can be said to be standing still. If what Song Qi said was not exaggerated, then with the transformed 3-turn golden body, plus the 7th level mist half-snake man currently bound to each of them, plus the heavenly star body forging fluid that can be provided stably in the future, this problem can be completely solved from the root. Later, Song Qi clearly explained the effect of 3-turn golden body, but when he proposed to contribute the remaining 2 3-turn golden body pills in his hand, Song Wujiang and others thought about it for a while, and shook their heads, and refused. 3 strands of black fire seed wonders can be refined into 3 3-turn golden body pills, which means that this kind of pill cannot be refined in large quantities. According to Song Wujiang, the family will make every effort to purchase black fire seed wonders that cannot be transformed into upgraded fire sources in the future. At that time, Song Qi only needs to refine them. As for the 2 pills now, it is best for him to deal with them himself. Song Qi has contributed too much to the family. With the current progress of Tianshu Songqiong, it is difficult for the Longji Song family to help much, but the family must not just ask for things. Finally, Song Qi gave the remaining 2 3rd-turn golden body pills to his parents. Compared with Shen Yuran, who has higher talent and faster cultivation, Song Hanyu, Song Ting, Song Chao, and Chen Lishao's cultivation speed is obviously much slower. Even with the accumulation of a large amount of resources provided by him, they have also entered the ranks of fearless captains, but this is not enough. According to the previous cultivation speed of the 2, it will be difficult to impact the Star Destroyer captain in the future, so it is necessary to use this 3rd-turn golden body in advance. As for Shen Yuran, Song Hanyu, Song Ting, Song Mingsong and others, their cultivation speed is okay, and they all have the blessing of the 6th-level mist half-snake man. It is not difficult to cultivate to LV69 before the deadline. Of course, if there is a chance to collect more black fire wonders, Song Qi will never be stingy in refining the 3rd-turn golden body pill. Zhu Tian Market, All Attribute Training Room. In the deepest compartment of the training room, Song Qi once again started a new retreat. Time passed, and 100 years passed in a flash. Coming out of the standard guiding technique training posture, Song Qi, who had been in retreat for 100 years, opened his eyes again. 100 years, all the way from LV78 to the peak of LV79, it's time. Thinking of this, Song Qi stepped out of the all-attribute training room. Outside, the sky of the market's secret realm. Standing high in the sky, Song Qi was seeing an attribute panel in front of him. His sight swept across the attribute panel and finally stopped at the last column of the panel. Required for upgrading: 500 strands of floating land origin, 7th level, market transaction volume of 1 million strands, 1128409/1000000, 1 master true spirit, a boundary-breaking stone, and 10 fixed void spirit crystals. After 100 years of seclusion, the last transaction volume for the promotion of the Zhutian market was finally met. In fact, this transaction volume had been completely met several years ago, but Song Qi wanted to wait until his own guidance technique completely reached the limit of the 7th level, so he didn't rush to promote it. Of course, there is another point besides this. Although the current market secret realm is still far from the original, the power of the 9th level of the master is enough to give Song Qi enough confidence, but the secret realm itself is located in the depths of the dark space of the virtual sea after all, and the Void Demon clan hiding here is a natural disaster clan as famous as the Star Sea Insect clan. If the market is really exposed because of the promotion, the troubles it faces are not just talk. In short, the silver quality hidden light platform is unlikely to have a concealing effect for the subsequent 8th level market, and Song Qi is unwilling to waste a precious 8th level golden apple on it. After all, using it to create a golden upgrade fire source will generate direct value several times that of this hidden light platform. Therefore, he can only find another similar component of higher quality. Buzz, accompanied by a slight spatial fluctuation, Song Qi disappeared from the sky. Dragon Ridge Continent, the foot of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Family Merit Building. The 100th floor of the Merit Building, which is also the top floor of the Longji Song Family Merit Building. This is a place that only a few core senior members of the Song family can set foot in, and it is also one of the highest secret vaults of the Song family that is openly displayed. As soon as he stepped into the 100th floor gate, an extremely sharp breath came to his face. It was not until he saw that the person coming was Song Qi that the 7th level breath quickly dissipated. At the same time, Song Chi's sight also caught the black shadow in the corner on the side. A 7th level void demon. The Song family is now the royal family of the Dragon Ridge Kingdom, and its foundation is enough to rank first class among the immortal families. The defense level of the family secret vault cannot be too bad. In addition to this 7th level void demon, there is also a 6th level clan member in the top floor. Seeing Song Chi, Song Tianshu smiled and stood up. Although he is Song Chi's great uncle, Song Chi is willing to give enough respect, but as the undoubted strongest person in the Song family, Song Tianshu certainly can't really take advantage of his status and regard himself as a great uncle. After Song Chi explained his purpose, Song Tianshu took out an item emitting golden light from the confidential storage cabinet behind him. Secondary Dimension Barrier LV0. Quality, Gold. Features, Secondary Dimension Barrier. It was the hidden and isolated wonder that he asked to purchase before he went into seclusion. Although the gold color is not high, it is enough to support the subsequent market to impact the 8th level. After receiving this item, Song Chi, who was anxious to be promoted to the market, did not intend to stay any longer. After greeting, he was ready to log in directly to the market. However, Song Tianshu called him unexpectedly. Under Song Chi's inquiring gaze, Song Tianshu stepped forward and handed him a storage capsule in his hand. Is this a black fire seed wonder? 6 strands. Where did so many come from? Scanning the interior of the storage capsule, when he saw that it contained 6 strands of fire seeds emitting black light, Song Chi was surprised. Before this, it took a long time for it to acquire it. Now, only 100 years have passed, and 6 strands have been sent from home. How can he not be surprised? After listening to Song Tianshu's explanation, he suddenly realized. Since he ensured the powerful effect of 3rd transformation golden body 100 years ago, the family saw the terrifying value of 3rd transformation golden body pill. For this reason, Song Wujiang and others discussed several times, and finally decided to use the 6th level Mist Half Snake Man and the 6th level Time World Fruit as bargaining chips. During this 100 years, the family successively traded 2 6th level Time World Fruit plus 2 6th level Mist Half Snake Men from several immortal families with deep heritage for 6 strands of Black Fire Seed Wonders. Of course, the 6 strands of Black Fire Seed Wonders are the kind that cannot be transformed into upgraded fire sources. This is certain. In addition, Song Tianshu added, Shao Qi, the ancestors said that the 3rd transformation golden body pill refined by these 6 strands of Black Fire Seeds only needs to be given to the family 4, and the remaining 2 can be distributed by you. In the market of all heavens, after refining the 3rd transformation golden body pill, Song Chi did not rush back to the Dragon Ridge continent, but directly started the market promotion. Are you sure you want to consume the above resources to upgrade the market level to LV80? Sure. Secondary Dimension Barrier has been loaded and strengthened to LV80. Song Chi started the formal promotion without hesitation. For a moment, boundless golden light enveloped the entire market space, and the market's secret realm itself began to vibrate continuously. Since it was not a true essential promotion like the 3rd to 4th, 6th to 7th, the time required for this promotion was half a year, which was naturally much longer than the initial time, but compared with the 10 years required for the 6th to 7th level before, it was insignificant. Half a year is not long, nor short. Song Chi will naturally not stay in this market all the time. With the characteristic of mind control, even if he is in the outside world, he can clearly perceive all the movements in the market of the heavens, without worrying about accidents that may occur during the promotion process. Time passed, and half a year passed in a flash. Song Chi was not in a very good mood during this half year. The second opportunity to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide that he applied for 100 years ago has not been responded to. Even though he had been mentally prepared before this, after all, the 8th level floating land is rare, not to mention that if you want to reach the 9th level, you still need the 8th level peak floating land, which is definitely not something you can encounter whenever you want, even if you have just included the entire 8-armed snake demon river system community into the territory. But 100 years is still a bit beyond expectations. Because of this, the breakthrough plan of Tianshu Sangqiong has obviously been postponed. Without the blessing of the 9th level floating land's origin energy tide, the success rate of promotion is still a bit low. When Song Chi entered the Zhutian market again, the area of the entire market's secret realm was far greater than before. In addition, the most intuitive feeling is the layer of dominance power surrounding him. Half a year ago, he was only at the ordinary 9th level, but now he has reached the peak of the 9th level, or even the limit. This means that in the future, when the market projection order is used, it will completely get rid of the half-step 9th level and reached the real 9th level combat power. This is undoubtedly great good news. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Song Chi's mind turned, and soon, he saw the detailed attribute panel of the Zutian market. Name, Zutian market. Market owner, Song Chi. Level, LV80. Specifications, 2000000 km, asterisk 2000000 km. Basic configuration, 100,000 shops, 110000 km asterisk 100000 km stall area, 1 4-story inn, 1 LV79 full attribute training room, efficiency doubled when practicing psionic energy, 1 LV79 psionic energy protection array, 1 LV79 ultra-long-range space door random delivery platform, 1 rank 7 spiritual machine synthesis platform, 1 rank 7 strange object origin improvement platform, 1 LV79 Zutian teleportation platform. Additional configuration, secondary barrier, gold, LV80, rank 6 bloodline baptism platform, red, Kingdom of God mission platform, gold, LV. 80, 11:30 seconds. Feature, avoid danger, can move freely in the void, avoid natural disasters in the dark. Feature 2, space anchor point, can set 7 coordinate anchor points in any star field of the broken star sea. Feature 3, domination status, in the market, has the power of domination. Feature 4, mind control, in the outside world, can also have absolute control over the market. Feature 5, world anchoring space gate, every 100 years, it can anchor and connect to a piece of star sea life floating land with a level not higher than the market's secret realm itself, and the connecting space gate can last up to 24 hours. Required for upgrading, 100 strands of floating land origin, 8th level, market transaction amount of 100,000 strands of 8th level floating land origin, 1 8th level master true spirit. Song Chi frowned as he checked the detailed attribute panel of this 8th level market. It is not difficult to see from this attribute panel that the changes caused by the promotion of the market this time are not big. At least the floors of the inn have not changed, which means that the market has not derived new market tokens. This disappointed Song Chi, who was originally quite expectant, but when he thought that the dominant power given by the market itself had been upgraded to the peak of the 9th level and the space anchor point had been increased again, he soon calmed down. At least what should be expected is still waiting, which is enough. In addition, he did not ignore the new feature. World Anchor Space Gate. Looking at its introduction, it seems to overlap with the role of the space anchor point, but as long as you think about it carefully, you can find the difference between the two. The space anchor point needs Song Chi himself to be present to set it up, and only he can teleport later. This World Anchor Space Gate is different. It can randomly anchor a piece of live floating land autonomously, and connect with it through a special space gate. With the help of this space gate, all creatures in the market can go to the anchored live floating land on the opposite side. As for what can be done after that, there are many things that can be done. A new floating land of life always has its value, right? As for the fact that the anchoring space gate can only last for 24 hours, Song Chi actually has a solution in mind, which is to cooperate with the Heavenly Transmission Platform and build a Heavenly Transmission Platform on the opposite floating land within the 24 hours of the space gate. In this way, in the future, only this Heavenly Transmission Platform needs to be guarded, and the creatures in the market can freely go to this floating land of life. Thinking of this, Song Chi has already built a complete plan in his mind to utilize the characteristics of this world anchoring space gate. When activating this world anchor space gate in the future, he will finally choose to conduct transactions in the market. In this way, he can completely issue tasks to let the thousands of alien races in the market explore the floating land of life opposite the space gate first, and even use these alien races to fully explore the value of the floating land of life. In addition, he can also let the alien races complete the initial exploration and determine that there is no powerful civilization or ethnic group behind the floating land, and then let his own people go there for colonization and development. Although this plan is only his initial idea, there is still a lot of room for improvement and perfection in the future, but overall there is a lot of room for improvement. After all, there are now many powerful forces or civilizations such as Wizard Civilization, Ancient Dwarf Civilization, Supreme Taoist Tradition of the God Realm Continent, and the 8th level Belief God Moon Goddess Alun in the market of the heavens. It is a waste not to use such a powerful lineup. After that, he went to the market inn and the teleportation platform of the heavens respectively. Although the number of floors in the inn has not increased, and no new market tokens have been bred, the number of market projection token and market walking token has increased to a certain extent. After his final confirmation, The number of market gate rooms on the second floor of the inn has increased from 200 to 500, the number of market walking rooms has increased from 100 to 200, and the number of market projection rooms has also increased from 10 to 20. This also means that the number of the 3 market tokens has been increased accordingly. After the heavenly teleportation platform is strengthened to LV80, the number of sub-teleportation platforms that can be derived has also increased to 50. The increase is not large, but for the World Anchor Space Gate that can only be opened once every 100 years, it can be used for a very long time. After understanding all the changes in the market, Song-Chi strengthened the ultra-long-range Space Gate random deployment platform, all-attribute training room, phantom energy protection array, etc. to LV81 after another, and then he did not stay in the market for long. Although the training blessing provided by the 8th level all-attribute training room has reached a new level, his current guidance technique has been stuck at the peak of LV79, and he will need a long period of retreat in the future, which cannot be broken through in a short time. In comparison, he is more concerned about when the second opportunity to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide will come. In addition, he is entangled with the time source crystal in his hand, which is exactly 3.5 kilograms. 3500 G, which means that it can completely avoid the 3,500-year buffer time of the strange object. During this time, the mythical transmutation effect of devouring sky python transmutation can be cooled directly. It just so happens that the Tianqiu Songqiong is preparing to impact the Galaxy ship. Once the promotion is successful, all the colored parts on the warship will be strengthened to LV100. However, the premise of this is that as the captain, he must first upgrade the seed of the fire to 3 colors. This is what Song-Chi is struggling with now. Should he let the effect of mythology transformation cool down directly, and then use it to evolve a strand of colored lower-level upgraded fire source for himself? Or wait, and see whether the 8th level void demon that has been sent to the ruins of the fairyland continent can find a strand of wood fire, so that the incomplete strand of Samadhi true fire in his hand can be completely transformed into a perfect form. According to Song-Chi's own speculation, the complete Samadhi true fire must be a colorful myth-level upgraded fire source. After struggling for a long time, Song-Chi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the Tianqiu Songqiong has not been upgraded yet, so there is no rush. If the 8th level void demon can collect wood fire in advance, everything will be solved naturally. Later, Song-Chi quietly waited for news from the Xinhua Zuding. Fortunately, the result was not too bad. After several years, news finally came from the Xianqin Xinhua Ancestral Hall. The news of the impact on the 9th level floating land that he had been waiting for a long time finally arrived. Chapter 764. Holy Temple Federation, Monto River System, the ancestral land of the immortal giant Klein family, Monto Continent, will try to upgrade to the 9th level floating land in 20 years. Song-Chi smiled as he scanned the message sent directly from the Xinhua network to his Xinhua seed account. The Holy Temple Federation is located at the westernmost side of the Xinhua human civilization territory, and is the farthest away from the Xianqin divine dynasty at the easternmost side, but there is a 20-year buffer in between, so there is plenty of time. This is the advantage of registration and filing. After receiving this news, Song-Chi set off immediately, rushing all the way, and finally spent nearly 10 years to finally arrive at the ancestral land of the Holy Temple Federation, the Holy Temple Continent. As the capital continent of the Holy Temple Federation, one of the 4 major empires of Xinhua, the foundation of the Holy Temple Continent is not much different from that of the Xianqin divine dynasty. The supercontinent, which spans over 3 million light-years, stretches across the starry sky. It is a super-large river system in itself. The feeling is indescribable whether you look at it from a distance or up close. However, Song-Chi's destination this time is not this super-light floating land that has already reached the peak of level 9. After arriving at the huge transmission transfer base in the starry sky outside the floating land, he quickly replaced a transmission star gate. After the violent space fluctuations, the Tianqiu Songqiong once again crossed tens of millions of light-years and arrived at the Monto River System. The Monto River System is not large, with a diameter of only more than 900,000 light-years. At the beginning, there were many immortal families in this river system, but since the Klein family had a galaxy captain, this situation has slowly begun to change. In the long years that followed, this family that had ascended to the level of the immortal giants began to expand step by step. Although they did not dare to suppress it openly with force due to the warnings from the Ackermann family above them, the power of the immortal giants was too strong. After tens of thousands of years of secretly squeezing their living space, the other immortal families in the river system could not bear it after all, and they had moved away one after another tens of thousands of years ago. Today, The Monto River system has long been the home of the Klein family. This was before the start of the Civilization War. In the previous Civilization War, the Klein family also gained a lot. Not only did they use the territory they gained in the 8-armed Snake Demon River system community to reach an agreement with the immortal families in the Monto River system adjacent to the Monto River system, and the two sides exchanged territories. Today, the Klein family has completely controlled the two major river systems of Monto and Monso, and also has some territory in the 8-armed Snake Demon River system community. The family's power and foundation are extremely amazing. In the main control room of the Tianqiu Songqiong, Song Qi was quickly learning about the relevant information of the Klein family. If he didn't care about the previous information, then the new information listed by the Cheongtian intelligent brain shocked his heart. Walden Klein, one of the two galaxy captains of the Klein family, and the first galaxy patriarch of the Klein family, is rumored to be promoted to level 9 with the help of the Monto continent and attack the transdimensional mothership. Although in the past 400 or 500 years after the end of the Civilization War, there have been many examples of extreme galaxy captains trying to attack the transdimensional mothership, and many of them have succeeded. For example, the Lord of the Big Dipper Hall Tanlang, the first director of Xianqin Heavy Industry Group, the old director of Yanwang Financial Group, etc. But this is also compared to the fact that there have been only 5 transdimensional captains in the past 300,000 years of Xinhua civilization. If we really consider the current large number of Xinhua warships of Xinhua civilization, it is still extremely rare. After a brief emotional fluctuation, Song Qi soon returned to calm. After more than 300,000 years of accumulation, the number of extreme galaxy captains in Xinhua civilization was not small. With the victory of the previous Civilization War, the entire 8-armed Snake Demon River system was included in the territory map, and it was expected that there would be such a wave of explosive climax. Moreover, Xinhua civilization is now trying to impact the hegemony-level civilization, and it originally needs enough 9th-level combat units to support the trunk of the entire civilization. The flagship of an extreme galaxy captain impacted the 9th level. This major event was not only mobilized within the Klein family. In addition to the Klein family's other galaxy captain personally sitting in the sky of the Monto continent, with the blessing of the original will of the floating continent itself, it can support enough time even if there are 9th-level creatures coming to interfere. In addition, the Akelman Tianzhu royal family also personally dispatched a royal main fleet, and the fleet commanders were 2 galaxy captains. This lineup is enough to ensure that there will be no accidents in the subsequent promotion of the Monto continent. The time of Song Qi's arrival was also strictly checked by the Akerman royal fleet. Fortunately, he had obtained the certificate issued by the Xinhua Zuding in advance, and was not blocked. High-dimensional land, Chaos God land. In the depths of the vast sky, majestic stars hang high, and the power of materialized avenue rules appears between them, like the eyes of gods, overlooking every corner of the wild continent below. The terrifying chaos storm raged on the surface of the vast and boundless wild continent. When the storm swept, its powerful gravitational field easily covered dozens of light years around. This kind of chaos storm that can be seen everywhere in the Chaos God land, even if the mythical creatures are caught in it, they will feel a lot of trouble. Although it cannot pose a fatal threat to those mythical creatures that are high above, it is inevitable that they will be injured. There are even super chaos storms with a diameter of more than tens of thousands of light years, and a gravitational field of more than 1,000,000 light years. This level of chaos storm can only be avoided by hiding in a high-level chaos city. Otherwise, even if a mythical being is deeply trapped in it, it can only suffer regret. In the long years of Chaos God continent, this situation is not uncommon, and it can even be said to happen from time to time. In the towering city, that is thousands of light years high, and even more than tens of light years wide, it is built entirely of the strongest material, Chaos Stone. 3 characters of Xinhua humanity are engraved on the wall above the giant city gate. Human Emperor City. This towering city, that stretches across the wild land, and has stood for more than hundreds of thousands of years, is the only station of Xinhua human civilization in Chaos God continent. But even with such a towering city, that is almost impossible to break through, the number of captains sacrificed by Xinhua civilization on this Chaos God land every year is still countless. It is really that this Chaos God land is too dangerous. Chaos storms can be seen everywhere. There are endless numbers of chaos beasts, the domineering and unparalleled peak tribes, and the hegemonic civilizations gathered in the Godland. All of this has created this supercontinent, which is suspected to be located in the Chaos God land in the high-dimensional space. On this day, 2 giant black shadows flew out of the human Emperor City that soared into the sky. These are 2 supergiant Xinhua warships, one after the other, and they rushed out of the human Emperor city one after another. However, although the captains of these two warships are terrifying and their lengths are more than 100 million miles, even so, none of the hundreds of millions of Shinhwa captains in the city noticed that the two giant warships rushed out of the human Emperor city quietly. Buzz buzz buzz. After rushing out of the human Emperor city for a long distance, the two super battleships started the space jump almost at the same time. Strong space fluctuations appeared around their hulls, but for this boundless chaos god land, this degree of space fluctuations is not worth mentioning at all. Those chaotic storms that spread all over the god land and were spawning or dissipating every moment, the space fluctuations they created were almost everywhere and far exceeded the movement caused by the current jump of the two battleships. After the violent fluctuations, the two battleships quickly disappeared at low altitude, and when they reappeared, they were already hundreds of light years away. If Song-chi was here, he would be surprised to see this scene. Because the two giant Shinhwa battleships are both superdimensional motherships, which are the 9th level battleships in the Shinhwa battleship system, and their targets are the 9th level dominant creatures. This level of Shinhwa warship should be able to jump at least millions of light years each time. Even if the jump parts they are equipped with are inferior, the difference will not be too big. The current hundreds of light years are really unreasonable. However, seeing that the two superdimensional motherships are still advancing normally, they are obviously used to it. Human Emperor City, Human Emperor Palace. In the depths of the palace, two figures sat quietly here, their eyes were closed, and they seemed to be remotely controlled by divine thoughts. There were no outsiders in the palace at this time, so the two people with closed eyes had no scruples. Only one of them said at this time, "The 10,000 times space of this chaos god continent is still so overbearing. I haven't felt it for more than 2,000 years. I'm not used to it now." Who said it's not? That is, the Batian clan ruins is not too far from the human Emperor city, more than 300,000 light years. Counting the transfer station set up more than 100,000 years ago, it will take at most 2 years. Hurry up and get going. This plan is still very important. If we can really catch up, we have to compete with other tribes. After all, if there is that thing among them, one of us will benefit greatly from it in the future. More than a year later, two superdimensional motherships that had been hiding their tracks arrived at the outskirts of a Chaos Mountain range. It was a real Chaos Mountain range. The peaks hundreds of light years high were just ordinary ones in it. Thousands of such towering mountains spread and connected, as if a mythical black dragon was crawling here. Even if you just look at it from a distance, a vast breath will instantly hit you. Two giant warships, with a length of hundreds of millions of kilometers, seem so small in front of this mythical dragon-like mountain range. Even a chaos stone in this mountain range is much larger than them. And it is in the depths of this chaos mountain range that the most valuable relics of the Batian clan are hidden. Without stopping for long, the engines of the two superdimensional motherships roared and quickly swept towards the depths of the mountains ahead. After a short time, they disappeared one after another in the rolling mountains. Compared with the two superdimensional motherships hiding in the depths of the void, there are a large number of creatures of various races around them, including the mountain giant apes with red and green bodies, as if carrying an ancient mountain, and the Rakshasa holding the blood sickle. Like the two superdimensional motherships, they were attracted by the abnormal movement of the ruins more than 100 years ago. Ignoring these alien races, the two superdimensional motherships swept all the way, only thinking about reaching the Batian relics as soon as possible. A few months later, deep in the mountains, the two superdimensional motherships hid deep in the void, and the advance that lasted for several months finally stopped. Looking straight ahead along the warship, you can see a large number of figures standing deeper in the mountains. They are all creatures of various races in the Star Sea who arrived first, including a small number of native peak races in the Chaos God land. Because the occupation of the 8-armed snake demon river system community has long been spread in the Chaos God land, and there are rumors that the Shinhwa civilization is about to impact the hegemonic civilization, the current Shinhwa human civilization is more like being deliberately pushed to the forefront by certain civilization forces. In the past few hundred years, the Shinhwa captain in the human emperor city has rarely left the city, and even if he goes out, he will try his best to cover up his own tracks. Similarly, unless necessary, the two superdimensional motherships are unwilling to expose themselves. After hovering in place, a burst of 3-color brilliance flashed in the superdimensional mothership on the left. The replica color lower-level all-category information collector component was activated. As the component's characteristic abilities were activated, time passed slowly. Until half an hour later. In the depths of the Human Emperor Palace in the Human Emperor City. How is it? Was the collection successful? After this inquiry, a reply came from the palace soon. Okay, It is indeed the movement made by the Batian clan ruins, and the specific opening time is 90 years later. 90 years, just in time. It seems that we have to plan carefully. Ing-yi, you should return to the Xianqin continent as soon as possible and inform them of this news. In addition, let the Xinhua Supreme Think Tank give an implementation plan as quickly as possible. The last time this Batian clan ruins was opened was 15,000 years ago. With such a long time, it is very likely that there is that thing in it. Well, those little guys on the Star Destroyer King list can also be notified. Apart from anything else, at least the few people who have the battleship clone parts must participate. Don't underestimate this group of younger generations. The fate of some of them would be exciting even for us back then. Monto Continent, Daokong Mountain. This is a special mountain that looks like an inverted mountain. It is also the location that Xinhua Zuding has granted Song Qi to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide for the second time. As a place where the origin energy can be ranked in the top 15 on this Monto continent, Song Qi is very satisfied with this place. With its superior location and the terrifying volume of the subsequent 9th level energy tide, this place is bound to provide a good promotion success rate for the subsequent promotion of Tianxu Sangqiong, plus the various resources he has prepared before. In addition, there is the time reverse feature of the time chessboard component after the promotion to the color extreme position. Song Qi is basically 99.99% confident that Tianxu Sangqiong will be promoted successfully. The only thing that made him not very satisfied was that there were many core promotion points in the area not far from the Daokong Mountain. It was a rare opportunity to upgrade a level 8 floating land to level 9, so these promotion points were naturally occupied by people early on. Being so close to each other, although it would not affect the increase in the success rate of the Tianxu Sangqiong's promotion, Song Qi was afraid that the Tianxu Sangqiong would be disturbed during the promotion process. The Tianxu Sangqiong was promoted from a star destroyer to a galaxy ship, so it would take longer than others, and would be more susceptible to interference from outsiders. With the Holy Temple Federation Royal Fleet maintaining order, the possibility of this happening was very small, but Song Qi had to be on guard. In the end, he could only summon the Ashura King, who was unwilling at first. A 9th level slave creature was sitting in the center, which was enough to make the captains around dare not approach easily. Deep in the core of the floating land, where the origin core of the Monto continent was located, as Wilton Klein threw out one floating land origin core after another in his hand, after fusing these origin cores, the origin core of the Monto continent was rapidly expanding. Under this change, the entire surface of the Monto continent began to produce a chain reaction. A slight earthquake was sweeping across the entire floating land of hundreds of thousands of light years, and strands of energy tides began to blow. Gradually, the energy density on the entire floating land was growing rapidly. However, just before the floating land was about to be promoted, Song Qi's eyes suddenly condensed. Just now, a message prompt from the Xinhua network popped up in his mind. After sinking his mind into the Xinhua Zuqiao, he soon saw a new recruitment information from the Xinhua network. Recruitment information? How could it be a forced recruitment information? What was suddenly said to his Xinhua network account was a forced recruitment information from the Xinhua ancestral court of Xianqin. Dear King Qiongyu, the master of Tianxu Sangqiong, and Captain Song Qi of the Star Destroyer, hello, I am now calling you by the order of the Xinhua ancestral court of Xianqin Divine Dynasty. Please gather at the Xinhua ancestral court of Xianqin Longting City in 80 years. This mission is a civilization front mission. Please make all preparations. If you don't come, you will bear the consequences. Xianqin Xinhua ancestral court. Suddenly, Song Qi's heart sank. In theory, he had just registered with the ancestral court of the Divine Dynasty for more than 100 years, and he should never be forced to accept the mission, not to mention that it was a civilization front mission, which was the most intense garrison mission. Could it be that one of the civilizations is in a tight spot? Star Sea Zerg, or the Bottomless Abyss? Or Human Emperor City? Just as his thoughts were racing, a large number of flaming meteors began to fall from the sky of Monto continent. They were a large number of asteroids and floating land fragments that the Klein family had prepared in advance for thousands of years. At this moment, as they were captured by the gravitational field of Monto continent, it also meant that the promotion of the floating land had officially begun. Seeing this, Song Qi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter what it is, it will be 80 years later. As the saying goes, when the enemy comes, the general will stop it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. The combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong has already reached an astonishing level, not to mention that it is already at the promotion node. As long as he can be promoted successfully this time, as long as he can enter the ranks of the Galaxy ship, plus the Tianqiu city that has already completed the promotion, no matter what it is, he will have the strength to fight. At least he has the confidence to retreat unscathed. Thinking of this, he no longer thought about it, and his eyes fell on the Tianqiu Sangqiong. The floating land beneath my feet is continuing to expand. At this point, the promotion of Monto continent is basically a foregone conclusion. The 9th level floating land origin energy tide is coming. Chapter 765. The warm energy was carried by the breeze, and blew to every corner of the floating land. Just like the rising tide, it washed the coast again and again. Wherever it passed, every part of the floating land would be full of vitality under the influence of the rich energy tide. Those special energy gathering areas on the surface of the floating land would even produce layers of white fog, which was the manifestation of a large amount of pure energy highly concentrated. In such areas, the energy concentration is often hundreds or thousands of times that of other areas. On the top of a mountain that looks like an inverted mountain, a star destroyer with a length of nearly 20,000 kilometers was quietly hovering. As the surrounding pure energy of the dense mist continued to flow in, the promotion success rate on the battleship promotion task panel inside the battleship was constantly changing. Through the ethereal body left in the battleship's main control room, Song Qi, who stood on the shoulder of the Azura King above his head, was paying close attention to the battleship's own promotion success rate. Warship promotion mission, Tianqiu Sangqiong. Current promotion success rate, 75.1001%. Initial 0.0001% plus bathing in the blood of the 9th level Father of Truth 11% plus bathing in the blood of the 9th level 8-armed snake demon 6% plus bathing in the blood of the 8th level 8-armed snake demon, and the 8th level Star Sea Giant 4% plus bathing in the blood of the 7th level 8-armed snake demon, and the 7th level Star Sea Giant 1.1% plus Chaos Blood 7% plus 9th level Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone 13% plus Special Energy Crystal 6% plus 7th level Blood Core 2% plus 9th level Domination Source Blood 12% plus Special Resource Formula 10% plus Blood of the 8th level Peak Evil God 3%. Special Resource Formula for Promotion 3/3 Dragon Blood Stone *1, Earth Mother Stone *1, Law Source Core *1. Additional promotion resources: 9th level Dominant Source Blood, Chaos Blood, 9th level Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone, 8th level Peak Evil God Blood, 7th level Blood Core, Special Energy Crystal. Bathing in the Blood of Aliens, 9th level Father of Truth, 11%, 9th level 8-armed Snake Demon, 6%. 75.1001%. This number is by no means low. The Tianqiu Sangqiong was promoted to a Galaxy ship. When all star destroyers that attack Galaxy ships generally have a promotion success rate of 20% to 30%, being able to achieve a promotion success rate of 75% is definitely something that outsiders dare not even think about. But for Song Qi, this is indeed a far from high promotion success rate. You should know that when attacking the star destroyer before, the promotion success rate of the Tianqiu Sangqiong finally reached 97%. Of course, Song Qi also knows that this cannot be compared. The dreadnought attacking the Star Destroyer and the Star Destroyer attacking the Galaxy ship are completely two different concepts. The difficulty between the two is already very different. The difficulty coefficient of a Xinhua warship continues to be promoted to a higher level. However, this 75% does not yet take into account the blessing of the Floating Land Origin Tidal Energy. Under the baptism of the 9th level Floating Land Origin Energy Tide, the promotion success rate of the Tianqiu Sangqiong is still changing. Current promotion success rate, 75.1001%. Current promotion success rate, 76.7081%. Current promotion success rate, 79.6885%. Current promotion success rate, 80.8861%. As the energy tide rises and falls, the peak of the battleship's promotion success rate is gradually rising. When the success rate is fixed at 80.8861%, Song Qi's eyes narrowed above the sky, and then he started the battleship's official promotion without hesitation. He knew very well that 80% was far from the upper limit of the bonus that the 9th level Floating Land Origin Energy Tide could provide this time, but because he did not plan for a single success from the beginning, he had to reserve some buffer time for the second chance provided by the 7th level Time Realm Fruit later. Buzz buzz buzz. As the Tianqiu Sangqiong officially started its promotion, the warship's hull began to shake violently, and bursts of light emanated from the warship's hull. Seeing this scene, Song Qi's breath completely stopped for a moment. Although the 80% promotion success rate is not low, the risk is still not small. Facing the one-time deal of warship promotion, he had to worry. This process did not last too long. The continuously vibrating hull suddenly stagnated. Song Chi's eyes trembled a little. He immediately noticed that the light on the hull of the warship below had dissipated, as if the entire warship was wrapped in a layer of gray. This was a sign of the failure of the warship's promotion. Fortunately, this scene only lasted for a moment. The 7th level time realm fruit that had been integrated into the hull of the Tianqiu Sanqiong took effect immediately, and the hull that had turned gray began to regain its brilliance. Then the hull of the warship vibrated again, and the second promotion attempt had begun. Song Chi took a quick glance. At this time, the external energy tide had basically reached its peak, and the success rate of the warship's promotion had soared to 82.008%. In the sky, Song Chi concentrated. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous at the moment. But if he was nervous to the point of losing his composure, that was not the case. After all, even if the second promotion still failed, he still had the third insurance time chessboard. Specifically, it should be the time reversal feature of the time chessboard. Let everything return to 10 seconds ago. At that time, the Tianqiu Sanqiong will not only be able to start the third impact attempt again, but even the 7th level time realm fruit that has been used can be restored, which means that it can have 2 more impact opportunities. If not, he would not have rushed to upgrade the warship at a point where the success rate of promotion was less than 80%. In fact, the result was far from the last step. A few seconds later, the hull of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, which had been impacted for the second time, suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and then the hull of the warship began to expand rapidly. The second promotion of the Tianqiu Sanqiong was undoubtedly successful. At present, it is transforming from a star destroyer to a galaxy ship. In a short period of time, the captain, which was less than 20,000 kilometers, directly increased by 100 times. When the expansion of the warship was completely over, Song Chi found that the captain of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, which was promoted to a galaxy ship, reached an astonishing 2.1 million kilometers. This undoubtedly proved that the Tianqiu Sanqiong was far superior to its peers. Many colorful myth parts, many golden and black parts, these are far beyond the reach of those newly promoted galaxy ships. It is no exaggeration to say that even the old-fashioned galaxy ships that have stayed in the galaxy ship stage for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, are most likely not as well equipped as the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Not paying too much attention to these, Song Chi even used the Ruisuation pot to control the warship's hull to shrink to a length of 1 million kilometers as soon as he boarded the Tianqiu Sanqiong. This is the hull length of a normal galaxy ship, which can also avoid the attention of the outside world to the greatest extent. After entering the main control room of the warship, Song Chi began to carefully look at the overall changes of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. First of all, needless to say, after being promoted to a galaxy ship, the warship itself has an additional galaxy gun slot and a second star destroyer gun slot, and the number of super main guns, and secondary guns has also doubled. Apart from these, the module projection of the 16 secondary guns has soared from 10,000 times when it was a star destroyer to 100,000 times. In other words, once a secondary gun is loaded on the 16 secondary gun slots, it will simultaneously project 100,000 secondary guns with the same attributes in various areas of the ship. If all 16 secondary guns are loaded, it will be equivalent to 1,600,000 secondary guns. Even if the power of the secondary guns is limited, such a large number of artillery fire can also cause great deterrence, especially when facing enemies like the Star Sea Zerg, which are known for their numbers. The number of ship guns is the eternal truth. In addition, after being promoted to a galaxy ship, the attribute blessing of the warship hull on all basic components has been further improved, from 500% to 600% when it was a star destroyer. There is no doubt that with this successful promotion, the combat power of the Tianqiu Sanqiong has once again undergone a round of essential transformation. At present, the only shortcoming that Song Chi can think of may be the limitation of his own seed of fire. The black fire seed is not weak, but for a galaxy ship, the upper limit of its component enhancement has reached the 10th level. If there are no colored mythical components on the Tianqiu Sanqiong, it will be fine, but it means that it cannot be enhanced to LV100. The key is that there are already 7 colored components on the Tianqiu Sanqiong, and he has 2 mythical souls in his hands, which are enough to enhance 2 components to LV100. Although there are only 2 pieces, the combat power it can enhance is unimaginable. It can be said that the combat power of the newly promoted Tianqiu Sanqiong can only be regarded as a senior galaxy ship, But once two of its components can be enhanced to LV-100, it can immediately take another step forward and enter the threshold of the Extreme Galaxy ship. Even if it is just the most junior type among the Extreme Galaxy ships, it is definitely not comparable to the Senior Galaxy ships. Why not use the Time Source Crystal? Instinctively, this idea emerged in Song Chi's heart again. As long as he is not stingy with this Time Source Crystal, he can immediately use the deformation of the sky-swallowing python to create a ray of colorful lower-level upgraded fire source. But in a blink of an eye, he quickly shook his head. The sudden call from the God Dynasty Shinhua Zooting is a bit strange, but as I said, he still has 80 years. Instead of worrying about this, it is more important to think about how to break through his own guidance technique to LV-80 in the next few decades. After all, if the guidance technique does not break through, then he can only be regarded as a quasi-galaxy captain. Let alone the full combat power. I am afraid that even 50% of the combat power of the Tianqiu Sanqiong will be difficult to exert. Of course, before that, he had to go to the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. Although the 8th level Void Demon and the Mirror Battleship were there, it was not enough. The Emperor of Azura had to be sent there as well. Only in this way would the chance of finding the wood fire in the following decades be greater. The battleship engine was already roaring. Under his control, the Tianqiu Sanqiong was about to soar into the sky and fly outside the Monto continent. At this time, an extremely shocking energy fluctuation suddenly emerged in the distance. Turning his head, he saw a light column with a terrifying diameter piercing the sky from the surface until it broke out of the Monto continent and disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. This sudden scene made Song Chi pause. This is a 9th level energy fluctuation. Feeling the strong energy fluctuation spreading all the way, he could conclude that the energy fluctuation emitted in the center of the sky-high light column must be of the 9th level. Regarding this unusual movement, he could only think of one thing, that is, Wilton Klein's ship had completed the promotion. Only a newly promoted superdimensional mothership could make such a commotion. But before he could completely confirm the conclusion he had just reached, the pillar of light in the distance suddenly dimmed and then completely dissipated into nothingness. Failed. Occupying the core space of the most core of a 9th level floating land, it still failed to escape the result of failure. Song Chi frowned, because the joy of the successful promotion of the Tianqiu Sanqiong had also dissipated for the most part, and only sighed in his heart. The successful promotion of the Tianqiu Sanqiong was certainly gratifying, but he thought more long-term. An immortal giant family with a heritage of more than 100,000 years, the foundation is definitely not simple, and with the help of a 9th level floating land promotion, it still failed to succeed in promotion. From this point, it is not difficult to see how difficult it is for the Galaxy ship to be promoted to a superdimensional mothership. He had to include the Tianqiu Sanqiong in the mix. You have to know that after this promotion, the Tianqiu Sanqiong will no longer have legendary resources like Time Realm Fruit to guarantee promotion in the future, which means that the difficulty of impacting the superdimensional mothership in the future will increase exponentially. As a captain, how can he not feel the same? After sighing for a long time, the Tianqiu Sanqiong still resolutely broke through the floating land shield of the Monto continent. The future will be difficult, that's for sure, but people always have to look forward. Apart from anything else, at least he is only over 3,000 years old now, and there is still a long time to consider and prepare for this matter in the future. In addition, you have to think on the bright side, at least Big Dipper Palace. Xianxin Heavy Industry Group, including the Tianzhu royal family of the Four Empires, have captains who have successfully promoted to superdimensional motherships. In addition, didn't the ancestor of the Tantai family succeed in promotion more than 100 years ago? Although he was promoted to a galaxy ship, this fully illustrates one point. With the energy tide blessing derived from the advanced floating land, the chance of successful promotion is still much higher than the chance of failure, so there is no need to be too pessimistic. In the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent, in the eternal dark environment, a star destroyer hidden in the void is speeding at full speed. At this time, a weak space fluctuation suddenly came from the main control room of the battleship, and Song Chi appeared out of thin air. Ignoring the unchanging dark environment outside, he waved his hand to summon the Emperor of Azura from the dimensional space stone. He once again gave the replica Sky Intelligence Brain an order to accelerate the action, and search for the whereabouts of Woodfire first, and then chose to land in the market again. At this time, the forward route of the mirror warship is to the other part of the Heavenly Fate compass plate that was traced back when it first came to the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. Because of the spatial suppression of the star continent itself, and the fact that the mirror warship has been transferred by Song Chi from time to time in recent years, it will take some time to reach the destination. In this regard, Song Chi, who feels that time is not enough, will naturally not stay here for long. He just prays silently in his heart, hoping to gather the missing wood fire before going to the Xianqin Xinhua Zooting to gather stone fire, wood fire, air fire. Although these three special flames are unique to the Immortal Realm continent, they are not unique. As far as Song Qi knows, these three flames were once distributed in many places on the Immortal Realm continent. It is precisely because of this that he has great confidence that he can gather all the three Samadhis of the Samadhi True Fire. Jutian Market, LV80 All Attribute Training Room. Song Qi, who had just come out of retreat, started a new retreat again. Beside him, the 7th level Mist Half-Snake Man stood quietly, providing some blessing for his subsequent practice. For him, who was already preparing to impact the LV80 of the guidance technique, the auxiliary bonus that the 7th level Mist Half-Snake Man could provide was actually very limited, but Song Qi, who was in urgent need of time, didn't care about so much. Even if he could only provide a little bit of blessing, it would also be good. Time was constantly passing, and 40 years passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Song Qi, who was practicing the daily guidance technique, suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel that his body had reached the most perfect state. Seeing the right time, he took the 100,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng fruit, and at the same time reached out and took out something from the storage capsule beside him. This is a heavenly star body forging liquid, and it is a heavenly star body forging liquid that has been neutralized with a 150,000-year-old deep-water clam pearl powder. It can be said that the value of this heavenly star body forging liquid alone is no less than a silver legendary item. Because the Song family is still unable to cultivate the heavenly star plant on their own, this heavenly star body forging liquid in their hands was exchanged from the Northern Dipper 7 Stars Hall at a considerable cost. As for the 150,000-year-old deep-water clam pearl, over the past thousands of years, he has cultivated thousands of batches of deep-water clam pearls in the cultivation secret realm, and this is the only one that has reached this 150,000-year-old. Song Qi had no expression on his face, and poured this heavenly star body forging liquid into his mouth. Then he closed his eyes again, and with the help of the huge heat rising in his body, he practiced the guiding technique with all his strength. Blood Spirit Ginseng Fruit. Heavenly Star Body Forging Liquid, which neutralizes 150,000-year-old deep-water clam pearls. These two are the best auxiliary breakthrough resources he can come up with at present. If he cannot take this opportunity to break through the level 80 of the guiding technique in one go, it will be difficult for him to complete this task in the next few decades. Therefore, although this time it is not to the extent of dying if he fails, it is also a desperate move, and he will not be allowed to be distracted at all. Time passed by every second, and Song Qi's body at this moment was like a small furnace, with his body as the center, and a hot breath continued to spread outward. This is a manifestation of excessive energy in the body, which is difficult for the body to contain. That is, he used Third Transformation Golden Body Pill to transform himself into a special physique of Third Transformation Golden Body in advance. Otherwise, it would not only continue to emit hot energy, but even his 7th level body could not withstand it. There is a high probability that he will explode directly because he cannot withstand the impact of this massive energy. Fortunately, the full attribute training room was powerful enough. Although these energies overflowed from Song Qi's body, they were always locked in the closed space of the training room, and would not cause other effects on the market itself. At a certain moment, Song Qi, whose whole body was red, suddenly opened his eyes, and the shadow of the double pupils appeared in his eyes. It seemed that something was torn apart. Then the life breath emanating from Song Qi's body began to surge until it completely broke through the 8th level threshold. Once the guiding technique broke through, his whole body began to rise sharply. The fiery red color on the surface of his skin began to fade slowly. This was a manifestation of his body's ability to withstand the surge. When he completely adapted to the 8th level guiding technique, Song Qi began to run the dark energy in his body at full speed. Suddenly, his whole body changed from a furnace that continuously released tremendous heat energy to a black hole that only swallowed energy. The rolling energy that had originally overflowed began to be absorbed into his body again. All of these energies were derived from the blood spirit ginseng fruit and the heavenly star body refining fluid. They were extremely gentle and easy to absorb. Once they were all absorbed back into the body, Song Qi's newly broken through 8th level guiding technique was completely stabilized. Chapter 766. This round of mild energy saved Song Qi a lot of time. After a few months, Song Qi successfully came out of retreat. Dragon Spine Kingdom, Dragon Spine Continent, Dragon Will Palace. Ha ha ha, good, you are worthy of being my Song family tiger. Shao Qi, congratulations. Congratulations to Shao-Chi, the Song family, and my Dragon Spine Kingdom. Shirshing, you are wrong. Since Shao-Chi has successfully become the captain of the galaxy, it should be renamed the Dragon Spine Dynasty. In the Dragon Whale Palace shrouded in chaotic fog, the core members of the Song family gathered together and laughed loudly, not hiding their joy. After all, Shang-Chi's successful promotion this time is not just his own business, but also the key to the re-upgrading of the entire Dragon Spine Song family. The Xinhua Kingdom. Only the Xinhua Kingdom with a Star Destroyer can be named a kingdom. Similarly, if a galaxy captain is born in a kingdom, then it can be upgraded to a dynasty. This is a complete inheritance system established by the Xinhua civilization over hundreds of thousands of years. However, one thing needs to be explained clearly. A complete inheritance system does not mean that it is perfect. Take a new problem that has arisen in the past few hundred years as an example. With the end of the Civilization War, the Xinhua civilization entered a period of high development. Xinhua warships continued to break through. In addition to the forces such as Beidou Qixing Hall and Xianqin Heavy Industry Group of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, there are also many forces under the three major empires that have superdimensional captains. Among them, the first king of the Shang Dynasty under the Xinxia Dynasty, who was also a civilization genius, who was ranked on the Xinhua Star Destroyer list nearly 200,000 years ago, successfully promoted from the Extreme Galaxy Captain to the Superdimensional Captain. Since there is a captain who surpasses the galaxy, but his own strength is far from being comparable to the other four empires, the title of Shang Dynasty has naturally been widely discussed. Finally, after the four empires jointly discussed, a new level, Xinhua Dynasty, was added above the Xinhua Dynasty and below the Xinhua Empire. After the Song family members calmed down, the discussion in the hall slowly subsided. At this time, the head of the family, Song Yiming, suddenly stood up. He took out a storage capsule, and when the capsule was opened, many golden objects appeared in front of everyone. Without Shang-Chi asking, Song Wujiang smiled and said, "Shao-Chi, we know your temper very well. Since you dare to try to be promoted, you must have enough confidence. So we took the lead in mobilizing the power of the family and purchased these ship gun parts in advance. See if you are satisfied." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Shang-Chi's face. The successful promotion of Tianxu Sangqiong left a galaxy cannon, a Star Destroyer cannon, 2 super main cannons, 4 main cannons and 8 secondary cannons, although he had made some preparations before that. For example, the mixed hull particle cannon he had acquired early, but the gap was still more than 10, which gave him a headache. Now that the family had made preparations in advance, it was obvious that he could save a lot of trouble. Light of Dawn. Red Phoenix Feather Cannon. Roaring Water Dragon Cannon. World-Destroying Copper Spear. After carefully checking the various ship gun parts in front of him, Shang-Chi finally kept 10 of them. The first one was the Galaxy Cannon Light of Dawn. Although he no longer thought much of the black-quality Galaxy Cannon, it was better to have it than not, and after being strengthened to level 90, its attributes were still very impressive. Light of Dawn LV90. Quality, Black. Features, Power increased by 640%. Feature 2, True Damage. Feature 3, Mark of Dawn. Feature 4, every attack from the main gun will trigger 2.5 times critical damage. Feature 5, Blazing Light Detonation. Feature 6, Light of Dawn. Consumption, 500,000/shot, PS, Attack, 54.89 trillion. Charge, 60 seconds, Buffer, 300 seconds. True Damage, Slight. Mark of Dawn. Consume 3 million PS, and apply a Mark of Dawn that lasts for 10 minutes to the designated target out of sight. During the duration, the unit's defense capability is weakened by 50%, and the cooling time is 24 hours. Blazing Light Detonation. Consume 5 million PS, and after a certain period of charging, it will move in the designated direction. Fires a beam of sympathetic explosion light. When the beam hits an enemy unit, a large-scale sympathetic explosion will occur, causing high-intensity indiscriminate explosion damage to nearby creatures within a radius of 10 billion kilometers. The cooldown time is 72 hours. Light of Dawn. Consumes 5 million psionic points. After 60 seconds of charging, it will trigger a beam of dawn light with 2000% of the power of the main gun in the specified direction. The cooldown time is 96 hours. Then, there are 2 super main guns, Black Quality Red Phoenix Feather Cannon, Black Quality Shield Breaking Streamer Cannon 2 main guns, all of which are Gold Quality, Roaring Water Dragon Cannon, World Destroying Copper Spear 5 Gold Secondary Guns, Sharp Gold Streamer, Greenwood Streamer. Sunflower water streamer. Fiery fire streamer. Thick earth streamer among them. What Song Chi paid special attention to was the 5 sets of 5-element secondary guns. Sharp gold flowing light LV80. Quality, gold. Feature, 5 elements gold. Feature 2, power increased by 380%. Feature 3, armor penetration increased by 100%. Feature 4, gun firing rate increased by 100%. Feature 5, 5 elements decline gold. 5 elements gold. Each attack of the gun will carry a specific gold energy, increasing the extra armor penetration attribute. 5 elements decline gold. Add the gold effect of the 5 elements decline to all hit units. When the 5 effects of the 5 elements decline come together, the 5 elements decline will immediately erupt, depending on the life level of the enemy unit, which cannot exceed the enhancement level of the gun, weakening its combat power and vitality by 10% to 50%, lasting for 10 seconds, and this effect has no cooldown. At first glance, its attributes may not seem so good. But the key is the attribute of the 100,000 times secondary gun module projection of the Galaxy ship. When 500,000 5-element secondary guns fire at the same time, that scene is scary. According to the ancestor Song Wujiang, these 5 secondary guns were obtained from a cruiser captain under the kingdom, who accidentally obtained these 5 secondary guns during an exploration of an alien star domain. They were lucky enough. It was said that the other party had planned to go to the public open area of the Demon Snake floating land to make a move, but it just happened that the Song family bought the ship gun parts at a high price, so they successfully won the 5 sets of secondary guns. Otherwise, if they really went to the trading Holy Land like the Demon Snake continent, there would be many forces that would be interested in this set of top-grade secondary guns, and they might not be able to compete. Just when the core members of the Song family gathered together, they were separated by countless light years. Xinxiao Continent, Xinxiao Longting City. Central Square of Xinxiao Longting City. Like Xianqin Longting City of Xianqin Dynasty, there is also an ancient monument in the middle of the square of Xinxiao Longting City, but the difference is that there are 2 different monuments in Xinxiao Longting City. The one on the right is slightly smaller, and the ancient light emitted by the monument is far less gorgeous than the one on the left. It is the Xinxiao Star-Destroying God King Monument. Compared with this Xinxiao Star-Destroying God King Monument, the larger and more gorgeous monument on the left is obviously more eye-catching. It is none other than the Xinhua Star-Destroying God King Monument that records the strongest 100 star-destroying captains of the entire Xinhua human civilization. On this day, a thunderous cry came from the central square of Xinxiao Longting City. This cry was countless times louder than before. Even with the vastness of Xinxiao Longting City, most of the Xinhua citizens living in the city basically heard it. Those Xinhua captains, who were of extraordinary status and well-informed, instantly understood that there must have been a great change in the Star-Destroying God King Monument, otherwise it would never have caused such a big reaction. In a short period of time, a large number of Xinhua captains in the city gathered towards the central square. They all wanted to know what had happened. People's gossip hearts have existed since ancient times, and humans in the great interstellar era are no exception. What's more, this is the ancestral land of the Xinxia dynasty, the central city of the entire Xinhua human civilization. Everything that happens here is bound to shock the entire Xinhua human civilization. Brother, what happened? You ask me, who should I ask? This crowd is so crowded that I'm still confused after squeezing for a long time. The dense crowd made the central square at this moment extremely noisy. A large number of captains who heard the news were always confused and didn't understand what had happened at all. Until someone sent a message in the local area network of one Shangxia continent, a message that shocked countless people. There was a huge change on the Xinhua Annihilator Star God King Monument. The 20th ranked king of the Sky Song Chi was removed from the list overnight. Does any brother of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty know what happened? Are you sure? You can't say this casually. It involves the Xinhua Annihilator Star list. There will be a price to pay for spreading rumors. He didn't lie. I also saw that the title of King of the Sky really disappeared just now. How is it possible? King of the Sky is the 20th ranked civilization genius, enough to compete with those monsters in the Overlord civilization. There are even rumors that his true strength may be ranked in the top 10. How can such an existence? Maybe he just died silently. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Who said that those who were removed from the list must have died? Those captains who were promoted to the Galaxy ship will also be automatically removed from the list, okay. Do you believe this? As far as I know, this King of the Sky seems to be only about 3,000 years old. He was promoted to the Galaxy ship at the age of 3,000. It's not that there are no people who are promoted to the captain of the galaxy at the age of 3,000, but the probability is indeed pitifully small. While everyone was arguing and discussing, this heavy news quickly spread like a hurricane. First, it was the divine Xia dynasty, and then the three empires of Xian Qin, Qiyu, and the Holy Hall Federation. In the next half a month, this news has even spread to thousands of Xinhua countries in the Xinhua human civilization, almost covering all corners of the two river communities. There is no way. Putting aside the extremely high ranking of 20th on the Xinhua Star Annihilator list, the main reason is that Song Qi of the Longji Song family was famous in the previous civilization war. Now that the news of the suspected death of King of the Sky has been spread, it is hard not to attract attention. Qinghua Lake, Longji Continent. The 10th direct line of the Longji Song family, now the station of the three main branches. Song Qi was at home with his father, mother, Shen Yuran, grandparents and others, when suddenly the Yoguang Star Order, which had not received any messages for a long time, trembled. When he opened the Star Order, Song Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. Xingyun? Jingjia, reply if nothing happens. Song Qi, Jingjia, you kid won't really be in trouble, right? The Star Order received unexpectedly many messages. Almost all members of the Yoguang Star Tower sent inquiries, and even many members of the Big Dipper 7 Stars Hall were asking questions. In response, Song Qi responded one by one. Regarding the rumors in the outside world these days, the Family Shadow Department had already reported, but he was too lazy to pay attention. After greeting everyone, Song Qi opened the Yaoguang Star Order. To be more precise, it was the communication column between Yoguang Star Order and Bai Mei. Among all the members, Bai Mei was the first to send a message, and he also remembered some things from the past. Do you have time? Yes. Then let's meet in the Star Tower. I have something for you. Okay. Yoguang Star Tower Hall. With a burst of starlight, a familiar figure appeared on the Star Tower login stone platform. How are you doing recently? After the two met, Song Qi spoke first. Unlike the coldness of the past, Bai Mei had a clear smile in her eyes today, and she seemed to be in a very good mood. Hearing Song Qi's greeting, she replied directly. Fortunately, the guidance technique has just reached level 78 not long ago, and it should not take long to try to attack the galaxy ship. Congratulations. Song Qi instinctively congratulated, but this attracted Bai Mei's first eye roll. In fact, Song Qi felt something was wrong after he opened his mouth. After all, he broke through first. Although he had no other ideas, it was easy for people to feel that he was showing off when he opened his mouth to congratulate. But he spoke subconsciously, and had no time to change his words. But seeing Bai Mei's slightly playful eye roll, he knew that the other party didn't take it to heart. Seeing this, Song Qi directly took out the 7th level time realm fruit that he had prepared long ago. Bai Mei did not deliberately refuse, but took the storage capsule he handed over. When she opened the storage capsule, a look of surprise appeared on her fair face. Is this time realm fruit? Well, it's the 7th level, which should be of some help to your ship's subsequent impact on the galaxy ship. Until then, Bai Mei's face showed some hesitation. But before she could speak, Song Qi interrupted her. Stop, when I asked you for the floating land origin core differentiation secret technique, I didn't care about these things. Hearing this, Bai Mei didn't speak again. She just stared at Song Qi with her cold eyes for a few seconds, and finally said only 2 words. Thank you. Song Qi's answer was even more straightforward. Thank you, you are a rich woman among rich women. There may be many times in the future when I need to trouble you. When that happens, just don't despise our poor friend. His words, which were a bit teasing, attracted Bai Mei's disdainful look. Well, the kind that was deliberately shown to echo his teasing. But it's true that this playful Bai Mei has a special charm, which is more eye-catching than the coldness in the past. The two did not stay in Yoguang Star Tower for too long, and soon left. He didn't know about Bai Mei, but Song Qi knew that he was in a hurry. After leaving Yoguang Star Tower, he went to the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent as soon as possible. Although he was promoted to the captain of the galaxy, the Tianshu Sanqiang was far from reaching the highest combat power of the galaxy. In addition, he was forced to be recruited by the Divine Dynasty. He must upgrade his own fire seed to the 3-color quality, as much as possible before the gathering time 40 years later. Only in this way can his safety be more guaranteed when facing the subsequent civilization front-level mission. You know, for a galaxy captain, there is an essential difference between the black fire seed and the 3-color fire seed. It is not surprising that the combat power of the two ships differs by 10 times, or even dozens of times. The ruins of the Immortal Realm continent, the main control room of the mirror battleship. Looking at the eternal darkness outside, Song Chi's eyes moved rapidly. He was considering whether to summon the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong, or just control the mirror battleship. The main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong was upgraded to a galaxy ship, and its combat power was naturally much higher than that of the mirror battleship, which was still at the level of a star destroyer. However, because the hull armor and energy shield could not be strengthened to level 100 or above, there was obviously still a lot of risk in this rather strange site of the star continent. No matter what, with the 9th level Azura King and the market projection, we can't say that we can run rampant, but at least we have the ability to retreat unscathed. If we can still encounter the extremely small mythical creatures, whose existence is unknown under the concealment ability of the 3 realms and 5 element certificate, we can only accept it. With a firm mind, Song Chi's eyebrows glowed quickly, and the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong was summoned out soon. The 2 warships plus the 8th level Void Demon acted together, and the chance of finding the wood fire would be greater, so Song Chi was willing to take a gamble. Of course, before opening the hatch of the mirror warship and sending the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong out, he went back to the Zhutian market. Betting aside, if the Tianxu Sangqiong was really gone, there would be a chance to make a comeback with the help of the Zhutian market, but he only had 1 life, and if his life was gone, then he would really have nothing. In this way, Song Chi sat in the Zhutian market, and his mind was divided into 3 parts, controlling the Tianxu Sangqiong, the mirror warship, and the 8th level Void Demon, and exploring the ruins of the Fairyland continent as much as possible. In this process, there were also many gains in the middle, and even black strange objects were obtained, but the wood fire he needed was never found. In a blink of an eye, 20 years passed. On this day, Song Chi's mind, which was divided into 3 parts, suddenly changed. He only left 1 part of his mind on the main body of Tianxu Sangqiong and the 8th level Void Demon, and most of the rest of his attention was focused on the mirror battleship. After so many years of continuous travel, the mirror battleship finally arrived at the destination that the Tianming Sinan pen had detected, which was the coordinates of the missing part. However, after he shifted most of his attention, and saw the scene of the current area where the mirror battleship was located, Song Chi, who was in the Zhutian market, opened his eyes wide, as if he saw something indescribable. What is this? Chapter 767. Although it was pitch black, the ethereal body separated by Song Chi was originally of the same origin as him, and also had some 8th level characteristics in his body. Following his vision, as long as he was not too far away, the outside world was basically clear at a glance. Those were ancient monuments. Although they were not large in size, they were no less ancient than the star-destroying God King monument in the center of Longting City of the 4 great empires of Xinhua. More importantly, the ancient monuments standing in the mountains and rivers ahead were densely packed, and the number was frightening. Look at the words engraved on the monuments. The immortal tomb of Tai Yuming Fuhai Daluo. The immortal tomb of Lingwei Dongxian Yulei Xianjun. The tomb of Tian Yao Tunling Dasheng. The immortal tomb of Wuji Yuma Zhanya Daluo. The names engraved on each ancient monument were all names. These were tombstones. Each ancient monument represented a creature that had fallen in ancient times, without exception. Although Song Chi had never heard of the existence of these immortals and monsters, judging from the honorifics before their names, they must have been great beings with a reputation that could illuminate the heavens thousands of years ago, when the immortal civilization dominated the entire boundless sea of stars. And this also made people wonder. Since they were all famous masters of great powers, why did they fall, and who buried them here? The unknown incident hundreds of thousands of years ago? This was the only answer he could think of. The shocking incident hundreds of thousands of years ago caused the once prosperous immortal civilization to completely decline. Although there were no other civilizations recording what happened in the middle, it was certain that the immortal civilization must have been subjected to an extremely fierce invasion, even a dimensionality reduction attack, so it was destroyed in a very short time. In this way, it makes sense that a large number of top combat forces fell when the Fairyland civilization was invaded. However, what Song Chi is puzzled about now is why the other part of Tianming Si Nanpan is in this group of fairy tombs. Buzz, the engine roared, and according to the guidance of the ground star map, the mirror battleship slowly entered this group of fairy tomb mountains. It is useless to rely on your own imagination. No one will give an answer. What is the truth? You still have to try to uncover it yourself. Warning, warning. Due to interference from unknown high-intensity magnetic fields from the outside world, the detection effect of the patrol radar is moderately weakened. Warning, warning. Due to interference from unknown high-intensity magnetic fields from the outside world, the shield value of the energy shield is greatly reduced. As the battleship gradually went deeper, the urgent reminder of the Sky Intelligence Brain suddenly sounded in his ears, which made Song Chi's heart sink slightly. You must know that although the mirror battleship is still a star destroyer, the patrol radar and energy shield it carries are no different from the Tianxu Sangqiong. However, even the Eye of Truth and Myth Pulse energy shield, which were both enhanced to level 90, were still severely disturbed. It is conceivable how powerful the unknown interference magnetic field floating in the outside air is. Fortunately, the quality of the Eye of Truth is as high as the color upper level. Even if it is affected to a certain extent, it can still clearly transmit the scene within a certain distance from the outside world. The energy that permeates the outside air is a very special energy. It is in the form of gray mist. While blocking vision, it also carries a high-strength unknown magnetic field, making it difficult for peepers to capture useful information. Seeing this, Song Chi, who was in the Shutian market, had a change of mind. Sneer. The hatch of the mirror battleship suddenly opened, and under his control, a 6th-level Jiexing slave quickly rushed through the gap of the hatch. It was obviously just a matter of a moment, but it led to a change that made Song Chi, who was in the market, feel terrified. The moment the hatch of the mirror battleship opened a little, the gray mist outside, which originally did not feel any other abnormalities, seemed to come alive. The shrill and strange whispers penetrated into the interior of the mirror battleship through the gap of the hatch, and along with it, the gray mist energy, both of which rushed into the cabin frantically. Without Song Chi's order, the replica Cheongqian intelligent brain immediately issued an order to forcibly close the hatch. But what made Song Chi even more horrified was that the gray mist that first poured into the cabin disappeared completely without knowing when, and it merged into the mirror battleship in a weird way. Zizizizi. Then the replica Cheongqian intelligent brain in the mirror battleship seemed to have crashed, and the signal zizizi sound that could not appear in a Xinhua battleship also came along. That is, the first command to close the hatch issued by the replica Cheongqian intelligent brain was fast enough, and the hatch of the battleship had been closed again before it fell into this weird state. The absolutely closed characteristics of the Xinhua battleship made it difficult for the completely restless gray mist from the outside world to continue to penetrate. However, the closure of the hatch did not make Song Chi completely relieved, so as time went on, the jamming of the replica Cheongqian intelligent brain and the noise of the current it emitted became more and more severe. It seemed that the gray mist energy, which was not much before, had caused serious interference and even destruction to the replica Sky Intelligence brain. At this moment, Song Chi missed the demon Buddha purifying relics on the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Its strong purification effect was very targeted to the current situation. Unfortunately, this part was obtained by him after the time chessboard evolved into the color extreme position, and it has not yet been replicated by the mirror battleship. In this strange situation, he couldn't say that he would go there in person, so he could only wait quietly for the follow-up results. He didn't wait too long. After just over 10 seconds, the replica Sky Intelligence brain had changed again. New command, open the battleship hatch. In the Tianxu market, Song Chi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heartbeat accelerated to the limit at this moment. He was very sure that he had never issued such an order, and even in the previous short 10 seconds, he had not issued any orders. What is going on? How could the Sky Brain execute such a command autonomously? As a shipborne wonder brain, it is bound to my fire seed. If I want to shake this soul-level binding, I must stir up the entire fire source network with my own strength. Thinking to this point, Song Chi suddenly thought of something and quickly turned back. No, this is a mirror battleship. Although it is also related to me, it is essentially pointing to the mirror image component, which is completely different from the main body of the Sky Ruined Sky. Thinking through the key, Song Chi quickly came up with a new way to deal with it. He changed his mind, but this time he did not focus on the mirror battleship, but on the main body of the Sky Ruined Sky. In the main control room of the galaxy ship Tianxu Sangqiong, the colored lower-level component mirror image was activated. At the same time, deep in the Immortal Tomb Mountains, the mirror warship with its hatch wide open suddenly exploded and turned into a giant fireball above the mountains. The terrifying hot energy spread all around, and even the thick gray mist energy around it seemed to be dispelled at this moment. However, not long after, the mirror warship that had just exploded emerged from the void out of thin air. Looking at the armor around its body without any damage, it was undoubtedly in its prime. This scene seemed to have aroused the anger of the gray mist around it. With howling and wailing, they swarmed towards the reappearing mirror warship. Although he didn't know what these gray mists were, after the previous experience, Song Chi understood that this thing was extremely dangerous, and it was better not to collide with it forcefully. So the mirror battleship quickly turned into a residual image and rushed in the direction indicated by the ground star map, unwilling to get entangled with these extremely weird things. This mirror battleship, which was revived by the 9 lives life and death chess feature of the replica time chessboard, finally returned to normal in its internal replica Sky Intelligence brain, firmly executing the escape order issued by Song-Chi remotely. During the extremely fast shuttle and flash, the speed of the mirror battleship has already reached the extreme, but the gray mist outside seems to be everywhere. No matter where the mirror battleship goes, it can't get rid of its existence around it. The key is that these gray mists in a manic state have extremely strong corrosive characteristics. Even under the concealment effect of the replica 3 realms 5 elements voucher, the concealment effect will still be forcibly lifted because the battleship is attacked. As a result, the energy shield, which had been greatly weakened, was also dimming at a very fast speed. Seeing this, after another flash, Song-Chi activated the Beyond the 3 Realms, and not in the 5 Elements feature of the Replica 3 Realms and 5 Elements certificate. The mirror battleship immediately entered a special state of nothingness, and the gray mist outside could no longer cause any damage to the ship, but this effect could only last for 40 seconds, and Song-Chi had to reach the final destination before the effect ended. Before activating the Beyond the 3 Realms, and not in the 5 Elements feature, he took the lead in activating the warship's jump charging. At this moment, as the feature took effect, a jump channel immediately appeared in front of the mirror battleship, and the warship quickly sank into it, and disappeared from its original place. Several light years away, in the deepest part of the Immortal Tomb Mountain group, the mirror battleship broke away from the jump state. Without any unnecessary hesitation, after the jump ended, the mirror battleship went straight to one of the many Immortal Tomb tombstones directly below. Look at the words on the tombstone again. The Immortal Tomb of the Heavenly Fate Immortal Lord Baich, and if Song-Chi was still not sure that the coordinates pointed to this Immortal Tomb according to the display of the Heavenly Fate compass pan before, then after seeing the name engraved on the tombstone, he was completely sure. The missing part of the Heavenly Fate compass pan he was looking for was in this Immortal Tomb of the Heavenly Fate Immortal Lord Baich. Because when he obtained the Heavenly Fate compass pan from the remnant soul of the Life Chaser, he knew that it was the immortal weapon of the Heavenly Fate Immortal Sect of Baich and Daozhou in the Immortal Realm continent. Heavenly Fate Immortal Sect, Heavenly Fate Immortal Lord. Just this title is very clear, isn't it? Replica Blood Spear Blood Judgment. Replica Purple Sky God Thunder Cannon 9-layer Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. Replica Blood Spear Weakness Mark of the Hunting God. Replica Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer Cannon Wuji Xianxian Quantum Sword Light. Song-Chi was very decisive, and directly activated the powerful attack characteristics of almost all the cannons on the mirror battleship. Before the Beyond the 3 Realms, and not in the 5 Elements characteristic ended, multiple white lights appeared at the bow of the mirror battleship. This was the energy storage of multiple cannons together. When the cannons were charging, Song-Chi and the Shutian market frowned, and there seemed to be a hint of anxiety between his eyebrows. In fact, since entering the Immortal Tomb Mountain range, there has been a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. It was a kind of intuition from the heart. He only knew that there was such a feeling, but he couldn't say it specifically. Perhaps it was because he was only outside the Immortal Tomb Mountains before, and as the mirror warship continued to go deeper, the feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. This was because he was in the Zhutian market, blessed by the market status. He believed that if he was in the mirror warship at this moment, this feeling would be even more terrifying. Because of this, he wanted to make a quick decision and open the tomb of the Immortal Lord Tianming below as soon as possible to take away what he wanted. While thinking, the cannon on the mirror warship had completed the energy storage. Swish, swish, swish. I heard multiple hole shooting sounds, some red, some purple, or giant sword light phantoms, several of which burst out at the same time, heading straight to the immortal tomb of Baich and Tianming Immortal Lord below. The next moment, several attacks had crossed the distant space and arrived above the immortal tomb. I heard the violent explosion sound throughout the earth, and then with Immortal Tomb of Baich and Tianming Immortal Lord as the center, the mountains in a large area around were shaking violently. Fortunately, no other accidents occurred. When the energy shock wave dissipated, Song-Chi saw the full view of the Immortal Tomb of Tianming Xianjun below. At this moment, the Immortal Tomb has been completely blasted open, the mountain collapsed, and the situation inside the Immortal Tomb was completely exposed to the outside world. There is no gorgeous and exquisite tomb structure, only a huge primitive mountain space, which is filled with a special crystal. In the middle of this sea of crystals is a blood-colored coffin that looks weird. Suddenly, Song-Chi caught a ray of special energy from the perspective of the ethereal body. It was a very faint gray mist, which overflowed from the blood-colored coffin and then mixed into the extremely dense gray mist in the mountain space. Seeing this scene, Song-Chi suddenly had a somewhat absurd idea in his heart. Could these strange gray mists all be coming from these immortal tombs? Once this thought came to mind, it instantly occupied his entire mind. Although it was just a guess, Song-Chi actually had an answer in his heart, but he just needed to confirm it in the end. So, in the mirror battleship, the ethereal body that survived the previous battleship self-explosion by temporarily entering the Jutian market took out the golden market projection order that had been prepared long ago. The strands of phantom energy continued to be injected into the market projection order, and soon a large amount of purple mist energy began to surge out of the golden token. Boom! At this moment, a dull collision sound suddenly came from the blood-colored coffin deep in the immortal tomb of Tianming Xianjun below. Chapter 768. Boom, boom, boom. As the purple mist energy projections in the market gathered quickly, the collision sound in the blood-colored coffin became more and more rapid. Until it exceeded a certain limit, the blood-colored coffin, which was known to be made of extraordinary materials at a glance, also began to tremble, and it continued to intensify as time went by. Boom! At a certain moment, the blood-colored coffin suddenly exploded, and the original whole piece of blood-colored fairy gold suddenly broke into pieces, and splashed all over the mountain space. Song-Chi's sight did not pay attention to the broken coffin at all. This thing may have great value to the former fairyland civilization, or even to many civilizations in the boundless Star Sea, but to a Xinhua captain, it is just one of many mineral materials. After the blood-colored coffin exploded, his eyes were always on the figure lying flat in it. Or more precisely, on the figure of a person. That was a man whose body was still like an ordinary human in the Star Sea. His eyes were closed, and he wore a white jade crown. His Taoist robe was dark blue, with white cloud patterns embroidered on it. The hem of his robe was shining with gold. Even if he just lay there quietly, he still looked solemn and majestic. If Song-Chi had not known that the fairyland civilization had been destroyed for hundreds of thousands of years, he might have thought that the corpse had not died for more than 1,000 years. However, Song-Chi was not confused by the clothes and demeanor of the corpse. He immediately saw the incongruity of the corpse of the Heavenly Fate Immortal Lord in the depths of the Immortal Tomb. The Heavenly Fate Immortal sect was once a giant force in the fairyland civilization, and the existence that could be called Heavenly Fate would not be a person who got the name in vain. At least in Song-Chi's own opinion, the peak strength of this Heavenly Fate Immortal Lord was at least the Golden Immortal level, that is, the 8th level master in the Broken Star Sea, and there was even a high possibility that he was a powerful person ranked at the Dalyua Golden Immortal, 9th level. However, since the blood-colored coffin exploded, he never felt any sense of oppression on this corpse from beginning to end. In theory, if an 8th level or even 9th level creature dies, as long as their bodies can be preserved, based on their extremely high life level, their corpses can be preserved very well even after tens of millions of years. Even if most of the energy will be lost due to various reasons, it will never be like this now. Remember the immortal chasing life before? He was just a true immortal, 7th level, who had passed the tribulation, and after hundreds of thousands of years, his corpse still retained most of the energy. Really, if it weren't for the tombstone clearly indicating that this was the immortal tomb of Baichin Tianming Immortal Lord, he would really doubt whether this corpse was just an ordinary 5th or 6th level cultivator. While he was doubtful, the ethereal body's sight kept flowing around the waist of the immortal monarch's corpse without any energy fluctuations. There hung an exquisite golden cloth bag. If it goes as expected, it should be the storage bag of the North Star Tianming Immortal Lord. The other part of the Tianming Sinan that he was looking for is in it. As his thoughts raced, the corpse of the Tianming Immortal Lord, which had no energy fluctuations a moment ago, suddenly sat up. This sudden movement made Song-Chi's eyes twitch fiercely. However, the strange collision of the blood-colored coffin had already made him alert, and the purple mist projection of the market above the mirror battleship had also been completely condensed, which made Song-Chi calm down quickly. Regardless of the situation of the corpse of the Tianming Immortal Lord, a purple mist handprint appeared in the market projection and slapped directly towards the inside of the immortal tomb below. No matter what, the feeling of uneasiness in his heart was gradually increasing. This was beyond doubt. Song-Chi's idea was very simple at the moment. He wanted to get the storage bag from the other party, and then leave the Immortal Tomb Mountain group as soon as possible. The purple mist handprint quickly pressed down, and the gray mist energy in his palm was still eroding crazily. Fortunately, the current market projection had a true 9th level combat power. No matter how weird the gray mist was, or how corrosive it was, it would not have much impact on the purple mist handprint in a short time. On the path of the purple mist handprint, the gray aura continued to spread to both sides. Just when the handprint reached the top of the half-sitting Tianming Xianxuan's corpse, perhaps sensing the threat brought by the market projection, Tianming Xianxuan's corpse quickly reacted. I saw that his eyes, which had been closed all the time, suddenly opened, and at this moment, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly emerged from his body, which had originally had no aura fluctuations. Level 1. Level 3. Level 5. In just a short moment, the pressure emanating from the corpse of the Immortal Lord rose directly to the terrifying Level 9. What is certain is that in this short moment, the seemingly motionless body of the Immortal Lord Tianming must have undergone a great change, but the specific reason cannot be seen from the appearance. However, what Song Qi can be sure of is that the corpse of the Immortal Lord Tianming is definitely not the ancient Immortal Lord Tianming who lived hundreds of thousands of years ago. It is very likely that after his death, his corpse was controlled by an unknown thing. Perhaps it is not just this ancient Immortal Lord Tianming, but all the living beings buried in the entire group of immortal tombs that stretch for hundreds of light years around. They are likely all in this situation. As for Song Qi's basis, it is the familiar gray energy in the eyes of the corpse of the ancient Immortal Lord Tianming at this moment. If nothing unexpected happens, this thing is the source of the gray mist that permeates the sky above the Immortal Tomb Mountains. Of course, it is obviously impossible to condense such a large scale of gray mist with only the corpse of the North Star Tianming Immortal Lord, so the result is obviously the only guess he made before. The moment he thought of this, Song Qi was horrified, and the hairs on his body all stood up. In the past few hundred years, the Mirror Battleship and the 8th level Void Demon encountered many Immortal Domain survivors. I had never paid attention to them before, but now I think that those Immortal Domain survivors are more or less lingering with this unknown gray mist energy. All of this made him have a somewhat terrifying guess in his heart. Perhaps the move of those great immortals who sank the immortal continent into the depths of the dark side of the virtual sea at the cost of their own lives did not completely cut off the unknown invasion. Long before the immortal continent sank into the depths of the dark side of the virtual sea, some invaders had already entered the immortal continent, and then they sank into the depths of the dark side of the virtual sea along with the immortal continent. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the group of invaders who followed in at the beginning had completely eroded the entire immortal continent ruins, but because they could not escape the dark side storm of the virtual sea outside, they had always stayed in the ruins of the immortal continent. And this Immortal Tomb Mountain range may be the masterpiece of those unknown invaders. As for their purpose, Song Qi did not know, and did not want to pursue it. At present, Song Qi's heart had already been cold. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that there was nothing wrong with his speculation, and even the inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart was right. If this group of Immortal Tomb Mountains is really the masterpiece of that group of unknown invaders, then there must be great danger in it. Just think about it, the immortal civilization was extremely powerful at the time, and it was the top existence among all the Overlord-level civilizations. And the unknown invading forces that could destroy such a powerful immortal civilization in an extreme time must have far more power than the former immortal civilization. In this way, even if they left mythical means in the deepest part of this group of Immortal Tomb Mountains to suppress it, he would not have too many doubts. Just when Song Qi was in a state of confusion, an ancient whisper came from the depths of the distant mountains. Yao Shi Ling. The characters in the whisper were not any language that Song Qi knew at present, but the penetrating power contained in the whisper characters was terrifyingly strong. Even with the previous lesson, Song Qi did not dare to let the mirror battleship open the hatch again, but even so, there were still strands of mumbling voices that passed through the energy shield and the ship's armor and entered the interior of the mirror battleship. Although there was no one in the mirror battleship at the moment, the replica Sky Intelligence brain was not bewitched by the mumbling voice. But the key was that this voice actually tried to influence Song Qi in the Zhutian market through the wisp of distraction in the ethereal body. Zhutian market, Song Qi's eyes flashed with cold light. Suppress it! As the phantom energy in his body was mobilized, the mark of the dragon whale hull in the ancestral orifice of the fire between his eyebrows was activated, and then a virtual projection of the dragon whale hull condensed in the sky of the Zhutian market. Under the protection of the dragon whale hull, the tyranny that was faintly emerging in his heart was quickly suppressed. At the same time, Song Qi also conveyed the latest instructions to the mirror battleship. Replica Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine High Overload Explosion. Replica Flame Roaring Engine Overload. Replica Hunyuan Copper Mother Crash Horn Hunyuan Impact. Multiple acceleration features were activated together, and the mirror battleship suddenly turned into a residual image, rushing towards the corpse of the Destiny Immortal Lord below, which seemed to be alive. Along with the mirror battleship, There was also the projection of the Shutian market lingering outside the battleship. At this moment, the purple mist projection of the market condensed into an illusory purple mist dragon whale, and the dragon whale roared and rushed down together. This was nothing else. It was the dragon whale rage sea and the dragon whale secret art in the Shutian market that Song Chi himself stimulated to maximize the 9th level combat power of the market projection. Boom! The purple mist dragon whale collided violently with the 9th level energy of the body protection emitted by the corpse of the Destiny Immortal Lord. The terrifying roar completely collapsed the space of the immortal tomb, which was originally only a broken corner. After this attack, Song Chi was completely sure that this Tianming Immortal Lord must have been a Daluo Jinxian when he was alive. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, the 9th level power released from his corpse can still compete with the projection of the Tian market. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the mirror battleship activated two key components at the right time under Song Chi's command. Replica Myth Pulse Energy Shield Myth Pulse Wave. Replica Domain Hedge Device Hedge Domain. Under the cover of purple mist energy, the sudden blast of two special energies made the corpse of Tianming Immortal Lord below defenseless. The Myth Pulse wave hit first. After this energy wave entered Tianming Immortal Lord's body, the 9th level energy emitted from his body suddenly fell into chaos, which directly weakened the energy field emitted by his body. In this situation, the stalemate suddenly turned into a situation where the purple mist dragon whale had an absolute advantage, but this was not enough. Then, a counterattack field was condensed outside the mirror battleship, and the counterattack field came into contact with the energy field around the body of the Heavenly Destiny Immortal Lord, and the two sides immediately began to violently collide. With these two assists, the purple mist dragon whale finally broke through the energy field below. Seeing this, Song Chi had no time to be happy, and a violent tremor suddenly came from the Immortal Tomb Mountains below. There was also a thunderous roar. Unlike the sound of artillery explosion, this roar was obviously heavier, and the dull feeling was definitely not caused by some kind of explosion, but more like the footsteps of a giant creature. But in this mountain group that is counted in light years, if it is really a footstep, Song Chi can't even imagine how huge that creature is. Let alone a galaxy ship of 1,000,000 kilometers. Even a superdimensional mothership of hundreds of millions of kilometers would be as small as an ant in front of it. Song Chi subconsciously looked up at the source of the roar, and a giant shadow loomed in the thick gray mist. The volume of this shadow can be said to be truly covering the sky and the sun, and its height is even higher than the surrounding mountains that are counted in light years. Witnessing this scene, the uneasiness in Song Chi's heart reached its limit at this moment. Before he could think more, the gray mist above his head was suddenly torn apart, and a giant claw that was difficult to describe in words tore through the void all the way, and slapped it with a long space collapse belt. Song Chi wanted to control the mirror battleship to dodge, but somehow, the surrounding void seemed to be completely solidified. No matter what command he gave, the mirror battleship could not move at all. Even the Starlight Flash Spirit Escape, that had played a huge role many times in the past, seemed to have completely lost its effect at this moment. Its characteristics of ignoring space blockades, warship confinement, forbidden magic field, and time stillness seemed to have become a joke in front of the space suppression of this giant claw that exceeded several large levels. At the last moment, Song Chi only had time to issue the last command. Activate the market projection order. Fortunately, although the owner of this giant claw is beyond imagination, his status is still a little bit worse in front of the heavenly market. Before the giant claw smashed the mirror warship into pieces, the golden market projection order was activated first, pulling the ethereal body into the market projection room corresponding to the heavenly market in advance. Of course, along with it, there was also the golden storage bag that Song Chi forcibly took into the warship with the replica void warehouse, when the purple mist dragon whale broke through the energy field around the body of the heavenly immortal. Boom boom boom. The giant claw of the sky covering fell, and whether it was the market projection or the mirror warship itself, whether it was the 9th level or the 7th level, they were all crushed in an instant. In the market of all heavens, Song Chi, who witnessed this scene through the projection of the market, stagnated his breath. If he had a little doubt before, now, he was extremely sure that the creature behind this giant claw of the sky covering must be a mythical existence. After coming to this conclusion, thinking that he had been jumping around in the garrison area of such a terrifying existence for so long, he was full of fear in his heart. Even though he stayed in the market of all heavens from beginning to end, it still made him feel uneasy. This is a mythical existence. Who knows what kind of heaven-defying means the other party has? For such an eternal creature of mythical rank, it may not be possible to kill him across the Shutian market, but it is definitely possible to injure himself. In any case, Shutian market is only the 8th level now. After taking a deep breath, Song Qi calmed down again, and then he went back to the Fairyland continent. Of course, he did not go to the Immortal Tomb Mountain group, but to the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong. After recalling the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong, he immediately returned to the market, not wanting to stay in the ruins of the Fairyland continent for even a minute. As for the 8th level Void Demon, he directly let it return through the market projection order. Before being sure to deal with mythical creatures, never set foot on the Fairyland continent again. Not long after returning to the market, Song Qi made a decision secretly. Even if the Tianxu Sangqiong has now been promoted to a galaxy ship, he will never rashly go to the Fairyland continent again. That was the past. If he knew that there were mythical creatures in the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent, he would never touch them. Mythical creatures are the existences that truly stand at the top of the food chain of the Broken Star Sea. They have eternal life. Changing the world and moving mountains and seas are just the most common means for them. It is said that sometimes mythical creatures of one kind can freely travel through the long river of time, and time is just a toy in their hands. This kind of invisible, unspeakable, and unthinkable existence, once it is noticed by it, life and death are completely out of its own hands. Facing such an existence, Song Qi can't even keep a distance from it, so how could he be so ignorant to take the initiative to bump into it? Fortunately, it is not too late now. At least, he has never appeared in front of the other party. With the status blessing of the Market of All Heavens, even if it is a mythical creature, it is hard to say that there is no basis to lock his existence. Thinking of this, it thought again. The ruins of the Immortal Realm continent, the Immortal Tomb Mountain group. In the deep area of the mountain range, looking down from the depths of the sky, you can clearly see the obvious traces of the giant handprint in the mountain range. But at this moment, the mirror battleship that had already turned into debris reappeared. The 9 lives life and death chess feature of the time chessboard that has not been exhausted allowed the mirror battleship to be reborn in full state again. This change once again attracted the attention of the giant figure in the depths of the mountain range, but this time before it could make another move, the mirror battleship disappeared into the mountain range on its own. It was not a flash escape, but Song Qi and the Zhutian market took the initiative to remove the effect of the mirror battleship. In fact, if the reaction is fast enough, taking advantage of the gap when the existence behind the mysterious giant claw has withdrawn its sight, with the speed characteristics of the Pazhuo Zen meditation seal combined with the space jumper or red sky jump device, there is a certain chance to escape from the Immortal Tomb mountain range. However, Song Qi did not hesitate at all and directly rejected this plan. His idea was simple. Even if it really jumped away, who could be sure that the mythical creature didn't deliberately let the mirror warship leave, waiting for him, the real owner, to come and recall it? Cutting off all chances of being targeted by the other party was the safest way. Even if he cancelled the mirror warship this time, and couldn't reproduce the colorful time chessboard when he summoned it again, he didn't regret it. Chapter 769. Of course, there is another reason why Song Qi did not hesitate to withdraw the mirror battleship. There are less than 40 years left before the gathering time for the Divine Dynasty to recruit. Originally, according to his idea, he would consider resuming the mirror battleship in these decades. After all, no matter how powerful the replica time chessboard is, it cannot compare with the gap between the Star Destroyer and the Galaxy ship. The Galaxy ship level mirror battleship can obviously play a greater role in the subsequent Civilization front level garrison mission. So the current situation can only be regarded as a forced choice for him, and the impact is really not great. Song Qi no longer thinks about these, and turns his eyes to the golden storage bag in his hand. Deep in the ancestral orifice of the eyebrow center, the mini Tianxu Sangqiong surrounded by the black fire seed trembles, and the heavenly fate compass plate component inside the battleship continues to flash. Seeing this, Song Qi did not open it rashly, but summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong first, and then summoned the Ashura King. He still remembered the incident of the soul of the immortal chasing life taking over another body. The storage bag in his hand came from the more terrifying Daluo Jingxian, so he had to be careful. After entering the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi began to mobilize the power of the entire Zhujiangsu city, and the 9th level peak dominance power quickly enveloped the entire Tianxu Sangqiong. After making all the preparations, he mobilized part of the 9th level peak power, and immersed it in the golden storage bag. There was no trouble as imagined. Although Tianming Xianjun was once a Daluo Jingxian, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and without the nourishment of his soul, the soul mark left in the storage bag had long dissipated. Crash! The moment the storage bag was opened, dozens of small hills suddenly appeared in the astonishing freestall area, all of which were items poured out from the storage bag of the heavenly destiny immortal. Above the sky, Song-Chi inside the warship kept scanning the large number of items below, and the Cheonkian intelligent brain next to it was using its huge computing power to scan all the things that appeared on the ground in the market. There was no need for Song-Chi to arrange the inventory work. After a short time, the Cheonkian intelligent brain listed a detailed list of items in an orderly manner. 10th level floating land origin, 20 strands. 9th level floating land origin, 2,820 strands. 8th level floating land origin, 35,000 strands. Mythical soul, 10th level mythical true spirit 2 copies. 9th level dominant true spirit, 50 copies. 8th level dominant true spirit, 700 copies. 7th level dominant true spirit, 3,560 copies. Super quality spirit crystal, 300 pieces. Top quality spirit stone, 1,000 pieces. Top quality spirit stone, 50,000 pieces. A total of 10 25-star sea wonders. 5 color wonder, 1 piece. 3 color wonder, 1 piece. Black wonder, 6 pieces. Gold, 20 pieces. Silver, 108 pieces. Looking at the light curtain of the amazingly long list of items in front of him, Song-Chi's excitement was visible to the naked eye. At this moment, he had only one sentence in his heart. As expected of a Daluo Jinxian, his wealth is truly amazing, even though he has been in charge of the Shutian market for more than 3,000 years, and has seen a lot of good things. Song-Chi was a little out of control at this moment. Not to mention anything else, just the 10th level floating land origin, the mythical soul, and hundreds of silver and above rare items. Which of these things would not be priceless in the outside world? After calming down, he began to search the list of items purposefully. But the final result made him frown. No wood fire. There was no wood fire among the thousands of rare items, which was undoubtedly bad news. However, Song-Chi did not dwell on this point too much. If it didn't work, he could still evolve a ray of 3-color upgraded fire source through swallowing sky python shedding. After confirming that there was no secret means in the astonishing number of items below, and it was absolutely safe, he took back the warship. Half an hour later, all the items were counted by a group of puppet soldiers and enslaved creatures. In the end, only dozens of silver and above rare items were left in front of Song-Chi. 2 colored, 6 black, 20 gold, 68 silver. The other 40 silver rare items could not be converted into shipborne parts, and had been sent to the market rare item exchange shop. Of the 2 colorful artifacts, the 3-color lower-level artifact cannot be transformed into a shipborne component. It is called Heavenly Fate's Slashing Sky Sword, and Song-Chi intends to use it as a weapon for the future Tianqiu Sanqiong mythical mecha. Although the previous meteorite spear can still be used, the black quality is a bit low after all, and this colorful lower-level Heavenly Fate's Slashing Sky Sword is just right. As for the colorful upper-level one, it is a special binding rope. Wonderful item, binding immortal rope. Quality, colorful/upper level. Convertible, binding immortal traction rope. Note, it was refined by the immortal realm great power, with a variety of rare materials. After a long period of evolution, it finally turned into a colorful mythical artifact. Immortal binding rope LV0. Quality, color/upper. Features, rope toughness increased by 230%. Feature 2, rope length increased by 230%. Feature 3, units bound by the rope will have their energy temporarily weakened by 9%. Feature 4, number of ropes doubled. Feature 5, traction efficiency increased by 230%. Feature 6, 100-fold traction. Feature 7, out-of-body immortal binding lock. Feature 8, absolute traction. Consumption, 400/s, psionic points, usable traction ropes, 8/8, 4x2, effect. Consume 10,000 psionic points, shoot a traction rope in the specified direction, and when the traction rope touches an entity, it will automatically bind and tug, consuming 1 traction rope each time, and 1 traction rope will be restored every 24 hours. No need for charging and buffering. Note, this component needs to occupy 15 slots. 100-fold traction. Consume 1 million psionic points, temporarily derive 100 immortal traction ropes, and launch them at one time to pull the designated 100 units uniformly, lasting for 2 minutes, with a cooling time of 720 hours. After the duration ends, the traction ropes of the component itself will be restored to the previous number. Extracorporeal immortal binding lock. Consume 1 million psionic points, launch an extracorporeal immortal traction rope, block and bind the designated target, lasting for 10 seconds, and the cooling time is constant at 24 hours. Absolute traction. Consume 2 million psionic points. Launch a guaranteed traction rope to the designated unit, with a cooling time of 1 year. This is a component similar to a chimeric device, but in fact the two are fundamentally different. The interlocking device is only a part used for binding and fixing, and it can only take effect under the premise of voluntary participation. This immortal binding rope is completely different. It is similar to the traction beam of the warship, but the effect is countless times more domineering. It also has the characteristics of external immortal binding lock that can bind in the air. There is no doubt that this is a top-quality auxiliary component. After putting it away, Song-Chi looked at the 6 black strange objects again. The first thing he paid attention to was naturally the bronze spoon that looked like a soup spoon. This object was another part of the heavenly fate compass plate. As the Tianxu Sanqiong was summoned again, the 2 strange objects, one gold and one black, quickly merged into one. In the mutual entanglement of the golden light and the black light, the 2 lights finally dissipated almost at the same time, and turned into dazzling colorful light. At this time, looking at the properties of Tianming C Nanpan again, it has indeed changed greatly. Tianming C Nan LV80. Quality, color/pole. Feature, C Nan Shuabin. Feature 2, C Nan Trace the source. Feature 3, double the effectiveness of the battleship's air patrol radar. Feature 4, Tianming going without a trace. Feature 5, Tianming confusing the secrets of heaven. Feature 6, the required slot is always 1. Feature 7, strong magnetic attraction field. Feature 8, Tianming omens of good and bad omens. Feature 9, Xinghai South Pole. See Nan Shuabin, omitted. See Nan Trace the source. The current maximum tracking range is 1 billion light-years, with a cooling time of 1 year. Tianming going without a trace. When equipped with a battleship, the whereabouts of the direct captain are extremely difficult to be detected by various tracking methods. Tianming confusing the secrets of heaven. When equipped with a battleship, the strong power of Tianming is favored and cannot be captured by any form of deduction, including but not limited to divination, astrology, cause and effect, laws, etc. Geomagnetic strong attraction field. Consume 2 million psionic points. With the loading battleship as the center, immediately build a geomagnetic field with a radius of 10 billion kilometers. All objects in the field will be forcibly pulled to the loading battleship. The duration is 15 minutes, and the cooling time is 720 hours. Destiny good and bad omens. Every year, the component will automatically generate a good or bad omen, which will represent the good and bad omens of the loading battleship and the captain in the next year. From bad to good, it is divided into the following 9 types of fortune: bad, bad middle, bad upper, middle lower, middle middle, middle upper, up and down, up middle, up and down. Star C South Pole. The component will always point to the southernmost end of the star C on the ground. Following this direction, it will eventually reach the southern end of the broken star C. Legend has it that the secret of the era is hidden there. To be honest, Song-Chi was very surprised. He had never thought that the complete quality of Tianming C Nan was actually color/extreme. You should know that Tianming C Nanpan was only of gold quality. Before that, he always thought that the most likely quality was color lower. In addition, he had thought about black and color upper, but he really had never had any hope for color extreme. As for the 9 characteristics of the component, they are undoubtedly excellent, even the characteristic 6. At least in Song-Chi's opinion, this characteristic is still very good. Otherwise, color extreme components usually require about 30 slots. Although there are many slots available on the Tianxu Sanqiong, in fact, there are only a few color components. In addition, the characteristics of coming and going without a shadow, confusing the secrets of heaven, forecasting good and bad omens are all first-class and excellent characteristics. Among them, Song-Chi has already summarized the geomagnetic strong suction field feature into a perfect combination with the neutron star fission and high-energy particle storm features of neutron star core armor. Using the strong suction field to absorb all the surrounding hostile units together, and then using this powerful group attack feature to cause maximum damage, it is definitely a perfect combination skill. However, Song-Chi is not very interested in the last Star C South Pole feature. The secret of the era sounds quite attractive, but the key is how vast the broken star C is. At least Song-Chi has never heard of any civilization reaching the border of the broken star C. Even though he has now entered the 8th level and has a long life of 300,000 years, if he really wants to find the South Pole, I am afraid that even if he exhausts these 300,000 years, it will be difficult to find the final answer. In his opinion, this feature is not useless, but at least it is not something he can use now, and even after he is promoted to the 9th level in the future. Only after he reaches the 10th level myth and obtains eternal life can he try to find this southern extreme of Shanghai. Retracting his sight from the heavenly fate compass, Song Qi then carefully checked the remaining dozens of parts, but there were not many that were useful to him. Just as he was struggling with how to deal with these strange objects, the Xinhua Zuqiu in his brow trembled slightly. Song Qi was subconsciously shocked. He thought that there was something hidden in these things poured out from the storage bag that even the Qiongtianji now, or even his own 9th level peak dominance power, could not detect. But soon he turned back. He understood that this was a prompt that his Xinhua Seed Network account had received a message. As for why he was in the Shutian market, he could still receive information, but it had never happened before. It also had some guesses about this. If the guess was correct, the message should be sent by the Xinhua Zuding of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. The 4 great ancestral temples control the true original ancestral fire seed. The original ancestral fire seed as a chaos wonder. Only in this way can it make sense. With this guess, he left the Zhutian market. Longji Continent, Qinghua Manor. After leaving the market, Song Qi closed his eyes slightly and connected to the ancestral fire network through the ancestral fire seed. Xianqin Ancestral Temple of Ancestral Fire. When he saw the 6 big characters displayed at the top of the jumping information bar, Song Qi actually forgot to check the specific content of the information, but his mood was changing wildly. Since it matched the previous guess, it was equivalent to telling him an answer in disguise. The secret realm of the Shutian market itself is most likely a chaos wonder. Since the original flame source, which is also a chaos wonder, can affect the Shutian market to a certain extent, the answer is obvious. Shutian market is also an existence of the same level as the original flame source. After reaching this conclusion, Song Qi had a very special feeling in his heart. If he had to describe it in specific words, it might be neither joy nor disappointment. He was not disappointed because he had already learned something about chaos wonders, and knew that it was the highest quality wonder in the Broken Star Sea, and each one had an ability that was rare and eternal. He was not happy because this chaos wonder was not the only one. Over the endless years, there were also many chaos wonders derived from Chaos God Land, and he was definitely not the only one. After about 2 minutes, Song Qi, who had sorted out his thoughts, focused his attention on the message sent by the God Dynasty Flame Ancestor Court. With a light click, the detailed information quickly appeared in front of him. Respected King Qiongyu, the master of Tianxu Sangqiong, hello to Captain Song Qi of Xinhe. I now inform you that the time of the conscription order sent by Xianqin Divine Dynasty Xinhua Zuding 40 years ago has been advanced. Please go to Xianqin Longting City Xinhua Zuding to gather in 20 years. This mission is a civilization fraught mission. Please make all preparations. If you don't come, you will bear the consequences. Xianqin Xinhua Zuding. 2 additional information are attached. 1. This mission only requires the Xinhua warship clone to participate, and there is no need to worry about the danger. 2. The target of this mission is the Chaos Mirror Stone of medium quality, and above, aiming to replicate the Life Prayer Sacrifice. The screenshot of the Life Prayer Sacrifice component attributes is as follows. This component is directly related to the success rate of the 4 emperors of our Xinhua human civilization in the future impact of mythology. It is extremely important. In the next period of time, please try to improve the strength of the warship clone as much as possible to increase the chance of competing for the Chaos Mirror Stone in the subsequent actions. If you succeed, the Divine Dynasty will issue generous rewards. There is no doubt that Song Qi's eyes fell on the attribute screenshot of the Life Prayer component. 20% promotion success rate blessing, or a component that can be used when the superdimensional mothership impacts the 10th level. The value of this Life Prayer component is simply unimaginable. Song Qi knows the difficulty of the promotion of the Xinhua warship very well. He owns the entire Zhujiangxi city. He is a rich man among the captains of the same level of Xinhua. When the Tianxu Sangqiong impacted the galaxy ship, he barely raised the promotion success rate to 80%. It is conceivable that the subsequent impact on the superdimensional mothership will be even more difficult. Not to mention the impact of the superdimensional mothership on the 10th level. Without any hesitation, Song Qi had the idea of the Life Prayer Sacrifice. Of course, it doesn't mean that he wants to compete with the 4 emperors. Don't forget that he has the Miracle Clone Pod in his hand. But there is a problem now. The Miracle Clone Pod is currently only of black quality, and can only clone black objects at most. The Life Prayer Sacrifice of lower level color quality is obviously beyond this scope. This is not without a solution. The transmutation of the sky-swallowing python can evolve the Miracle Clone Pod into lower level color quality. But this means that he has to give up the opportunity to evolve the colored fire. It must be said that this makes people extremely entangled. No, there will always be a chance for the colored fire in the future, but now His Majesty Jiang Huang of the Divine Xia dynasty is about to impact the 10th level. If you miss this opportunity, you will have no chance to clone the life prayer sacrifice component in the future. Thinking of this, Song Qi immediately returned to the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain Ancestral Temple. Soon, several Xinhua warships flew out of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain and headed straight for the core space corridor of the Dragon Ridge continent. As for Song Qi, he had already prepared the Time Source Crystal, and he only needed to use it to cool down the mythical metamorphosis characteristic of the Deep Sky Python, and he would immediately evolve the Miracle Clone Pod to a colorful lower quality. Dragon Ridge Continent, Core Space. With more than 2,000 grams of Time Source Crystal in his hand, integrated into the floating land origin core where the Deep Sky Python was located, this strange object that had transformed into a colorful upper quality began to emit colorful brilliance. After a while, its mythical metamorphosis effect had returned to cooling. Tianqiu Sanqiong was summoned by Song Qi, and there was no need to unload the Miracle Clone Pod. A ray of light shot out from the sky devouring Python's metamorphosis had already accurately sunk into the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Following the guidance of the Captain Song Qi, this ray of light finally merged into the Miracle Clone Pod. The evolution of this black piece began. Chapter 770. Xianxin Divine Dynasty, Beidou Continent. As the ancestral land of the Beidou Seven Stars Palace, one of the top 3 giant forces in the Divine Dynasty, Beidou Continent has remained at the peak of the 8th level for tens of thousands of years. However, since the end of the civilization war hundreds of years ago, through the large number of high-level floating land origin cores extracted from the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community, this floating land has been officially promoted to the 9th level 200 years ago. Even taking advantage of this floating land promotion, Tanlang Palace Master successfully broke through the siege ship to the level of superdimensional mothership in one fell swoop. For this reason, this most powerful Palace Master of the Star Palace is still in seclusion, until now, striving to break through his own guidance technique as soon as possible. On this day, Song Qi appeared in Beidou Floating Land. This was his first time to set foot on the ancestral land of Beidou Seven Stars Palace. In the past, when the 8-armed Snake Demon civilization was still there, Beidou Seven Stars Palace had always stood at the forefront of the battlefield and had no chance to visit this Beidou continent in person. Beidou Continent, Xingchen Qidian, where the Beidou Qixing Hall is located. When Song Qi stepped into the hall, there were already more than 10 figures waiting in the hall. If there were outsiders here, they would be shocked after seeing these 10 figures. Because these 10 people all exuded the 8th level life aura, and they were all at the level of the Captain of the Galaxy. At this moment, they all had smiles on their faces, and their eyes were focused on Song Qi, who walked all the way into the hall. Obviously, this was a silent welcome. Song Qi's expression did not change much. He walked to the center of the hall neither servile nor arrogant, and then raised his hand and clasped his fists and said, "New Captain Song Qi of the Galaxy, meet all the Hall Masters star-honored." This time was slightly different from before. He only raised his hand to greet symbolically, but did not bow like before. The captains of the Galaxy ships in the hall were naturally aware of the subtle changes in his movements, but they were not dissatisfied in their hearts. After being successfully promoted to the captain of the Galaxy ships, Song Qi is now undoubtedly a high-ranking official of the Big Dipper Hall, and his status is no different from theirs. Haha, no need to be so polite, Jingjia. No, it is more appropriate to call you Qiongyu now. Since you have been promoted to the captain of the Galaxy ships, you can be called equal to us in the future. In addition, while you are coming to the Big Dipper continent this time, I have just decided on your title. Qiongyu, do you have a title you want? Hearing this, Song Qi fell into a brief silence, thinking quickly in his heart. Through the introduction of the people in the hall, he has figured out the specific situation. Big Dipper Hall has a tradition that every time a new member is promoted to the captain of the Galaxy ships, he will choose a title for himself with the suffix of Hall Master or Star Honor. The suffix of Palace Master is limited, and there are only 7 of them, named after the Big Dipper, such as Tan Lang, Pajun, etc. Star Lord is unlimited in number. Except for the 7 Palace Masters, all captains of the Big Dipper Palace Galaxy can only use Star Lord as the suffix, such as Tian Hai Xingzun, Inu Xingzun, etc. Why not name it Qiongyu? How about Qiongyu Xingzun? Before Song Qi opened his mouth, a figure at the head of the hall had already taken the initiative to give a suggestion. But this was not accepted. The Pajun Palace Master, whom Song Qi had met once, shook his head and said, Although Qiongyu Xingzun is not bad, I have another suggestion. Tan Lang's ship has been promoted, and it is only a matter of time before the guidance technique breaks through the 9th level. When he comes out of seclusion as a superdimensional captain, he will be the Big Dipper Star Lord of our Big Dipper Palace. In this way, the position of Tan Lang Palace Master is actually vacant. Pejuan, do you mean to let Qiongyu take over the new Tan Lang Palace Master? Pejuan Palace Master did not answer, but the expression on his face had already told everyone in the palace the answer. For a moment, more than 10 people in the palace had different expressions. Some of them agreed with this proposal, but more of them were questioning. Regardless of the others, Song Chi's own qualifications are the biggest shortcoming. Who among the present has not joined the Big Dipper Palace several times, or even dozens of times longer than him, but Pejuan Palace Master's attitude is still firm. Qiongyu has indeed joined the Star Palace the shortest time, but his strength and potential are obvious to all. Even if he has just been promoted, I believe that the combat power of his ship will never be weaker than more than half of us. As soon as these words came out, the strange colors that had just appeared in the eyes of the rest of the people in the palace suddenly disappeared. Xinhua Annihilator Star List is 20th, and the actual ranking has a high chance of being in the top 10. Such data is indeed convincing enough. Although everyone present was once a Star Destroyer captain, they could be called geniuses and demons, but that was only relative. Not to mention the Xinhua Star Destroyer overall ranking, not everyone had ever been on the Xianqin Star Destroyer King ranking. The hall was silent for about a few dozen seconds, and it was Palace Master Pejuan who took the initiative to speak and broke the silence. Since no one has spoken, then let Qiongyu speak. Before you are promoted to the Galaxy ship, are you sure you can make it into the top 10 of the Xinhua Star Destroyer overall ranking? Faced with this question, Song Chi didn't need to think about it at all. 2 firm characters came out of his mouth. Of course. For his answer without any hesitation, everyone in the 7 Stars Palace could naturally see that this was the true words from his heart. A few minutes later, the voice of Palace Master Pejuan was heard again in the hall. If no one objects, then it is settled. From today onwards, Qiongyu will be the new Palace Master Tan Lang. After this incident, Song Chi finally remembered the purpose of his visit to the Big Dipper Palace. Everyone, I received a mandatory conscription order from the Divine Dynasty not long ago. After he briefly explained everything, the faces of several palace masters beside him smiled at the same time. It was still Palace Master Pejuan who spoke. Sure enough, Qiong. Tan Lang, you also received a mandatory conscription mission from the Ancestral Court. I knew that with your combat power and a high-quality warship clone component, it was impossible not to be conscripted. Hearing what he said, Song Chi finally understood that, including himself, 4 of the 7 palace masters of the Star Palace had received the same conscription order. Knowing this, he no longer had any scruples and directly stated his purpose. 3-color upgraded fire source. Tan Lang, this may be quite difficult. Hearing that he came for the 3-color upgraded fire source, everyone in the hall shook their heads. 3-color upgraded fire source. This level of upgraded fire source, how precious is it in the territory of Xinhua human civilization? Even among the more than 10 people present, more than half are still black Xinhua seeds. You have to know that these people have been promoted to galaxy captains for more than tens of thousands of years. However, it can also be seen from the side that the 3-color upgraded fire source is precious and rare. Song Chi was not surprised by the reaction of everyone. If it was easy to find, why would he come to Big Dipper Hall? Having considered it for a long time, he quickly continued to add, of course, in addition to the 3-color upgraded fire source, if there is a sufficient number of time source crystals, it will also work. After the evolution of the Miracle Clone Chamber, the mythical transmutation effect of the Devouring Sky Python transmutation has once again fallen into cooling, and it has lasted for 30,000 years. It is a bit longer, but strictly speaking, it is actually a matter of 30 kilograms time source crystal. If a sufficient number of time source crystal can be obtained, the problem of the 3-color upgraded fire source can also be solved. Compared with the 3-color upgraded fire source, the time source crystal is obviously more common. After listening to Song Chi's words, a few people in the hall flashed a little strange color in their eyes. This did not escape the capture of Song Chi's double pupils, and it also made him slightly certain in his heart. Looking at the changes in their expressions, even if they did not have the ready-made time source crystal in their hands, they probably knew some specific information. However, although everyone's expressions changed, they all tacitly did not rush to speak. Song Chi, who understood the meaning, did not hesitate. His eyebrows and palms flashed continuously, and a large number of items were taken out by him. Among them were hundreds of silver and above rare items, most of which were counted out from the storage bag before. In addition, there was the last 7th level Time Realm fruit left in his hand, 2 8th level golden apples, 8 6th level Time Realm fruits, 27th level silver apples, and 109th level dominant true spirits. As their eyes kept scanning these things, the captains of the galaxy in the Star Hall sighed in their hearts. Compared to Song Chi, they felt that they were more like the newly promoted captains of the galaxy. After a brief sigh, someone finally asked, "The younger generation of the clan is just about to attack the Star Destroyer. Can this 1 kilogram Time Source Crystal be exchanged for a 6th level Time Realm fruit?" "Of course. I also have 2 kilograms, but I need an 8th level golden apple." As expected of veteran galaxy captains, quite a few of them have a small amount of Time Source crystals in their collections. In just a few minutes, Song Chi has completed several transactions. At this time, the Pajuan Palace Master also spoke up. He directly took out 5 kilograms of Time Source crystals, but what he wanted to exchange was the 7th level Time Realm fruit. In fact, strictly speaking, the value of the 7th level Time Realm fruit should be a little higher, but this person showed enough goodwill to him from the beginning, and took out so much at one time. Song Chi did not hesitate, and nodded in agreement. Counting this 5 kilograms, plus the rest before, the Time Source crystals in his hand have reached 13.5 kilograms, and it seems that he has almost collected nearly half of them. But the next words of the Pajuan Palace Master gave him another big surprise. "Tan Lang, my family still has some of this Time Source crystal in stock. Do you need more?" Seeing Song Chi nod, Palace Master Pajuan explained in advance, "If I remember correctly, there should be about 2 kilograms left, but let me make a deal first. I will give the 2 kilograms Time Source crystal for free, but Tan Lang, you have to agree to one request of mine. On the premise that your Longji Song family has a surplus, you must consider me first when selling the 7th level Time Realm fruit in the future." "Okay." After thinking for less than 10 seconds, Song Chi agreed. The other party's request was not excessive at all, but only asked the Song family to give priority to it when selling the 7th level Time Realm fruit in the future. If it was achieved, the other party would still pay a satisfactory reward, and both parties would be happy. After getting the last 2 kilograms of Time Source crystal, Song Chi went to Yoguang Star Tower in the same way to operate. Compared with Big Dipper Hall, the energy between the members of Yoguang Star Tower is obviously much smaller, but it is still relatively speaking. In the end, he still traded several kilograms of Time Source crystal from the members of the Star Tower. At this point, the number of Time Source crystal in Song Chi's hands officially exceeded 20 kilograms, and the distance to restore the cooling effect of myth metamorphosis was less than 10 kilograms. Longji Continent, Longji Ancestral Hall. Many core members of the Song family gathered in real bodies, or in the form of starry sky projection to discuss Song Chi's question in detail. Song Xiuan. So, we will first use the 4, 5, and 6 Time Realm fruits, including various upgraded fire sources, as a gimmick, and make full efforts to purchase them in the 2 floating land public open areas of the Demon Snake and the Demon God. As for the small pond, you can rest assured to use the Zutian market to purchase them. Haven't we already established a trading channel with the Wizard Civilization? Just focus on them. The foundation of the Star Sea Overlord civilization is not just talk. After Song Xiuan finished speaking, Song Yin on the side also added, "I will go to the 8-armed snake demon civilization immediately. There is a large-scale development of the river system community there. During this period, many rare resources have been produced. Maybe I can encounter Time Source crystal." In a short period of time, the entire Longji Song family was mobilized, and millions of clansmen began to collectively search for Time Source crystal, which caused a great commotion in many surrounding river systems. With so many clansmen coming forward, there will always be 1 or 2 lucky ones. As time goes by, the accumulation speed of Time Source crystal in Song Chi's hands is slow, but it is actually growing continuously. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed. On this day, a super battleship with a length of tens of thousands of kilometers appeared in the sky above Qinghua Manor. Below along the Qinghua Lake building complex, the direct descendants of the Song family looked up one by one, and soon someone recognized the identity of the super battleship in the sky. Purple Moon Long Song, it's Ruzu. Ruzu came to our network station in person. Is he here to look for Chizu? It should be. Maybe the clan has found another batch of Time Source crystals, and Ruzu delivered them personally. By the way, what exactly does Chizu want to do? This vigorous collection operation, if I remember correctly, should have lasted for more than 20 years, right? Don't ask, don't complain here. Since it is Chizu's order, just execute it firmly. Without Chizu, how can my Longji Song family be today? Qingwen Manor, Song Qi's exclusive courtyard. The moment Song Xingru arrived, Song Qi, who was in the Zhutian market, immediately felt it, and soon his figure appeared in the courtyard. Shao Qi, go on. Even if she successfully became the captain of a star destroyer, Song Xingru still maintained her hot temper. Because she was busy improving her guidance skills, when she saw Song Qi appear, she directly threw the storage capsule in her hand over. Then the dark energy in her body surged rapidly, and her figure quickly soared into the sky, re-entering the purple Moon Changda star destroyer hovering in the sky at the fastest speed, and disappeared into the clouds deep in the sky in the blink of an eye. Song Qi smiled and shook his head, and ignored it, but quickly opened the storage capsule in his hand and took a look. The next second, a visibly happy expression appeared on his face. The storage capsule contained the time source crystal. Although it was not much, only less than 1 kilogram, but including the ones acquired by all the tribesmen in the past 20 years in the market, it was enough to cool down the mythical metamorphosis effect of swallowing sky python. Half an hour later, in the core space of the Dragon Ridge continent, with the injection of nearly 30 kilograms of time source crystal, swallowing sky python metamorphosis once again flashed with shining colorful light. After the mythical metamorphosis effect cooled down again, Song Qi took out the black upgraded fire source that he had prepared long ago. With the experience of the previous 2 times, Song Qi's speed was obviously faster this time. In less than 10 minutes, the black upgraded fire source in his hand transformed into a 3-color fire seed. After that, Song Qi was too lazy to go back to Qingwen Manor. He just said hello to the ancestors and others through the Star Destroyer's exclusive Xinhua communication, and then went directly to the Zhutian market. The time to go to Xianqing continent to gather was getting closer and closer, and the evolution of Xinhua seed also required a lot of time to adjust the state. There was really not much time left for him. Zhutian market, all attribute training room. Song Qi sat cross-legged, and the dark energy in his body was continuously circulating. Song Qi was trying his best to adjust his own state by constantly nourishing cells all over his body with dark energy. Half a year passed in a blink of an eye. One day, Song Qi's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Feeling that he was already in the most perfect state, he took out the 3-color upgrade fire source without hesitation. The dark energy quickly surged to the center of the eyebrows, and the entrance to the ancestral fire acupoint soon opened. A powerful suction force came from the depths of the ancestral acupoint, continuously pulling the 3-color upgraded fire source toward the entrance of the ancestral fire acupoint. A few seconds later, under the pull of the huge suction force, the 3-color upgraded fire source completely sank into the ancestral acupoint. The entry of the 3-color fire seed made the chaotic ancestral acupoint space seem to be rendered in 3 colors. Deep in the ancestral acupoint, under the full urging of Song Qi, the black fire seed continued to emit suction force. The 3-color fire seed continued to move toward the depths of the ancestral acupoint. Even though he had already performed the same operation many times in the past 3,000 years, Song Qi still felt extremely strenuous. Compared with the previous times, the difficulty of pulling the 3-color upgraded fire source this time was much higher. Every time he let it get closer, he needed to consume a lot of mental energy. That is to say, he adjusted his state to the best in advance, otherwise he really doubted that he could not complete the final fusion. As time passed, just when Song Qi's mind was already exhausted, the 3-color upgraded fire source finally officially touched the black fire seed. At this point, the next step is the mutual fusion and transformation of the fire seed itself and the upgraded fire source, without him having to spend too much energy. As the black light and the 3-color light intertwined, a violent chemical reaction occurred between the 2 sides. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and then the familiar black light weakened, and the 3-color light became more and more shining. Chapter 771. The moment the fire seed completely transformed into 3 colors, Song Qi's face was filled with joy. The 3-color fire seed not only means that the enhancement of the various colored parts of the Tianxu Sanqiong will unlock a large level again, and the real enhancement will reach level 100. It also means that even if he fails to be promoted to 5 colors in the future, it will not affect his impact on the mythical rank. In other words, he has now officially obtained the potential of the mythical level, which is undoubtedly a milestone. This joy did not stay in his heart for too long. After a while, Song Qi hurriedly withdrew from the market. The gorgeous flame tail crossed the sky, and the ship, under the control of the Rui Suishing Pot, maintained a length of 1 kilometer. The Tianxu Sanqiong soared into the sky. Tens of minutes later, Song Qi arrived at the family's external space wormhole development area, which was once the falling fire plane. With the help of the wormhole channel, he arrived at the Demon Snake floating land in just less than an hour. This time, he spent too much time collecting Time Source Crystal. If he continued to go to Xianqin continent through normal jump, he felt that it would be difficult. So Song Qi chose to change another way. The first transit fragment base of the Demon Snake continent, this is the location of the cross-dimensional teleportation array that connects the Demon Snake continent directly to the Xianqin continent. When the Tianxu Sangqiong arrived, it was intercepted by the Xianqin royal fleet without surprise. Every time this cross-dimensional teleportation array is opened, it consumes a lot of high-level spirit stones. Generally speaking, it will only be allowed to be opened when the top leaders of the Ying family encounter an emergency, and it can basically only be used by members of the Ying family. Of course, through the repeated discussions between the senior management of the Ying family and their own family, the space wormhole generator installed by Song Wujiang will be able to buffer it soon, and then this interdimensional teleportation array will be replaced by a space wormhole. Fortunately, Song Qi took the initiative to reveal his identity and mentioned that he was summoned by the Xinhua Zuding of the Divine Dynasty, so he was finally allowed to pass. However, he was not teleported immediately, but had to wait for a batch of direct captains of the Ying family. Taking advantage of this time, Song Qi had the opportunity to think about the issue of strengthening the warship. Before, the Qianxu Sangqiong was successfully promoted, but because of the quality of the Xinhua seed, he had never strengthened the various components on the warship. Now that the Xinhua seed is turned into 3 colors, it is natural to put this matter on the agenda as soon as possible. This is a key factor that directly affects the combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong. After counting the resources in his hands, Song Qi frowned. He had a lot of 9th order master spirits and floating land origins, including the 10th order floating land origin, which were enough for strengthening. But the problem was that there were only 4 mist souls, which meant that no matter how it was planned, the Tianxu Sangqiong could only have 4 enhanced LV100 colored parts in a short period of time. Turning his head and scanning the main control room for several times, including the miracle clone pod that had just been promoted, there were 11 colored parts loaded. Color lower level, neutron star core armor, myth pulse energy shield, antimatter energy evolution engine, void warehouse, mirror image, miracle clone pod color upper level, eye of truth, 3 realms and 5 elements voucher, immortal binding towing rope color extreme level, time chessboard. Destiny compass. Song Qi's eyes wandered over these 11 parts, and he could only use the elimination method again. First of all, he must keep a copy for the miracle clone pod. Regardless of whether he can win the Chaos Mirror Stone in the subsequent operation, he must ask the 4 emperors to clone the life prayer sacrifice. Although the Tianxu Sangqiong is still a long way from the 10th level, this does not conflict with leaving the life prayer sacrifice as a cloning template first, and it does not affect the use of the life prayer sacrifice by the 4 emperors. If he really takes the initiative to propose it, I believe that the 4 emperors will not refuse. The second is the antimatter energy evolution engine, which is the heart of the Tianxu Sangqiong, the source of all energy, and the key to supporting the continuous functioning of each component. As for the remaining 2, Song Qi eliminated them one by one, and finally chose the neutron star core armor and the eye of truth. Neutron star core armor, needless to say, it is the best of the best ship armors. It can provide strong warship protection attributes and has strong attack attributes. It is undoubtedly the component that has the greatest bonus to the combat power of Tianxu Sangqiong, and can also be copied to the mirror warship. As for Eye of Truth, Song Qi's consideration is very simple. Whether he wants to gain something in the subsequent actions or to prioritize the safety of the mirror warship, having a pair of eyes that are far stronger than other participants is the top priority. In addition, there are actually many parts that want to be strengthened. For example, the myth pulse energy shield in the dual main protection components of the warship, the void warehouse that can capture objects in the void, and the 3 realms and 5 element certificate that can give Tianxu Sangqiong a powerful concealment ability, but unfortunately there are limited myth souls in his hands. He shook his head and did not think about it anymore. Instead, he started the enhancement. As the light inside the warship shone again and again, each component was enhanced one by one. Because he had enough resources, in addition to a few mythical components, Song Qi also enhanced all the components in the warship that had not been fully enhanced before. When the direct lineage of the immortal Qin family arrived, all the enhancements had been completed. In the main control room of the warship, a projection screen appeared in front of Song Qi at this moment, which was the detailed attribute panel of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Name, Tianxu Sangqiong. Model, Xinhua Xinghe class psionic airship. Level, LV-80. Additional features, Air stabilization, self-healing. Basic parts. Tricolor Shinhua Hull LV80. Galaxy Cannon, 1-to-1 Light of Dawn, Black, LV90. Star Destroyer Cannon, 2 halves Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer Cannon, Black, LV90. Mixed Hole Particle Cannon, Black, LV90. Super Main Cannon, 4 Chi Wang Feather Cannon, Black, LV90. Shield Breaking Streamer Cannon, Black, LV90. Blood Spear, Gold, LV80. Wandling Destruction Bow, Silver, LV70. Main Cannon, June 8th Antimatter Energy Annihilation Cannon, Gold, LV80. Roaring Water Dragon Cannon, Gold, LV80. World Destroying Copper Spear, Gold, LV80. Purple Thunder Cannon, Gold, LV80. Sky God Killer Cannon, Silver, LV70. Soul Destroying Pupil Light Cannon, Silver, LV70. Secondary Guns, 13/16 Moon Cold Shadow Cannon, Black, LV90. Soul Sweeping Demon Sound Cannon, Gold, LV80. Sharp Gold Streamer, Gold, LV80. Greenwood Streamer, Gold, LV80. Sunflower Water Streamer, Gold, LV80. Fiery Fire Streamer, Gold, LV80. Thick Earth Streamer, Gold, LV80. Explosive Particle Cannon, Silver, LV70. Gold Source Armor Piercing Cannon, Silver, LV70. Shadow Demon Breaker Cannon, Silver, LV70. Red Fire Sky Curtain Cannon, Silver, LV70. Electromagnetic Lightning Cannon, Silver, LV70. Cold Light Sky Frost Cannon, Silver, LV70. Hull Armor, 1/1 Neutron Star Core Armor, Color/Lower, LV100. Engine, 1/1 Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine, Color/Lower, LV100. Flame Roar Engine, Silver, LV70. Energy Shield, 1/1 Mid-Pulse Energy Shield, Color/Lower, LV99. Patrol Radar, 1 out of 1 Eye of Truth, Color/Upper, LV100. Phantom Training Room LV32, 32 of 37. Additional parts. Time Chessboard, Color/Extreme, LV90. Destiny Compass, Color/Extreme, LV90. 3 Realms 5 Element Certificate, Color/Upper, LV99. Immortal Binding Rope, Color/Upper, LV90. Void Warehouse, Color/Lower, LV90. Mirror Image, Color/Lower, LV90. Miracle Clone Chamber, Color/Lower, LV90. Black Cave Evolution Layer, Black, LV99. Void Sea Projection Emperor's Tomb, Black, LV90. Chapter of Divine Thoughts, Black, LV90. Creation Bagua Furnace Remnant, Black, LV90. Chaos Godhead, Black, LV90. Eternal True Spirit Nest, Black, LV90. Dominate Ivory Horn, Black, LV90. Dragon Blood Locking Demon Chain, Black, LV90. Devouring Ship Slashing Sword, Black, LV90. Yang Concentric Pendant, Black, LV80. Heavenly Power Control Ring, Black, LV90. Sky Intelligence Brain System, Black, LV90. Angel Kings Wings, Black, LV90. Demon Buddha Purifying World Relics, Black, LV99. Eternal Fire Hibernation Chamber, Black, LV90. Resurrection Metal, Black, LV90. Cheat Songs Number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, Black, LV90. Posha Meditation Seal, Gold, LV80. Mythical Pythons Eternal Scales, Gold, LV80. Blood War Monument, Gold, LV80. Starlight Shine Stone Talisman, Gold, LV89. Flame Elf Warrior Tree, Gold, LV80. Mixed Element Copper Mother Horn, Gold, LV80. Mirage Dragon One Wa Pearl, Gold, LV89. For Symbols Wheel Seal, Gold, LV80. Space Jumper, Gold, LV80. Domain Hedge, Gold, LV89. Plasma Guardian, Gold, LV80. Frost Void Prison, Gold, LV80. Seal of Strength, Gold, LV80. Void Membrane, Gold, LV89. Skybreaker, Gold, LV80. Starseed Beacon Launcher, Gold, LV80. Red Sky Jumper, Gold, LV80. Rui Free Heart Pot, Gold, LV80. Life Medical Repair Cabin, Gold, LV80. Oath Contract, Gold, LV80. Last Blessing, Gold, LV80. Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree, Gold, LV80. Death Tracking Seal, Silver, LV70. Super Body Contraction Card, Silver, LV70. Sky Locking Seal, Silver, LV70. Master and Servant Contract, Silver, LV70, Mother and Child Soul Control Ring, Silver, LV70, Behemoth Heart, Silver, LV70, Superpower Controller, Silver, LV70, Soul Summoning Demon Puppet, Silver, LV70, God Binding Chain, Silver, LV70, Totem Spirit Pillar, Silver, LV70, Super Distance Communication Disc, Silver, LV70, Tai Soul Calming Monument, Silver, LV70, Battleship Transposition. Instrument, Silver, LV70, Equal Ratio. For example, Zoom Instrument, Silver, LV70, External Armor-Piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher, Silver, LV70, Brainwave Remote Control System, Silver, LV70, Escape Bead, Silver, LV70, Phantom Thruster, Silver, LV70, Multifunction Converter, Silver, LV70, Star Destroyer Man Certificate, Silver, LV70, Hearthstone Return Device, Silver, LV70. Chapter of Shadow Descent, Orange, LV50, Abnormal State Purifier, Orange, LV50, Virus Spore Repelling Outer Membrane, Orange, LV50, Holy Cross Beacon, Orange, LV50, Ultrasonic Geomagnetic Detector, Orange, LV50, Psychic Beam Mosaic Device, Orange, LV50, Wing Delivery Platform, Orange, LV50, Water Molecule Isolation Outer Membrane, Orange, LV50. Fixed Point. Drop Station, Blue, LV30, Blood Soul Seal, Blue, LV30, Sound Wave Silence Field, Blue, LV30, Shinhua Battleship Man Certificate, Blue, LV30, 216/322. Phantom Energy Pool, 5000000/500000000. Supplies, Heaven's Fate Slashing Sky Sword, Meteorite Spear, a Myth Soul, 20 strands of 10th level Floating Land Origin, 9 portions of 9th level Domination True Spirit. From this battleship attribute panel, it can be seen that in order to maximize the combat power of Tianxu Sangqiong, and further enhance the mirror battleship's response capabilities in subsequent operations, Song-Chi also specially strengthened the Myth Pulse Energy Shield. 3 Realms 5 Elements Certificate. Black Hole Evolution Layer. Demon Buddha Purifying World Relics to LV99. However, the number of 9th level Master Spirits in his hand is limited after all, and he can only strengthen these few pieces for the time being. The last remaining Myth Soul and 9 9th level Master Spirits were left by Song-Chi for upgrading the Miracle Clone Pod. Beep, receive external communication request. Do you want to connect? The sudden sound of the intelligent brain prompt brought Song-Chi's thoughts back to reality. He turned his eyes around and connected the communication. The figure displayed on the communication screen was a middle-aged man with a face direction. Although he looked ordinary, Song-Chi did not dare to ignore him. Because the ship under the other party was a galaxy ship with a range of more than 1.5 million kilometers. Ing Luo, the main branch of the Ing family, met the greedy Wolf Palace Master. Hearing the other party's words, Song-Chi smiled and replied in the same formula. He was not surprised that the other party could directly say the identity of greedy Wolf Palace Master. As an immortal giant force at the forefront of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty, it is impossible for the Northern Dipper Hall not to take the initiative to announce the replacement of the Hall Master to the world. Not to mention that more than 20 years have passed. Even if the Northern Dipper Hall released the news, the Tianzhu Ing family would be able to figure out everything and record it in the book. Tanlang Hall Master is in a hurry to go to the Xianxin continent this time. Is it to respond to the conscription mission issued by the Ancestral Hall 70 years ago? Everything before was fine, until hearing this, Song-Chi's face slightly condensed. In theory, with the authority of the 4 major Ancestral Halls, this level of command mission is absolutely impossible to be leaked to the outside world, even if the other party is a senior member of the main line of the Tianzhu Ing family. But after thinking about it, he seemed to understand something. Your Excellency has also received the call? Seeing the other party nod with a smile, Song-Chi secretly said, as expected. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. Although the 4 Shinhua ancestral temples have always been subordinate to the 4 empires, that is for the human emperor, the 4 pillars of the Shinhua civilization. If anyone in the 4 royal families can easily obtain various secret information from the Shinhua ancestral temple, then the meaning is completely different. Fortunately, the current Shinhua civilization is still in a stage of forging ahead, and the 4 human emperors have always maintained the relative fairness of the civilization's power center. This is exactly what Song-Chi and countless Shinhua citizens in the territory of Shinhua human civilization want to see. While the two were talking, Ing Luo quickly turned the topic to the subsequent actions. According to the information I have learned, the location of this mission is the Batian clan ruins located in the Chaos God land. Batian clan ruins? Song Chi's eyes flashed, and he seemed a little surprised by this word he had heard not long ago. It seems that the Lord of the Greedy Wolf Palace has heard about this before, so I won't beat around the bush. How about we do the follow-up mission together? After saying this, Ing Luo on the opposite side stopped talking and waited quietly for Song Chi's reply. On the surface, his face did not change at all, and no expression could be seen, but in fact, Ing Luo was very concerned in his heart. As a senior member of the Tianjuying family, who could face the Ying Emperor directly, no one knew better than him how highly the Ying Emperor thought of Song Chi. If it was just because of this, Ing Luo would still not care too much, but the key was the announcement made by the Big Dipper Palace more than 20 years ago. Beidou Tanlang Hall Master. In the past 200,000 years, the tradition of Beidou's 7-star hall has never changed. To be the hall master of a hall, one must be the captain of the galaxy. Ing Luo does not think that this default rule will change because of Song Chi. In addition, the sudden removal of King of the Sky from the Xinhua Star Destroyer list, both of which point to the fact that Song Chi has most likely been promoted to the captain of the galaxy. A super monster who can rank in the top 5 of the Xinhua Star Destroyer list in the Star Destroyer stage, and a captain of the galaxy, who once ranked in the top 5 of the Xinhua Star Destroyer list are two completely different concepts. If every Star Destroyer on the Xinhua Star Destroyer list can kill the 8th level Star Sea Overlord head-on, then the battleships that have been promoted to the Xinhua Star Destroyer list are powerful enough to be linked to the 9th level Star Sea Overlord. Although they may not be able to completely confront or even win the battle, they can at least be temporarily restrained. Because he understood this very well, Ing Luo hoped to join forces with Song Chi, which would greatly increase his rate of return in the subsequent Batian clan ruins trip. However, Song Chi was not very interested in this. With a set of top-quality parts, it was best to act alone in the subsequent missions. The change in his expression did not escape Ing Luo's capture. As the captain of the galaxy, who was born in the Tianju royal family, Ing Luo was not a narrow-minded person. Originally, he took the initiative to invite Song Chi just as an attempt. The combat power of his ship was not bad, otherwise he would not have received this forced conscription, and he naturally had his own pride in his heart. Seeing that Song Chi seemed unwilling, he naturally would not force it. Since Tanlang Palace Master has already made arrangements, forget it, Palace Master, there is no need to worry. After this episode, there were no other accidents. With the activation of the super cross-dimensional teleportation formation below, a strong spatial force acted on all the Xinhua warships in the sky. After the drastic spatial changes, they had been teleported away from the Demon Snake Continent. Xianxin Continent, Xianxin's first teleportation transfer station. Song Chi controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to rush out of the transfer station and rush straight to the surface of Xianxin Continent below. Because Ing Luo and his party were with them, they were not blocked by the Divine Dynasty fleet this time and easily arrived at Xianxin Longting City all the way. At this time, there were still nearly 3 years before the gathering time. After settling down in Longting City, Song Chi quickly re-entered the Zhutian market. In front of the market inn, Song Chi thought for a moment, his eyes flashed, and finally, he walked into the 4-story inn firmly. At the same time, the market projection order in Song Wujiang's hand on the Dragon Ridge continent began to tremble slightly. Song Wujiang, who understood what this meant, then activated the market projection order. Of course, it was not to summon the projection of the Zhutian market, but to enter the market through this projection order. On the 4th floor of the market, in a market projection room. After listening to what Song Chi said, Song Wujiang raised his eyebrows, and then said quickly, "Mythical soul? Xiaoyan seems to have a ray. I will go back to Longji Continent to ask for you." Originally, Song Chi just asked casually, and did not hold much hope. When he heard this, he was immediately happy. Chapter 772. Heavenly Compass. Seek good luck and avoid misfortune. Fortune, lower middle. Fortune, high-dimensional divine land, dragons and snakes encircle, peak tribes, overlord civilization, gods and demons fight, pond fish in the water. Staring at the first good or bad omen given by the heavenly compass in front of him, Song Chi's eyes were full of heaviness. It was precisely because of seeing the good or bad prediction given by this colorful extreme object that he decided to take the initiative to ask the family. Lower middle, this is the second to last of the 9 fortunes. According to Song Chi's understanding, although it is not as good as the result of 10 deaths and no survival of the worst fortune, it has definitely reached the level of 9 deaths and 1 survival. Even if his real body will stay in the human emperor city in the future, His life will not be threatened much, but this fortune represents the degree of danger of this trip. To the best of his ability, he still wanted to improve the strength of the mirror warships as much as possible, so that he could increase the chance of gaining something in the Batian clan ruins to a greater extent. This was not only to compete and accumulate the foundation for the entire Shinhua human civilization, but also to strive for opportunities for himself. Apart from anything else, Song Qi was also very envious of the Chaos Mirror Stone. Although he did not have the one-time god-level auxiliary promotion component like the life prayer sacrifice, the value of the Miracle Clone Pod was obviously higher. As long as the mirror image of the Miracle Clone Pod could be completed, the Miracle Clone Pod body could be completely preserved when it impacted the mythical rank in the future. In addition, the deformation of the sky-swallowing python in the clan was also a good thing. While it had not yet undergone a second transformation, and was still in the color upper stage that could be reproduced by the top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone, it was necessary to complete its mirror image reproduction as soon as possible. Thinking about it, Song Qi waved his hand and took out a mythical soul, plus 9 9th-level master spirits. This was what he prepared for the Miracle Clone Chamber. The reason why he didn't use it directly was that he thought this situation might happen. After hesitating for a moment, he finally summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong. After 10 consecutive flashes of light, the Void Warehouse component was strengthened to level 100 by him. The reason why he chose to strengthen the Void Warehouse instead of the Mythpulse Energy Shield was very simple. Even if the Mythpulse Energy Shield was strengthened to level 100, the Tianxu Sangqiong carrying it was only at the 8th level, which would not change. Facing those 9th level masters from the peak tribes of the Chaos God Land, or the Star Sea Overlord civilization, it was obviously not enough to be the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror battleship's reliance on turning defeat into victory. At most, the duration of persistence is increased a little bit. In comparison, the void storage feature of the Void Warehouse is different. With the blessing of the 3 Realms 5-element certificate, which will also be strengthened to level 100 in the future, the mirror battleship can completely stay outside the vortex of the melee and quietly take away the greatest benefit. He followed this plan later. After the ancestor took the mythical soul from his elder brother Song Yin, Song Qi further strengthened the 3 Realms 5-element certificate, which had been strengthened to level 99 to level 100. At this point, the current round of strengthening of the Tianxu Sangqiong has basically come to an end. As for the Miracle Clone Chamber, he has his own arrangements. Through the information channel of the Big Dipper Hall, he has known that every time the Batian clan ruins was opened, there would be more or less some dominant true spirits and mythical souls in it. As long as he pays a little more attention, it should not be difficult to collect a batch. To put it another way, even if he didn't gain anything in the Batian clan ruins, he could borrow a batch from Baimei or other members of the Big Dipper Hall temporarily. Xianxin Continent, Xianxin Longting City, Xinhua Zutong. In the towering temple, nearly 30 figures stood quietly. Song Qi, who had just arrived, subconsciously looked around, and then his heart was shocked. Including him, there were a total of 40 people in the temple. Without exception, all of them exuded the life breath of the 7th level peak level. Even at the front of the crowd, there was an even more transcendent figure. There was no trace of breath on his body, and he looked like an ordinary person, but in the depths of Song Qi's pupils, he caught a few wisps of obscure breath. It was a breath completely different from the 8th level life, and the oppression intertwined in the breath was 10 times, or 100 times, that of the 8th level dominant creature. 9th level guidance technique. Song Qi whispered in his heart, and before he could be surprised, the voice of the Pejuan Hall master had come to his ears. Meng Yi, the first ancestor of the Langyaming clan, the first captain of our Xianxin divine dynasty, who successfully landed in the super dimension after the end of the civilization war. The first ancestor of the Langyaming clan. Song Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, and he knew this Langyaming clan quite well. It and the Langyawang clan are known as the strongest clans under the Tianjuing clan of the Xianxin divine dynasty. Even this person was alarmed, which further proved that his previous guess was correct. The 4 emperors attached the highest level of importance to the action against the Batian clan ruins this time. 1 superdimensional captain, 26 galaxy captains, and 13 star destroyer captains. This lineup is amazing, and this is just the Xianxin divine dynasty. If all the people from the 4 empires are added, there will be at least 200 people. After that, several people came outside the hall, all of them were captains of the galaxy. It was not until the number of people in the hall reached 45 that a ray of chaotic light appeared above the ancestral hall. Then a one-armed figure appeared out of thin air at the top of the hall. The moment this person appeared, everyone in the hall bowed and saluted, saying respectfully, "Meet the judge." Even Meng Yi, who was at the front of the crowd, did the same, with a respectful look on his face, and there was no reluctance at all. This time, there was no need for anyone to explain. Song-Chi knew the identity of this one-armed man. Zhu Yu, the chief judge of the Xianxin Xinhua Ancestral Hall, the first person in the Ancestral Hall of the Divine Dynasty, and the former superdimensional captain. It is said that more than 100,000 years ago, Human Emperor City and the Abyss Fraud triggered the first-level combat readiness at the same time. 3 of the 4 human emperors were fully committed to guarding the Human Emperor City, and the other human emperor had to sit in the hinterland of the Xinhua Human River community. Not necessarily, this newly promoted superdimensional captain could only rush to the Abyss Front in an emergency. In that battle, it is said that the entire Abyss Front was almost broken. It was only with the help of the civilization Great Wall that the Abyss Demon God, who caused the war, was blocked. However, the price was that the second superdimensional captain of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty, after Emperor Ying, was seriously injured, and one arm was permanently broken. The superdimensional mothership under his command also sank forever in the abyss. Because of this, not only the people of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty, but also the citizens of the entire Xinhua human civilization, respect this civilization pioneer. Zhu Yu did not say much. He glanced at Song-Chi and dozens of others, nodded slightly, and said, "The journey to the Starry Sea is long and difficult, and the fire of civilization will never go out. Let's go! We must spread the reputation of our Xinhua humanity, and not let those alien creatures, who are used to being high and mighty, look down on us. I also hope that all of you can come back safely." After he finished speaking, he waved his one arm gently, and the next second, an illusory formation appeared out of thin air above everyone's head. The formation was reddish in tone, and 12 constantly beating red lotuses of fire were evenly distributed around the formation, adding a bit of mystery to the illusory formation. This sudden change made Song-Chi a little confused. After all, it was his first time experiencing it. Of course, there were several people who had similar reactions to him. They were all Star Destroyer captains ranked on the Xinhua general list of the Divine Dynasty. Although they were older than Song-Chi, they were promoted to Star Destroyer captains later, and had never really been to the Chaos Divine Land. Following the actions of the captains around him, Song-Chi urged the psionic energy in his body to wrap his whole body, and then slowly soared into the air. When all 45 people entered the coverage of the Red Lotus formation, the Chief Judge Zhu Yu raised his hand again. This is easy. The 12 red lotuses of fire suddenly flourished, and the sound of the burning flames echoed over the entire hall. Song-Chi was not panicked. Although he didn't know what was going on, he believed that the ancestral temple would never deliberately hurt them. The sudden space traction force pulled his thoughts back. Before he could think about it, the violent spinning of the sky and the earth had enveloped everyone. When Song-Chi opened his eyes again, he found that he and the people around him had already appeared on a very special floating land. The reason why it is called special is that the floating land under his feet is a perfect disk, which is obviously very different from the normal floating land in the Star Sea. Not long after, Song-Chi found out that he was wrong. Although the floating land under his feet looks like an ordinary floating land, as long as you look around the cross-section of the floating land, you will find that this is not a normal floating land, or a naturally derived floating land, but more like a man-made one. The cross-section of the floating land was as bright as a mirror, without any concave or convex parts, as if someone had cut it in a special way. Just as he frowned, the Lord of Pajuan Palace and his men had come over. Perhaps seeing the doubts in his heart, the Lord of Pajuan Palace explained directly, "This is called the Chaos Transmission Platform. There must be such a transmission platform in every river system community in the boundless broken Star Sea. The other side is connected to the origin God land. As for the one under our feet, it is naturally connected to the Human Emperor City. This is also the only channel for our inherited human civilization to enter and exit the Chaos God land." Song-Chi obviously heard all of this, and only heard him ask in confusion. Since there must be one in each river community, what about the 8-armed snake demon river community? According to the information we know in the Star Palace, the transmission platform has been blocked by the 4 emperors, and they are currently discussing whether to rebuild a new Chaos City or directly connect it to the Human Emperor City. The information provided by the Pajuan Palace Master was not much, but Song-Chi captured a lot of useful information from it. He thought for a moment and continued to ask, "Is it very difficult to open a new Chaos City?" Of course, the opening of each Chaos City will inevitably conflict with the top tribes and Chaos beasts that have survived on the Chaos God land. It is easy to open a Chaos City, but it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to defend a Chaos City. Take the 8-armed snake demon civilization. that has been confronting our Xinhua human civilization for more than 100,000 years. Although they are also the top advanced civilization in the Broken Star Sea, they have never successfully built a city on the Chaos God land. Successfully building a city on Chaos God land, does it mean? Song Qi was still asking something, but before he could finish, a familiar noise came from not far away. Looking sideways, it was the team of Xinxia dynasty that arrived. Compared to the Xianqin dynasty, the number of people in the Xinxia dynasty team was obviously much larger, nearly 70 people. Among those people, Song Qi even saw a familiar figure. Yunyang, vice president of Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce. But compared to the previous time, Yunyang has successfully been promoted to captain of Galaxy, and the aura of the 8th level guidance technique is also emanating from her body. Mingyi, it turns out that you are the leader of the Xianqin team this time? Where is Wang Run? Did he fail to break through? The leader of the Xinxia dynasty is also a man with the 9th level guidance technique. He seems to have a good relationship with Mingyi, and the two of them quickly communicated with each other. After about 10 minutes, the teams of the other two empires also arrived one after another. These two empires were not much different from the Xianqin dynasty, with about 40 to 50 people each. When everyone arrived, the disc teleportation platform under their feet was quickly activated, and then the familiar space power descended again. But this time was different from any previous time. The movement caused by the teleportation was so loud that it was scary. Origin Divine Land, Human Emperor City. Even though he had heard various news related to Human Emperor City countless times in the past, when he really came to this legendary city in person, the first thought in Song Qi's heart was shock. He originally thought that the civilization Great Wall, as a strategic mythical wonder of the human civilization, was shocking enough, but compared to this Human Emperor City, it was still a little bit of a small witch. The city walls, which were counted in light years, stood tall, and the sky above was covered by layers of chaotic light curtains, blocking out the chaotic storm vortexes that were like black dragons that destroyed the world. Above his head, dozens of familiar Titan Type 1 mechanical fortresses were hanging high, and millions of black gun muzzles around the fortresses were constantly pouring out firepower, bombarding the tireless chaos beasts of various levels that swept in day after day outside the 4 chaotic stone walls. Above the 4 walls made entirely of chaos stone, there were also millions of Xinhua warships gathered. These warships formed a Xinhua fleet, and with the blessing of group components, they were also attacking frantically. And this level of battle was going on day and night in the entire Human Emperor City, without any pause. That is, there were a lot of Xinhua fleets stationed in this city, and they would be forced to rotate every once in a while, plus the protection of the solid walls of the Human Emperor City, so that such an intense battle could be maintained. This is the Human Emperor City front line that has been at the top of the battlefield intensity list for more than 200,000 years of Xinhua civilization. Even with the continuous support from the entire Xinhua human civilization, it can only barely maintain Human Emperor City from falling. As for external expansion, it has never happened since ancient times. Looking up at the scenes of artillery fire, Song Qi was filled with emotion. Duh. At this time, a crisp sound of footsteps came from behind, and soon Song Qi smelled a familiar fragrance. Is it shocking? Yeah. Although the intensity of the Human Emperor City battlefield is high, it also provides more than 30% of titanium crystals for my Xinhua civilization. For example, more than 60% of the dominant true spirits come from here, not to mention the occasional production of resources such as Chaos Blood, Chaos Qi, Chaos Stone, and Star Sea Wonders. Hearing this, Song Qi turned around and glanced at the woman's delicate and mature face. He nodded gently and said, I know, I just feel a little emotional. After these chaos beasts are killed, they can continue to breed from the chaos nest behind them, but the captains of our Xinhua civilization are living lives. Yunyang shook her head and sighed after putting away the smile on her face. There is no way. This is an unsolvable situation. Before the emergence of true mythical combat power, if you want to gain a foothold in this Chaos God continent, you must fill it with your life. However, if you, the Lord of the Greedy Wolf Palace, can take that step in the future, maybe you can change all this. Song Qi's eyes jumped, and he was too lazy to answer anything. No matter how you listen, the other party's words are mostly teasing, but he has just been promoted to the captain of the galaxy, and he is going to challenge the myth. What a joke! Even if he is in charge of the Shutian market, Song Qi does not have the confidence to assert that he will definitely reach the myth in the future. How much does this woman know about him? Perhaps she saw the strange look in his eyes. Yunyang stretched out her hand to push the black hair on one side of her cheek behind her ear, pursed her lips, and said seriously, I am not joking. I still remember when I first met you, the leader of the Greedy Wolf Palace was just a newly promoted battleship captain. Now, in just 2,000 years, he has already set foot on the galaxy. Such a speed is the fastest in the past tens of thousands of years of my Xinhua civilization. It is not an exaggeration to say that the myth is in sight. The woman's voice was full of praise, and Song Qi himself felt a little embarrassed. President Yun, do you have something to ask me? Song Qi did not bother with the other party about this matter anymore, and went straight to the point. If you are too attentive for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Although the other party's actions have not reached this level, Song Qi understands that the vice president of Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce must have something to discuss. Since the lord of the Greedy Wolf Palace speaks quickly, I will speak directly. For the subsequent Batian clan ruins group, can you ask the lord of the palace, including the people of the Big Dipper Palace behind the lord of the palace, to pay more attention to the heart of the confusing fox? I Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce have received secret information that this item is likely to appear in the Batian clan ruins this time. This heart of the confusing fox is extremely important to us Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce. Please help us, Lord of the Greedy Wolf Palace. Heart of the confusing fox? Song Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. But it was not aimed at the heart of the confusing fox itself. Instead, he was quite interested in the channel through which the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce collected information related to the heart of the confusing fox. The heart of the bewitching fox, as the name suggests, is most likely the heart of a high-level fox. As for why the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce needs this item, combined with the fact that he has not yet heard of the relevant news that the leader of the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce has successfully broken through, Song Qi can guess the other party's purpose with his eyes closed. It is nothing more than needing the heart of the bewitching fox to assist in the impact of the 9th level. Chapter 773. As a famous immortal giant force in the Divine Xia dynasty, Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce is now obviously one step behind. After annexing the entire 8-armed Snake Demon River system community, most of the truly top-notch giant forces in the 4 empires have already produced superdimensional captains. If they want to stabilize their own position, Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce must not delay too long. Knowing this, Song Qi is naturally not in a hurry. President Yun, based on our friendship, I can naturally agree personally. After all, it is not a difficult matter. But as for the Star Palace, although the old palace masters treat me well, I can't just ask them for help without any words, right? For what he said, Yun Yang, or the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce, was obviously prepared. Don't worry about this. Since I took the initiative to speak, I will naturally not let you, the Greedy Wolf Palace Master, work in vain. As she spoke, the necklace worn by the woman's white jade neck flashed a faint light, and then several items appeared in her hands out of thin air. This is a golden fire seed, plus 3 golden parts, which are the advance payment for troubling the Hall Masters. If we can get back the heart of the bewitching fox later, my Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce will also have 4 black shipborne parts to offer. Of course, if the Tanling Hall Master is interested, he can also exchange it for 2 black fire seeds that cannot be transformed into upgraded fire sources. Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce is worthy of being a famous immortal giant force in the Xinxia dynasty. Its foundation is indeed extraordinary. The Song family had a hard time buying 6 black fire seeds at a high price before, but it can easily take out 2 strands. Song Qi even estimated that the number of black fire seeds actually stored in the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce should not be less than 5. Okay, I will bring this matter to several old hall masters, and it should not be a big problem. Since the other party was sincere enough, Song Qi certainly would not refuse, and nodded in agreement. Thank you very much, Tan. The woman habitually blinked her crystal eyes, and was about to thank her with a smile, but the sudden urgent alarm above her head interrupted it. Woo woo woo. As the alarm sounded throughout the city, the captains who were originally in the rotation and rest stage also summoned their own ships, and rushed to the chaos wall without any hesitation. Seeing this, Song Qi and the other looked at each other, and their eyebrows quickly flashed with a faint light. The next second, 2 galaxy ships were summoned one after another. After boarding the warship, the 2 galaxy ships rushed straight to the nearest wall under the control of the 2. Without being blocked, at this time, the 2 galaxy ships can undoubtedly play a great auxiliary defense role. However, the subsequent development of the incident was quite unexpected. Controlling the Tianqiu Sangqiong to climb the towering Chaos City wall, Song Qi's sight was no longer obstructed. Looking along the gray sky, there were dozens of small and medium-sized chaos storms, with a gravitational field radius of more than 1 billion kilometers. Apart from these chaos storms, with amazing destructive power, all that could be seen were densely packed black spots. The double pupils appeared in the bottom of his eyes, and the black spots that were vaguely blurred a second ago suddenly became clear, and Song Chi's pupils trembled slightly. These black spots that were so dense that they were difficult to count were actually ferocious beasts. Song Chi knew that these billions of ferocious beasts were the Chaos Beasts, the exclusive indigenous life forms of this Chaos Godland. However, these Chaos Beasts were bred by Chaos Nests that had not been conquered. Only Chaos Beasts bred by Chaos Nests that had been conquered would be blood red. Of course, these were not the key to his doubts. Although there were many Chaos Beasts in front of him, Song Chi had already felt the overwhelming battle scene when he faced the Star Sea Zerg before, so he was not panicked. The key point was that with just a casual glance, the number of 8th level Chaos Beasts he captured in this Chaos Beast tide reached an astonishing 3-digit number, and there were even more than 10 9th level Chaos Beasts. What an astonishing number! Not to mention that the combat power of Chaos Beasts was only below average among creatures of the same level. In the face of such a terrifying number, the combat power of a single unit was no longer important. And this was only what he captured in just a few seconds. What was in front of him was only one of the 4 walls of the human Emperor city. In those corners that could not be seen, on the other 3 walls, the number of 8th level and 9th level Chaos Beasts would only be greater. When the turmoil in his heart faded, Song Chi quickly turned around. With a change of mind, the guns on the Tianqiu Sangqiong were mobilized, and they were about to launch a full-scale attack on the chaotic beast tide swarming in the distance together, with the countless Xinhua warships around. Attention all captains participating in Batian clan ruins. Please gather in the Human Emperor Palace immediately after receiving the message. All participants. All. The sudden gathering order from the Xinhua network account made Song Chi frown. However, the Tianqiu Sangqiong finally chose to turn the ship around. 3 consecutive gathering orders, which in itself means the urgency of the matter. Song Chi naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. But before leaving, he still activated 2 parts on the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Purple Thunder God Cannon 10,000 symbols Purple Thunder Prison Infinite Xian Xian Quantum Star Destroyer Xian Xian Sword Formation 10,000 swords return to the origin. The mirror battleship had been summoned when it arrived at the Human Emperor city. Now it is the main body of the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Even if it immediately sets off to the Batian clan ruins, it will not affect the combat power of the mirror battleship. The towering Chaos City, the scorching Human Emperor Palace. In the solemn and bright Iron Blood Palace, more than 200 figures gathered. At the top of the palace, 4 Chaos God thrones stood side by side, but only 3 figures were sitting there. Ing Huang Ing Yi. Ji Huang Ji Hung. Saint Emperor Pei Dinan Aklam. The only one missing was Jiang Huang of the Divine Xia dynasty. However, no one was surprised by this. Emperor Jiang was now fully preparing to impact the 10th Order Myth Realm, and the battleship clone had to stay in the heart of the Xinhua human civilization and could not be separated. And everyone knew that although the 3 emperors were here, they would not participate in the subsequent Batian clan ruins. This refers not only to their main ships, but also to the battleship clones. As for the reason, since the news that Emperor Jiang was going to impact the 10th Order Myth Realm came out hundreds of years ago, the entire Xinhua civilization has been pushed to the forefront. Under the seemingly calm wind and waves, I don't know how many eyes are secretly watching. The river community of the Xinhua human civilization is not bad. There is a Xinhua network system built by the Chaos Wonder, the original Xinhua source, to monitor everything, unless those hegemonic civilizations really recklessly cross hundreds of billions, or even trillions of light years, to launch a full-scale war against the Xinhua civilization. Even those hegemonic civilizations that are behind are reluctant to act easily in such a matter that affects the whole body. In comparison, Human Emperor City is completely different. It is a place where many legendary resources are produced. In addition, there are endless chaos nests. With a little guidance, the Xinhua human civilization, which only has one city, can be overwhelmed. Even if the timing is right, it is not impossible to be severely damaged. In this case, the 3 emperors must of course give priority to ensuring the absolute safety of Human Emperor City. The Batian clan ruins is just one of the many strategic tasks of Xinhua civilization. It may be of great importance, but it will never rise to the level of affecting the rise and fall of civilization. And to ensure the safety of Human Emperor City, it is obviously not enough to rely on 3 extreme superdimensional motherships, even if they are loaded with the 3 Corpses Shrine, a set of colorful extreme set parts. Just now, the Supreme Supervisory Department sent back the latest news. Batian clan ruins will definitely be opened in 8 years. Just in case, you will set off in advance. As for the Chaos Beast tide in the outside world, it should be caused by some alien races that are secretly spying. You don't have to worry. This level of beast tide will be encountered once every 1,000 years on average in the human Emperor city. It seems to be scary, but the threat is not great. You only need to remember one thing. Do your best to fight for all the Chaos Mirror Stones that appear in this Batian clan ruins, regardless of the grade. The speaker is Ji Huang, one of the 3 human emperors. After hearing this, the captains in the hall felt that time was a bit tight, but no one expressed any objection. Chaos Godland belongs to a semi-high-dimensional place, which has the rule of 10,000 times space suppression. Although 8 years is not a short time, it is normal to set off in advance. At this time, the Holy Emperor among the 3 human emperors raised his hand and waved, and the next second a huge light curtain appeared in the hall. Mythology Soul, 1 copy, 1 low-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Star Seed Giant Ape Slavery Certificate, Level 9, 3 low-grade Chaos Mirror Stones. Mythology Soul, 10 copies, 1 medium-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. 3-color upgraded Fire Source, 1 strand, 1 medium-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Colored high-level Quantum Entanglement Energy Shield. 1 medium-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. 5-color upgraded Fire Source, 1 strand, 1 high-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Colored extreme-level Galaxy Punishment Cannon, Super Base Orbital Cannon, 1 high-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Looking at the exchange information listed on this light curtain, bursts of light shouts suddenly came from the hall. Even though the more than 200 people present were the elites of the Xinhua civilization, and each of them had an extraordinary status, the things that the 3 emperors brought out were too amazing. Whether it was the mythical soul, the 3-color and 5-color upgraded fire source, or the colored upper energy shield, the colored extreme super base railgun, all of them were rare things that the outside world could not see at all, and even Song Qi was also very greedy. Seeing the undisguised fiery color in everyone's eyes, and seeing that the desired goal had been achieved, a faint smile appeared on the faces of the 3 emperors. Waving his hand to remove the projection light curtain, he asked at the same time, "Okay, summon all the battleship clones to prevent being noticed by some beings outside the city. We will directly teleport all the battleship clones to more than 100,000 light years away. After that, you can decide how to go to the Batian clan ruins according to the Chaos Star map." After saying this, without waiting for Song Qi and others to react, a certain colorful extreme-level wonder that had been placed under the human Emperor Palace was activated. This is the most normal wonder, and it cannot transform shipborne parts, but it has an extremely rare group long-distance delivery capability. The key is that it also comes with the auxiliary effect of traceless transmission. In the past countless years, it has made great contributions to the establishment of Xinhua civilization in this chaotic land. This time, it is still needed for assistance. In the depths of the human Emperor Palace, accompanied by a colorful light flash, more than 200 figures in the palace are still standing quietly, but the warship clones above their heads have completely disappeared. Soon, a large number of figures walked in orderly outside the hall. These figures are all puppet soldiers with a strengthening level of up to LV-110, and what they hold in their hands are alloy nutrition capsules. Song Qi and other captains with their eyes closed were carefully sent into these nutrition capsules one after another, and the specially prepared nutrient solution began to slowly inject into their bodies. As these special nutrient solutions were injected, everyone's frowns relaxed significantly. These nutrient solutions are of course not ordinary nutrient solutions, and they are not aimed at the captain's bodies, but their mental strength. The Chaos God Continent's 10,000 times space suppression rule affects not only abilities such as jump, teleportation, and flash escape, but also all remote control abilities are greatly restricted. For example, when this remote control mirror warship is operating outside, it is also a great test of the captain's mental strength. For this reason, over a long period of time, the top leaders of the Xinhua civilization worked together to configure this special nutrient solution in order to relieve the pressure on the Xinhua captain. At the same time, hundreds of warships of different sizes suddenly appeared in a chaotic storm gravitational field with a diameter of nearly 0.1 light years, more than 100,000 light years away from human Emperor City. These warships were not large when they first appeared, but as time went on, they began to expand one after another. In the gap between the warship's volume recovery, the replica hidden parts loaded in each warship were also activated one after another, and in a blink of an eye, more than 200 Xinhua warships disappeared alive. The Xinhua warships constructed by the 4 superdimensional motherships had an encrypted magnetic wave communication group chat. "Meng Yi, what do you say, or should we act separately according to the plan? Of course, the target is too large if we act together, so our Xinxia dynasty will go first." After a quick exchange, The original more than 200 warships were quickly divided into 4 teams, each choosing a different route to go to the Batian clan ruins marked on the Chaos Star map. The Tianqiu Songqing mirror battleship is naturally in the team under the command of the Xianqing Divine Dynasty. It is said to be a small team, but in fact it is divided into multiple smaller groups. For example, the Tianqiu Songqing mirror battleship, together with the other 3 galaxy ships of the Star Palace, plus the extreme star destroyer Zhou Tian Beidou, formed its own small circle. The 5 battleships supported each other and headed carefully towards the Batian clan ruins. There are too many dangers hidden in this chaos divine land. Some of the dangers will even make mythical creatures suffer, so they can only use this method of breaking the hull into parts to minimize the risk of being wiped out when encountering a crisis. Chapter 774. Buzz, crack, in the seemingly normal void, there were sudden bursts of intense friction and roars. Ancient runes with primitive chaos patterns appeared above the sky, and terrifying murderous intent spread throughout the vast void. Under the erosion of these primitive killing runes, the figures of 5 steel giant ships slowly emerged in the empty sky. Joint Magnetic Wave Communication Group Chat. Pujuan Yejin Battleship Clone. No, it's a chaos-killing array, run separately, quickly. The roar of the Pujuan Palace Master Soul in the group chat caused the 5 battleships to split into 5 in an instant, and the replica engine entered the overload operation state without hesitation, each rushing in one direction. The same was true for the Tianqiu Songqing mirror battleship. Since he knew in advance that the location of this recruitment mission was the Chaos God Land, he naturally learned about the various information about the Chaos God Land in detail in advance. This famous Chaos Killing Formation is one of them. Like Chaos Storm and Chaos Lair, this Chaos Killing Formation is also a unique product under the Chaos rules of Chaos God Land. It evolved from the innate Chaos Killing aura bred by the Chaos Formation pattern, and has extremely strong strangling and destructive power. Over the endless years, there are many examples of mythical creatures being strangled by this Chaos Killing Formation. Fortunately, this one is not a high-level Chaos Killing Formation, but just a medium to low-level one. Even so, the 5 warships in the line were not able to escape unscathed. The ultimate star destroyer Zhou Tian Beidou warship clone failed to successfully escape from this Chaos Killing Formation, and was eventually annihilated under the infinite strangling power. Not only the team of the members of the Big Dipper Palace, but also many other Xinhua warships encountered various dangers. In just less than 5 years, the team of more than 200 warships in the beginning, only less than 180 ships successfully arrived at the outer mountains of Batian clan ruins. It should be noted that the captains recruited this time are all elite senior officials in the Xinhua civilization. If not, the loss ratio must be even more shocking. From this, we can further see the degree of danger on this Chaos God Land. Song Qi's feelings in his heart are far more than that. As far as he knows, the distance between the area where Batian clan ruins is located and Human Emperor City is only 300,000 light years. From the perspective of the Broken Star Sea, this may not be a small distance. After all, a top-level 8th-level floating land in the Star Sea is only about 300,000 light years in diameter. But this is Chaos God Land, a semi-high-dimensional land. Not to mention 300,000 light years, even hundreds of millions of light years are just a tiny place for Chaos God Land. But even this mere 300,000 light years has already made them, the peak combat power of Xinhua civilization, feel a great threat. What about a million light years away? A million light years, the superdimensional captain may still be able to conduct effective exploration to a certain extent, but what about 5 million or 10 million? Once it is so far away from Human Emperor City, even the superdimensional captain may only be deterred. Perhaps only the existence of true myths can truly explore and develop this Chaos God Land. And it is by no means completely safe, it is only relatively speaking. With a sigh, Song Qi's mind turned to the mirror battleship again. At this moment, the mirror battleship is quietly hiding in the depths of the void, and there is nothing else around. Since they were forced to separate because of the Chaos Killing Formation a few years ago, everyone has not deliberately reunited. The inconvenience of communication without the Xinhua network is only one of the reasons, and the main reason is that there is not much meaning in sticking together on this Chaos God Land. In this case, the mirror battleship with the replica 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate strengthened to LV-100 has an advantage. In the past few years, the mirror battleship has not encountered too much danger, but has killed a large number of 7th level and 8th level Chaos Beasts in the middle. Although this Chaos Beast has no civilization luck, it cannot allow the clone blood Holy Grail to collect luck Holy Blood, nor can it produce the source blood of the Master, but it can extract the Master's true spirit. If not, it would be difficult for the human Emperor city to provide more than 60% of the Master's true spirit production of the entire Shinhua civilization on its own. However, the additional promotion resources such as Chaos Blood did not appear. Unlike the dominant true spirit, it is not bred in all high-level Chaos beasts. On average, 10,000 level 7 Chaos beasts may not produce one. The production probability of level 8 Chaos beasts is much higher, but it is at least one in hundreds or thousands. As my thoughts drifted, the noise in the distance, which was originally only a small fight, suddenly became intense. Boom, boom, boom. Violent energy fluctuations came one after another. Looking up, what came into view was a melee between the mountains and plateaus. The two sides of the melee were two alien teams with more than 100 people each. Chaos Demon Ape and Mountain Splitting Clan. Song Chi knew both of these alien races. Needless to say, the former was the most prestigious peak race in the hundreds of millions of light years near the human Emperor city in the Chaos God Land. There were nearly 10 mythical level Chaos Demon Ape recorded in the human Emperor city alone. As for the Splitting Mountain Clan, it was also one of the peak races in the Chaos God Land. It governed dozens of Chaos cities and had an extremely impressive power, but its strength was still incomparable to that of the Chaos Demon Ape. It had only 3 10th level combat powers. Regarding the impact of these two peak races, all the creatures around were just watching the show, and no race or civilization was willing to come forward to stop it. Or they didn't dare. There were many peak races on the Chaos God Land, but not many of them truly had mythical combat power. Even among those races that had mythical existences, there were very few that had multiple mythical combat powers. In this case, naturally no one would take the initiative to get involved. In comparison, these alien races hope that the Chaos Demon Ape and the Splitting Mountain Clan will have a real war. At present, there are still nearly 3 years before the Batian Clan ruins are opened, but the number of creatures of various races gathered in the mountains of the ruins is already frightening. If the Chaos Demon Ape and the Splitting Mountain Clan can really fight a bloody battle, or even lose both, it will undoubtedly reduce a lot of competitive pressure when the subsequent ruins are opened. But in Song Chi's opinion, this is obviously unlikely. The two teams seem to be fighting in a melee, but in fact they tacitly retain a certain degree of measure, and the Splitting Mountain Clan seems to be not afraid of the Chaos Demon Ape, but they dare not kill it when they attack. Tens of minutes later, the melee that almost destroyed a medium-sized mountain range around it ended silently. The Chaos Source Stone that triggered the battle was naturally taken by the 9th level Extreme Demon Ape led by the Chaos Demon Ape. Of course, the catalyst that really stopped the battle was actually someone else. Following the holographic exterior of the warship, Song Chi looked at a large mountain range in front of him on the right. On the mountain stood 6 golden Buddhas with solemn appearances. The Buddha's light shone all over the sky, and the large mountain range seemed to have turned into a pure and sacred mountain at some point. Ami Mahang Chimahong. The chanting of the ancient Buddhist mantra spread all the way, and in the blink of an eye it enveloped the entire large mountain range, and it was far from stopping. The chanting of the mantra seemed to rush out of the large mountain range, and spread all the way to the entire ruins mountain group. However, in the end, they were suppressed by the life energy emitted by countless alien races, and they were never able to break out of the large mountain range. The Shur clan civilization is good at speaking the way of spirits. If they are allowed to spread the true Buddha sound at will, they may be tempted by the hidden power of bewitching and salvation in the Buddha sound at any time. Even though the creatures who dare to come to this relic mountain range are basically the best of the same level, and their minds and wills cannot have too many shortcomings, no creature is willing to gamble. The Shur clan civilization, one of the dominant civilizations in the Broken Star Sea era, has an extremely amazing foundation and is well known throughout the Chaos God continent. What's more, the 6 Shur clan members who came this time are all 9th level, Buddha level existences in the Shur clan civilization. The power they control is far beyond the reach of ordinary Shur clan members. Even the group of Chaos Demon Ape is also keeping sufficient vigilance against the Shur clan civilization. In the records of the Chaos Demon Ape clan, there are many cases of 9th level Chaos Demon Ape being converted into guardian heavenly gods by Shur clan masters. For the Shur clan civilization, whether it is the various civilizations in the Broken Star Sea or the top clans on the Chaos God Land, they basically keep a respectful distance. This civilization is really too difficult to guess. After the Shur clan, a large number of civilizations or top races arrived, but no more heavyweight existence appeared. Although the Batian clan ruins is also a great opportunity, it is open once every few thousand years on average. Even with the continuous attraction of the Chaos Wonder itself, it is difficult to produce anything of high value. In addition, The ruins themselves prohibited mythical creatures from entering, and the chaos wonder in the ruins could never be taken out. Over time, the Titan civilization, Eternal civilization, and the Peak tribes hundreds of millions of light years away with more energy than the Chaos Ape naturally lost interest. Time passed, and several years passed in a flash. On this day, the ruins mountain range suddenly shook violently, the mountains collapsed, and huge rocks flew. At a certain moment, Song-Chi even felt like the end of the world. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought in his mind at a certain moment. In fact, Song-Chi knew that this was a sign of the opening of the Batian clan ruins. Buzz, at the top of the distant sky, a terrifying space storm suddenly emerged, and as the storm continued to expand, the chaotic void above the sky was gradually torn apart. Song-Chi couldn't even imagine what kind of power was wrapped in the space storm in the sky. You have to know that this is a semi-high-dimensional land. Even mythical creatures can hardly tear the space of this chaotic land easily. Without paying too much attention to this, Song-Chi's eyes were focused on the eye of the storm in the middle of the space storm. It can be seen that as the space storm continued to rage, the huge space crack torn at the eye of the storm gradually formed the dark space corridor. The diameter of the space corridor was extremely exaggerated. It hung high in the sky, like a dark eye of a god, overlooking all the creatures below. And this space corridor is the entrance and exit of the Batian clan ruins. It will only last for 1 year. After 1 year, the entrance of the ruins will close automatically. If the creatures that enter it fail to come out in time, they can only wait for the next opening. The gradual formation of the space corridor made the various alien races, who had been waiting for a long time in the mountain group below, boil instantly. After traveling through mountains and rivers and braving the dangers everywhere, isn't this the moment they are waiting for? However, no matter how excited they are, no one dares to take the initiative. The eyes of thousands of alien races are almost all focused on the areas where the Chaos Demon Ape, Buddha of the Shur clan, and other parties are located. In addition, there are also a few eyes watching in areas such as the Splitting Mountain clan and Mangxiang clan. Without exception, these places where the eyes are gathered are all the most powerful tribes present. The law of the jungle is still the highest truth in this Chaos God land. Needless to say, what happened next? When the entrance to the ruins was completely condensed, the Chaos Demon Ape team took the lead and entered the ruins first, followed by the Shur clan, Splitting Mountain clan, Mangxiang clan, and other forces. When all these forces, which were not weak among the mythical forces, entered, the order was not so good afterwards. The various alien races refused to give in to each other, and they were already fighting before entering the ruins. A race or civilization with a mythical fighting force? Which force that can survive in this Chaos God land does not have its own unique mythical trump card behind it, with only one mythical fighting force, and still needing to stay in the Chaos City of its own race? The deterrent power is really not very great. Seeing this scene, the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror worship, which had not yet exposed its whereabouts, did not rush to act. Song-Chi was waiting for a perfect opportunity. In the case of the mirror worship, as long as the opportunity can be seized, the chance of rushing into the ruins silently is not small. However, before he could act, an emergency had already occurred on the sky in the distance. I saw that the various alien races that were originally unwilling to give in to each other suddenly attacked at a certain moment. After a violent energy explosion, a huge steel ship was forced to appear from the void. Below, Song-Chi, who saw the scene through the mirror worship, had his eyes fixed. He recognized this huge steel warship. The old princess ship of the Qiyu divine dynasty, the superdimensional mothership Qiyuziguang warship clone, suddenly attacked by this joint attack. The Qiyuziguang warship clone, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers long, was thrown out fiercely. If you just think that this is the end, you are wrong. In the gap between the Qiyuziguang warship clone being thrown out, a large number of 8th and 9th level alien races suddenly surrounded it. Black, 3-color, 5-color and other lights continued to burst out on the surface of the superdimensional mothership, continuously wearing away the energy shield outside the superdimensional mothership. The aliens who dared to come to the Batian clan ruins were not ordinary beings. Now they attacked together. Even though the Qiyu light was a superdimensional mothership, it would never be able to withstand such a large-scale attack. In just a few minutes, the energy shield on the outer layer of the superdimensional mothership clone was completely overloaded. Without the energy shield, the hull armor naturally could not last long. The light and shadow emitted by the surface of the warship quickly dimmed to the extreme, and it was not far from sinking completely. In contrast, those alien creatures who attacked with a grim smile, while their hands did not stop moving, they also laughed loudly. Human ants with a heritage of only 300,000 years dare to dream of entering the ruins to compete for opportunities? Spirit Wheel Clan children, listen to the order. All the Xinhua warships of Xinhua civilization will be killed on the spot. In the main control room of the Tianqiu Songqiang mirror warship, Song Qi witnessed this scene. Even though he knew that it was just a warship clone in the sky, he still inevitably had an uncontrollable anger in his heart. This deliberate targeting, which couldn't be more obvious, was obviously purely to discuss the Xinhua human civilization that was trying its best to challenge the myth. They could not pose a substantial threat to the impregnable human emperor's city, so they could only discuss them in this way. The Xinhua civilization certainly couldn't be angry because of this, and it was even more impossible for it to send troops to the outside world and greatly drain the garrison troops in the human emperor's city, so that the foreign races outside could take advantage of it. But what if? These 4 words are the thoughts in the hearts of all the foreign races who took action at the moment. Even though he knew all this, the deep feeling of powerlessness still made Song Qi's breathing much heavier. Xinhua Human Emperor City, deep in the Human Emperor Palace. Song Qi was not the only one whose breathing became heavier at this moment. All the captains who witnessed this scene outside the ruins of the Batian tribe felt the same way. But it could only be like this. The civilization was weak, and this was the general trend. It would never change because of their personal will, at least not because of them now. What they could do now was to do everything they could to rush into the ruins of the Batian tribe and fight for the Chaos Mirror Stone. Only in this way could the success rate of the emperors in the future be increased, and this was also the best way to improve the overall strength of the human civilization in the shortest time. Suddenly, an angry shout came from one of the alloy nutrition cabins. Everyone, get ready, the follow-up is up to you. After that, a resounding explosion in the sky from a long distance evolved into a supergiant fireball above the sky. The light of Qiyu battleship clone exploded. The moment the fireball rose up like a bright sun, Song Qi narrowed his eyes suddenly, suppressing the unspeakable emotions in his heart. Now! With a low roar in his heart, the replica black part on the mirror battleship, Angel Kingship Wings, was activated. Under the Angel Wing escape, the mirror battleship hidden in the depths of the void suddenly disappeared from its original place. The next second, a subtle space fluctuation flashed at the vortex at the entrance of the Sky Dome ruins. This scene was discovered by several 9th-level aliens not far away, but the dozens of phantoms rushing below forced their attention to be diverted. At the cost of the self-detonation of a superdimensional mothership, the Tianqiu Songqing mirror battleship successfully entered the interior of the ruins. As for the more battleship clones following behind, whether they can succeed is still unknown. Chapter 775. The space in front of him changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had changed into a new world. However, before he could observe the details of the surroundings, Song Qi felt that the induction between his brain waves and the mirror battleship was weakened. This weakening ratio was very small, and had almost no effect on his remote control of the mirror battleship. Why were the mirror image of the derived mirror battleship all colored parts? Although the status of the Batian clan's ruined space was not low, it was only at the mythical level. Song Qi was thinking about other battleships in the same industry. There were very few colored quality battleship clone parts, and it was impossible to say that other captains were also equipped with colored battleship clone parts. In other words, even if most of the battleship clones behind him entered this ruined space, their own combat power would most likely be greatly affected. Thinking of this, he felt that the action of Xinhua civilization was not optimistic. Dispelling these thoughts, Song Qi's mind was refocused on the mirror battleship. He was just a newcomer who had just come to Chaos God Land, and his understanding of the Batian clan ruins was limited. In comparison, the 4 emperors could not be unaware of this. Since they still issued this compulsory conscription, he believed that the 4 emperors must have their own arrangements. Either they just wanted to try it out, or they had other targeted assistance methods. No matter what the result was, all he needed and could do was to use the advantages of the mirror battleship to get the maximum benefit in this relic space as much as possible. It can only be said that the Batian clan was worthy of being a super clan that once flourished on Chaos God Land. Even though they had been annihilated in the vast river of time, just from this relic space left behind, one could vaguely see their extremely glorious past. This relic space was transformed on the basis of a cosmic secret realm with a strong foundation. Through the analysis results given by the replica of the Qiongtian intelligent brain, it is highly likely that the upper limit of this cosmic secret realm once reached the mythical level. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the mythical creatures from the outside world cannot force their way into it. Back to the relic itself, based on this cosmic secret realm, the relic itself is divided into 3 layers, just like a pyramid. The bottom layer of the 3-layer relic space, that is, the layer where you just enter the relic, has the largest space, and the area becomes smaller as you go up. Song-Chi estimated that this bottom layer space alone would not be much smaller than a 6th level floating land. With such a large space, the time you can stay is only 1 year, so you obviously can't run around aimlessly. With his mind turning, the strands of psionic energy in the mirror battleship began to be quickly mobilized, and they were rushing to only one goal: Replica Eye of Truth. The high-level colored patrol radar began to fully release its terrifying detection capabilities. Not long after, a large number of light groups of different colors appeared on the warship radar map. Each of these light groups represents an object with energy fluctuations in the bottom-level relic space. His sight quickly swept across the radar map, and soon the roar of the warship engine sounded, pushing the mirror warship to a certain direction. The target chosen by Song-Chi was not the light groups with the highest energy intensity on the radar map, but the area with the most dense light groups. His idea was also very simple. Most of the energy light groups shown on the radar map represented the creatures of the Chaos Demon Ape, Shur Clan, Splitting Mountain Clan, and other tribes who entered the relic space one by one. The ones with the highest energy intensity basically refer to the 9th level Chaos Demon Ape, the Buddha of the Shur Clan, and other beings. In comparison, most of the rare resources in the ruins cannot be distinguished by this energy intensity. For example, the main target of his trip, Chaos Mirror Stone. It is just a special, or neither a star sea wonder nor a high-purity energy crystal, and the energy fluctuations it emits are extremely limited. Therefore, instead of risking exposure and wandering around those 9th level creatures, areas where a large number of alien races gather are a better choice. In this relic, what can trigger a large number of alien races to gather? The answer is obvious. It can only be the peerless treasures or rare resources produced by the ruins themselves. The mirror warship with dual engines and multiple flash features is very fast. It successfully arrived at the destination in less than a few dozen minutes. Chaos Magic Power Demon Ape Shaking Heaven Fist. Ancestral Heritage Splitting Mountain leaned under the desolate mine with a width of more than millions of kilometers. A large number of 7th and 8th level Chaos Demon Ape and the Splitting Mountain clan fought. Unlike the small fight outside before, the battle taking place in the depths of this dark rift was a real bloody battle without mercy. Both sides were reckless and frequently activated their bloodline magical powers. As flesh and blood collided, the land of the secret realm, with a radius of 1 billion kilometers, was shaking slightly. Huge rocks flew from the deep rift, and some narrow parts of the rock walls began to collapse layer by layer. During the melee, the Chaos Demon Ape and the Mountain Splitter clan did not notice that at a corner not far from the rift battlefield, a pile of rubble slid down for no reason at a certain moment. On the surface, it seemed that it was shaken down by the tremor caused by the melee, but in fact, the hull of the mirror warship hidden in the void accidentally collided with the rock wall. In the main control room of the mirror battleship, Song-Chi's soul subconsciously held his breath. He relaxed a little, until he confirmed that the two fighting parties in front of him did not notice this side. At this time, a projection screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Analysis completed. There are 56 units on both sides of the battlefield, including 5 8th level Chaos Demon Apes, 19 7th level Chaos Demon Apes, 6 8th level Mountain Splitting Clan, and 26 7th level Mountain Splitting Clan. The target of the two sides' competition is suspected to be a colorful wonder, with a probability of 99.14%. Below these messages is a picture emitting colorful light. The colorful wonder in the picture is something like a stone plate, with a very smooth surface and a crystal clear feeling. It is deeply embedded in a cracked rock wall on the side of the battlefield. From time to time, Chaos Demon Ape or Mountain Splitting Clan rush over to take it away, but they are stopped by the other side every time. Following the warship and looking forward, Song-Chi successfully captured the location of the stone plate. Looking at the colorful light surrounding the stone plate, his thoughts began to turn quickly, and a feeling of eagerness surged into his heart. Turning his head, and glancing at the replica void warehouse on the side, a certain idea in his mind became stronger. The void storage feature of the void warehouse component itself has no cooling time, which means that Song-Chi basically does not need to pay much to act in this way. The reason why he was a little hesitant was that this kind of thing was okay once or twice, but if it happened too frequently, it would inevitably be heard by those 9th level Chaos Demon Apes and the Buddhas of the Shur Clan. Once these top 9th level creatures became alert, the possibility of using this method to pick up leaks from them in the future would be extremely small. What Song-Chi was considering at the moment was whether this stone plate was worth a try. After hesitating for a moment, the psionic energy in the mirror battleship began to slowly mobilize, and continued to flow towards the replica void warehouse. Obviously, he had made a decision. After all, It was a colorful wonder. Even if he was unlucky and could not be transformed into a shipborne component, its value was still there. At least it could be used as a treasure of the town in the market to exchange for wonders, and it could make him look more impressive. Lai Yuan, do you really want to be an enemy of my Chaos Demon Ape clan? Give me this wonder. If I meet you again later, I will not fight with you again. At the forefront of the battlefield, an 8th level Chaos Demon Ape with a height of more than 2 million kilometers fiercely blasted back the 8th level Lishan clan in front of him, and shouted loudly. In response, the 8th level Lishan clan named Lai Yuan was completely unmoved. A sneer appeared on his face, and his thick legs stomped hard at the bottom of the crack, and he pounced on the 8th level Chaos Demon Ape again. It seemed that he was not surprised by this, but the 8th level Chaos Demon Ape did not rush to the Lishan clan again. Instead, he bit his body slightly. The next second, only 2 deep footprints were left on the ground at the bottom of the rift. The body of the 8th level Chaos Demon Ape turned into a cannonball and roared out, shooting directly at the rock wall embedded in the stone plate. Want this colorful stone plate? Jinpa, you are dreaming. Seeing Jinpa suddenly turn his target to the strange stone plate, Lai Yuan reacted quickly. But he was reacting passively after all. How could his speed be comparable to Jinpa? The blood and energy in his body surged, and the colorful lower-level strange object he had been carrying was activated by him, and strands of 3-colored light appeared on his legs. The next second, Lai Yuan's speed of flight increased dramatically, and he chased after Jinpa in front of him. Boom! 2 giant figures with a height of more than 2 million kilometers collided with the rock wall one after another, and boulders flew and smoke filled the sky. Before the other Chaos Demon Apes and Lishan clan at the bottom of the rift could see the specific results of the battle, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the thick smoke. 5-colored stone plate. Lai Yuan, hand over the stone plate. Otherwise, you can't get out of this wilderness rift today. Haha, Jinpa, you are good at putting the blame on someone else. This is exactly what I want to say. Unless Jin Yuan and several other 9th level demon apes come in person, I will let you know why I am listed as the first prodigy of Lishan clan in the past 10,000 years. A colorful upper-level wonder disappeared in front of them, and the 2 prodigies from the top races could not hide the raging anger in their hearts for a while. Even if they were super geniuses from the top tribe, a colorful upper-level wonder would be an important trump card for them. If they hadn't seen it, it would have been fine. But since it was right in front of them, they certainly couldn't tolerate the cooked duck flying away. Seeing that the conversation was useless, the 2 of them, who already had countless halos and were surrounded by countless tribesmen since birth, and outsiders were always the humble and servile sons of heaven in front of them, soon fought again, and the terrifying energy fluctuations continued to erupt. Above the wilderness rift, the mirror warship hidden deep in the void was speeding away. Sensing the increasingly strong energy shockwaves spreading behind him, Song Qi didn't have too many emotions in his heart, and was only happy about the stone plate wonder he had just obtained. Special item, 5-colored illuminating body plate. Quality, colorful/upper level. Transformable, none. Effects, alien illuminating body seal of the heart lotus 5-colored shield 5-colored heart lotus 5-colored pure soul body, and soul unite immortal plate 5-colored skylight. Note, the huge rock deep in a mountain in Chaos God Land has evolved over endless years, and turned into a colorful mythical item. Alien body illumination. The 5-color stone plate illuminates the body, and all alien souls will have nowhere to hide. Heart Lotus Seal. Imprint the Heart Lotus for the willing creature, and the 2 sides will have an origin connection. 5-color shield. The creature connected to the origin of this wonder can remotely summon the 5-color Heart Lotus shield to protect itself. 5-color Heart Lotus. The creature connected to the origin of this wonder can temporarily summon a Heart Lotus on the spirit platform to protect the mind, which lasts for 30 minutes and has a cooldown of 1 month. 5-color Soul Purification. Summon the 5-color power of the wonder to thoroughly purify the heart and soul. There is no doubt that this is a wonder that is enough to become the foundation of a large force, and its high quality of color further enhances the value of the wonder itself. This alone means that this move is definitely a big profit. However, it didn't take long for Song Qi's joy to completely disappear. Although the value of this 5-colored illuminating body plate is not bad, according to his own judgment, this item is not of great significance to the Longji Song family. Not only the Longji Song family, but also the entire Xinhua civilization, the value of this 5-colored illuminating body plate has to be discounted. The foundation of the Xinhua civilization is the Chaos Wonder. The original Xinhua source. The original Xinhua source builds up the top advanced civilization of Xinhua human civilization layer by layer, with the Xinhua seed network and the Xinhua warship system. It is not that this system is bad, But under the huge network system of Xinhua seeds, the Xinhua captains under the Xinhua human civilization are among the best in terms of mental security. At most, the mind is damaged by the soul attack far beyond their own level. As for the rebirth of taking over the body and replacing the dead, it basically does not exist. For this reason alone, the core effects of the 5-color body illuminating plate, heterogeneous body illuminating, and 5-color soul purifying are completely meaningless. Secondly, although the 5-color heart lotus is a means of protecting against soul attacks, it needs to be activated by itself, and it is still a temporary effect. Compared with the permanent passive protection of the heart hall of the dragon whale hall, the difference is really a lot. Perhaps the only thing worth mentioning is its extremely high quality of color and superiority. Song-Chi thought about this and decided to put it in the market's exotic exchange shop later. As a dominant civilization that relies on knowledge, magic, and spiritual power, he believes that the wizard civilization should be very interested in this. In addition, there is the problem of the Zhutian market itself. Although it is most likely a chaos wonder, it cannot be manifested on this chaos god land for the time being due to the problem of level. After all, its body has always been located in the depths of the dark side of the virtual sea, and is not in the same dimension as this chaos god land. Because of this limitation, although he has obtained the 5-colored body reflection plate, as long as the mirror battleship has not returned to the human emperor city, this colorful superior wonder cannot be considered to truly belong to him. This is not only true for this 5-colored body reflecting plate, but also for the chaos mirror stone that may be fought for later. Of course, this is not unsolvable. According to Song-Chi's estimation, as long as the Zhutian market officially returns to the 10th level and returns to the mythical position, there is a high probability that this problem can be completely solved. It doesn't even have to be the 10th level. Don't forget that the current status power of the 8th level market has reached the peak of the 9th level. When it breaks through the 9th level in the future, its blessing power will definitely break through the 10th level directly. At that time, the dominant status characteristics will most likely also transform into a mythical status. When the ability that the market itself can stimulate returns to the mythical level, there should be a certain probability that it can break through the restrictions of the Chaos God land. After all, no matter what, the Zhutian market itself is a chaos wonder bred from the Chaos God land. Without dwelling on this point, after leaving the Wilderness Rift, he quickly controlled the mirror battleship to another area. There were also many light spots gathered there. Although the number was not as many as that of the Wasteland Rift, it was more than 30, and there was a high probability that good things had appeared. After rushing all the way, the mirror battleship successfully arrived at the destination before the matter was over. This place was different from the Wasteland Rift. The creatures gathered here were all chaos magic apes. The target was a colorful lower-level wonder, but this wonder was guarded by a 9th-level puppet left by the Batian clan. The chaos magic apes fought with a 9th-level puppet for a long time before they successfully got this colorful lower-level wonder. This time Song-Chi did not choose to take action. He could take advantage of the conflict between the two clans in the Wasteland Rift to take action quietly without any scruples. Now there was only the chaos magic apes. If he really took away this 3-color wonder by force, it would probably cause unnecessary suspicion. Even if he really wanted to take action, he had to wait until the Chaos Mirror Stone appeared. This was Song-Chi's bottom line. In the following 2 months, as more and more alien races entered the ruins, Song-Chi controlled the mirror warship and roamed around the bottom of the ruins, searching for news about the Chaos Mirror Stone. In more than 2 months, he only made one move, but it was no longer aimed at a high-level rare object, but a Chaos Mirror Stone. A low-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Chapter 776. The lower-grade Chaos Mirror Stone can only mirror the black ultimate rare items at most, so its value is naturally much lower. However, for Song-Chi, and even the entire Longji Song family, its value is higher than an ordinary colored shipborne component to a certain extent. Because it can mirror a component Chi Song's number 004 cultivation secret realm carried on the Tianxiu Sanqiong. This shipborne secret realm, which has now evolved into a black quality, is of great value. If it can really be mirrored, it will be enough to become the absolute foundation for the prosperity of the Longji Song family for 100,000 or even 1 million years in the future. In addition, Tianquan Control Ring, Space Wormhole Generator, Blood Holy Grail, etc. are also excellent choices for mirror templates. After putting away this lower-grade Chaos Mirror Stone like a treasure, Song-Chi chose to end the operation that had lasted for more than 2 months. He had a clear plan before that. Before a medium or high-quality Chaos Mirror Stone appeared, the number of times he used the Void Warehouse to attack must not exceed 2 times. If he used more, It would likely arouse the vigilance of those 9th-level alien races. Although there are still many good things in the bottom layer of the ruins, such as the 8th and 9th level master spirits, golden, black and even 3-color wonders, medium and large-scale mineral vein source cores, etc., these are not as important to Song-Chi as a medium or high-quality chaos mirror stone. As long as he can get a medium or high-quality chaos mirror stone, it is equivalent to completing the tasks issued by several human emperors. After that, he can also use this to legitimately ask to borrow the Life Prayer God offering component template. But the problem is that the middle grade and high grade chaos mirror stone are obviously not common goods. In the past 2 months, he has almost visited every corner of this area, but only found a low grade chaos mirror stone. Song-Chi estimated that the space at the bottom of the ruins is unlikely to appear, and he can only try his luck in the other 2 layers later. Of course, he can no longer use the replica Void Warehouse parts in a short period of time, but it does not mean that he cannot act as a mirror battleship. However, if he wants to control the mirror battleship to act, he naturally cannot choose the area where alien creatures gather together, even if it is just a group of 7th level or 8th level aliens. The mirror battleship is a replica of most of the component configurations on the Tianqiu Sangqiong, and its combat power is not bad. But before setting off, several human emperors also deliberately instructed that all creatures who dare to enter the ruins of the Batian clan basically have good means, and they must not underestimate any monsters of the same level, or even some lower-level monsters. Song-Chi is firmly adhering to this point at the moment. It's not that he doesn't have much confidence in the mirror battleship, but he is unwilling to gamble on the possible accidents, even if the probability is only a little. On this day, an abnormal energy fluctuation suddenly appeared on the radar map of the replica Eye of Truth. It was not an ordinary energy fluctuation, but 2 intertwined life energy frequencies with energy intensity that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Eye of Truth has been installed for hundreds of thousands of years, and Song-Chi is of course very familiar with this special energy frequency. If the detection is correct, it is likely that 2 8th-level alien masters are fighting. I hope something good has appeared. Song-Chi was refreshed, and immediately turned the warship around and rushed towards the source of the signal. Based on the relevant information collected over the past 2 months, Song-Chi could roughly see that the source of the signal was in a dark rift valley. He had passed by this place from a distance before, but he did not detect any energy fluctuations related to treasures or star sea wonders. When the mirror warship arrived at the coordinate location, a canyon shrouded in thick chaotic fog appeared in the field of vision. Swish! Waves of impact energy continued to spurt out from the depths of the Rift Valley, and the perennial fog in the Rift Valley was continuously stirred. At one point, one could even vaguely see the 2 dark shadows in the valley fighting fiercely. Obviously, the energy fluctuations detected by the replica Eye of Truth were emitted by these 2. After confirming this, Song-Chi's mind did not stop, and he quickly sank into the Rift Valley while controlling the mirror warship. Let me see what is hidden in the depths of this rift. Hidden in the depths of the void, the mirror warship was not noticed by the 2 figures in the depths of the rift. As time passed, the warship continued to approach the depths of the rift. The fog is getting thicker and thicker. Looking at the white fog covering the entire projection screen in front of the warship, Song-Chi controlled the mirror warship to move forward more and more slowly. Although the Eye of Truth has a very strong detection ability, it is not omnipotent after all. There are always some things that are not within its detection range. It is always better to be cautious. At a certain moment, the slowly approaching warship seemed to pass through a special isolation-like curtain. The white fog that originally covered the entire rift disappeared completely, and the vision in front of him suddenly became clear. An ancient, dilapidated altar stood in the middle of the Rift Valley. A fist-sized crystal stone was suspended on the altar. It was translucent and had a chaotic halo inside. What else could it be but a chaos mirror stone? And compared to the inferior chaos mirror stone Song-Chi had obtained before, the chaotic halo emitted by this chaos mirror stone was obviously several times thicker. His intuition told him that this was most likely a chaos mirror stone of a higher grade. However, before he could feel happy, 2 giant figures not far from the altar had collided head-on again. The aura emitted by the 2 was powerful, with strong blood and golden Buddha light in a stalemate. They were an 8th-level Chaos Demon Ape and an 8th-level Arhat of the Shur clan. Obviously, this Chaos Mirror Stone had already been targeted by both of them. Before he could think about it, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Bald Donkey of the Shur clan, get out of here. This Chaos Mirror Stone belongs to my Chaos Demon Ape clan. The black-haired 8th-level Demon Ape roared, his blood boiling, and he was obviously really angry. Amitabha, this thing is destined to belong to my Buddha, and it should belong to my Shur clan. The Shur clan Arhat put his hands together, his tone seemed calm, but the Buddha light behind him had condensed into substance, faintly turning into a furious Vajra Dharma image. The 8th level Chaos Demon Ape sneered, and did not say anything more, but just took a step forward, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked, quickly spreading to the Shur clan Arhat. The 8th level Shur clan Arhat was surrounded by Buddha light, and his appearance was solemn. He twisted the Buddha's beads in his hand, and his mouth and nose opened and closed quickly. At the same time, the furious Vajra Dharma image behind him uttered pure golden mantras. Buddha says, Lingshan Jinjia. These pure golden Buddha mantras gathered together and condensed into a golden Lingshan phantom at a very fast speed. The golden Lingshan phantom fell down with a bang. The powerful sealing force it carried not only directly suppressed the groundbreaking attack triggered by the 8th level Chaos Demon Ape, but also landed on the Chaos Demon Ape's head. Demon Ape supports the sky. The Chaos Demon Ape roared, holding up the sky with both arms, and firmly resisted the golden Lingshan phantom. Opportunity! Deep in the void on the side, Song Chi's soul in the mirror battleship condensed his eyes. He was waiting for this moment. While the two sides were fighting and their minds were highly focused on each other, the mirror battleship quietly approached the edge of the altar. However, this time he did not activate the replica void warehouse, but drove the battleship engine with all his strength. As the ship body shot out, an invisible space ripple spread out and rushed straight to the Chaos Mirror Stone on the altar. However, just as the warship was about to approach the ruined altar, two violent energy fluctuations suddenly came from the side and rear. Humph! A coward who hides his head and shows his tail. The 8th level Chaos Demon Ape shouted loudly, and punched the hidden position of the mirror warship. Boom! The violent fist force tore through the air and whistled. On the other side was the immobilization spell released by the Buddhist Arhat. These two extremely fast attacks forced the mirror warship to reveal its shape and dodge. This also exposed the mirror warship completely to the eyes of the Chaos Demon Ape and the Buddhist Arhat. Shinhua human warship? The Chaos Demon Ape's pupil shrank suddenly. Ants of Shinhua people actually want to do the fisherman's profit. Since the donor is here, you might as well stay. The Buddhist Arhat raised his hand and waved, and the Buddha light in the sky turned into chains, directly blocking the retreats of the mirror warship. Song Chi, who was controlling the mirror battleship remotely, was not panicked at all. If there were dozens of 8th level Chaos Demon Apes and 8th level Shur clan present, he might have some concerns, but that was not the case. There were only two 8th level alien races. Today, he not only had to take away the Chaos Mirror Stone on the altar, but also had to leave both of them here completely. In a flash, a piece of the mirror battleship was activated. Replica Emperor's Tomb of Virtual Seed Projection Fourfold Projection. Suddenly, two warship projections appeared out of thin air on the left and right sides of the mirror battleship. Under Song Chi's control, the total of 4 warship projections rushed towards the two attacks from the side. Taking this opportunity, the mirror battleship continued to rush towards the ruined altar in front. No matter what his plan was, the key was to get this Chaos Mirror Stone, which was likely to be of high quality. However, a small incident occurred again in the middle. Although the temporary response plan was not bad, one of the warship projections successfully blocked the huge fist of the 8th level Chaos Demon Ape, but an accident occurred on the side of the 8th level Shur clan. For some unknown reason, the immobilization spell it triggered actually became virtual in the middle, passing over the incoming warship projection, and still heading straight for the mirror warship. However, since it is said that this is just a small episode, the subsequent results are naturally clear. The Chaos Mirror Stone on the altar was successfully collected by the mirror warship. As for the immobilization spell, it is not that it did not hit, but the mirror warship was blessed by both the Blood Battle Monument and the Demon Buddha Purifying World Relics, ignoring the immobilization effect. Buzz! A dazzling sword light suddenly condensed from the bow of the mirror warship, and then it shot out with a bang. Since he had already obtained the Chaos Mirror Stone, Song Chi naturally had no more worries. Under the speed effect of the Pajua Zen seal, the replica Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer exploded immediately. The terrifying Wuji Xianxian Quantum Sword light shot through, and the target locked was the 8th level Shur clan. Although the Shur clan is a dominant civilization race in the Broken Star Sea, and its body can be regarded as top-notch under the blessing of the Buddha's golden body, there is still a certain gap compared to the Chaos Demon Ape, which is a peak race known for its physical body. Attack it, and the chance of resolving the battle with a crushing force is greater. Of course, in addition to this, there is actually another important reason. That is, the Shur clan itself has a strong mind, And with the phantom of the Western Heaven spiritual mountain protecting its spiritual platform, it is basically impossible to be forcibly enslaved by any means. The Chaos Demon Ape is different. They are only strong physically. Although they have some means to protect their souls, there are still many examples of them being enslaved since ancient times. Only 2 months have passed in a year. The higher you go to the upper level of the ruins, the greater the chance of encountering those 9th level aliens. Song-Chi wants to try to enslave an 8th level alien. The 8th level slave creature plus the slavery seal furious feature of the replica ring of heavenly power control can still play a certain role if you really encounter too much trouble later. Swish. Facing the sword light of the immortal trap, the 8th level Sher clan felt the huge threat carried by this attack characteristic sword light, and he quickly responded. A large amount of Buddha light quickly gathered on his legs, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Interesting, is it Shinzutong again? Seeing this scene, Song-Chi immediately recognized the means used by the other party. Before in the evil Buddha continent, he was taught a small lesson by the Shinzutong, and naturally had a deep impression in his heart. But that was before. Now the Tianqiu Sanqiong has been promoted to a galaxy ship. Let alone anything else. Just a frontal shot from the warship is enough to severely damage the 8th level Buddhist clan. Moreover, the key point is that the Shinzutong used by the 8th level Buddhist clan this time is not enough to avoid this Wuji Xianxian quantum sword light. After the 8th level Buddhist clan disappeared out of thin air, the Wuji Xianxian quantum sword light suddenly turned in an extremely unreasonable way and shot towards another direction. Looking along this path, Song-Chi soon saw the 8th level Buddhist clan reappearing. He looked calm and was not surprised at all. Because before activating the Wuji Xianxian quantum sword light, he first activated the absolute hit feature of this star destroyer. The 8th level Sher clan had already been marked with a hit mark, so no matter how he dodged, he could not escape the pursuit of Wuji Xianxian quantum sword light. The 8th level Sher clan persisted for nearly 10 seconds, but in the end, he still could not escape the result of being hit head-on by Wuji Xianxian quantum sword light, but this nearly 10-second buffer gave him enough time to prepare. When Wuji Xianxian quantum sword light finally hit him, his body was already covered with a layer of cassock phantom emitting colorful light. The sword light touched the cassock, and the extreme cutting sword intent continued to erode the colorful light emitted by the outer layer of the cassock, followed by a terrifying explosion. Under the influence of the terrifying energy fluctuations, coupled with the weakening of brain wave remote control by the ruined space itself, Song-Chi could not see the specific situation of the 8th level Buddhist tribe in the middle of the explosion. However, just because it is difficult to capture with the naked eye does not mean that the eye of truth cannot do it either. On the radar map, the golden light spot representing the 8th level Buddhist tribe was nearly half dim compared to before. There is no need to explain the meaning. When the energy shock wave gradually dissipated, Song-Chi saw the appearance of the 8th level Buddhist tribe in the distance. At this moment, it was quite embarrassed, with a huge wound torn on the chest of the Buddha's golden body, and pure silver Buddha blood was constantly gushing out. However, Song-Chi, who saw the scene, was not very happy, but frowned. The injuries on the 8th level Buddhist tribe were not as serious as imagined. With the self-healing ability of the Buddha's golden body, and the 8th level life essence, it can even be vaguely seen that the wound is slowly healing. Logically speaking, with the double damage burst of the weakness mark of the god of hunting, a level 90 Black Star Destroyer can never cause only this much damage. The only thing that contributed to this result was obviously the phantom of the colorful cassock that just appeared. And this is exactly what Song-Chi was puzzled about. If the other party really had a colorful cassock, even if the driver was only level 8, it would definitely be enough to completely resist the attack just now. Is it a means similar to remote summoning? If so, the summoned object itself is likely to be in the ruins of the Batian clan. The colorful objects nurtured by the core of the origin of the broken star sea floating land do not have the ability to project themselves onto this chaos god land. Song-Chi was very sure about this. He had summoned Dragon Whale Hall and deformation of Sky Swallowing Python before, and the result was the same. The answer was obvious after guessing this. 9th level Buddha of the Sher clan. Instantly, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, and a hint of urgency flashed in his eyes. Since a 9th level Sher clan might be involved, he had to speed up. At the bow of the mirror battleship, layers of white light gathered again. This time, the oppression was much stronger than the previous Wujixian quantum sword light, and the target was still the 8th level Sher clan. I am willing to withdraw, please. This time, the 8th level Sher clan really felt the threat of death, and spoke loudly. However, before he could finish speaking, the galaxy cannon light of dawn had already exploded. Although there was no absolute hit feature to assist this time, the 8th level Shur clan itself lost the ability to dodge. The Immortal Binding Rope and Collective Immortal Binding Lock features that Song Qi had activated in advance had already firmly bound it. At the moment when Light of Dawn erupted, Buddha light was reflected in the sky above the Rift Valley, as if a majestic figure was about to project from the air, but it was obviously too late. The beam of light fired by the Galaxy Cannon pierced through the body of the 8th level Buddhist clan without mercy, and a Buddhist clan Buddha with the 8th level peak combat power was completely annihilated. Without the 8th level Buddhist clan itself as a projection medium, the Buddha light above the sky could only dissipate unwillingly. Looking at the 8th level Chaos Demon Ape that was already flying in the distance, Song Qi hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. Some 9th level Buddhist clans have already noticed this side, and most of the Buddhist clans themselves are also good at cause and effect methods, so Song Qi does not want to delay any longer. As for the 8th level slave creatures, there is still plenty of time to follow up, so there is no rush. However, just as he was about to use the Starlight Shine Stone Talisman to escape from this place, the entire ruin suddenly trembled violently. Boom! A roar that seemed to come from ancient times came from the deepest part of the rift behind him. This change alarmed all the creatures in the ruins, but Song Qi was the most alarmed, because the source of the change was at the deepest part of the rift behind him. Is this the passage to the second level of the ruins? Opened? Song Qi's heart was shocked. At the same time, the alien warriors in various parts of the ruins stopped fighting and looked towards the dark rift with fiery eyes. Chapter 777. The tremors in the ruined space became more and more intense, as if the whole world was shaking. Song Qi controlled the mirror battleship to quickly hide in the depths of the void, and at the same time fully activated the replica Eye of Truth to try to explore the source of the change in the depths of the rift. On the radar map, an unprecedented energy fluctuation was spreading from the deepest part of the rift. The energy intensity was far beyond imagination, and even caused the Eye of Truth components themselves to be temporarily overloaded. This kind of fluctuation. Song Qi's pupils shrank slightly. At least it is a 9th level energy reaction, and it even touches the mythical level. No wonder, for example, the 9th level masters of powerful forces such as the Chaos Demon Ape, the Shur clan, the Mountain Splitting clan, and the Nether Soul clan have been staying at the bottom of the ruins for so long. It turns out that the second level space of the ruins can only be opened by itself, and cannot be forced to enter. Just as he was suddenly enlightened, a dazzling chaotic light column suddenly burst out from the depths of the rift and rushed straight into the sky. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space shattered, revealing the dark void behind it. The passage to the second level of the ruins. Song Qi knew what this was, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the alien warriors in the entire ruins were boiling, and countless powerful auras surged from all directions, aiming directly at this dark rift. Song Qi did not hesitate, and immediately activated the Starlight Flashing Spirit Stone Talisman. The starlight flashed around the warship, and it disappeared in the next moment. He did not choose to leave, but used the space flash to rush directly to the deepest part of the rift. Since luck favored him, allowing the entrance to the second level of the ruins to appear in the deepest part of the dark rift, he would naturally not miss this excellent opportunity. Otherwise, when the alien races arrive, it will only be more troublesome. Not only will they be subject to many restrictions, but they will also have to look at the faces of some alien races. It seems that my guess is correct. The mirror battleship quickly rushed to the deepest part of the dark rift. Staring at the chaotic light column that was already in front of him, Song Qi said in his heart, "It seems that this chaotic light column is the means of transmission to the second floor of the ruins." While thinking, there was a slight fluctuation on the radar map on one side. The replica Eye of Truth captured a 9th level black energy group that had arrived at the edge of the rift. It was a 9th level Chaos Demon Ape with a pitch-black body, nearly 200 million kilometers tall, and exuding a suffocating pressure. Ha ha ha, it's finally opened. The Demon Ape's voice was like thunder, shaking the surrounding rocks to roll down. The inheritance of the Bothian clan should belong to my Chaos Demon Ape clan. Before the voice fell, it jumped into the thick fog in the depths of the dark rift, and rushed to the deepest part of the rift at the fastest speed. And there were more than one of them. In the distance behind him, 2 golden Buddha lights cut through the sky, and were also rushing towards the dark rift valley. Song Qi's eyes condensed, and he no longer hesitated. The mirror warship hidden in the void appeared and rushed into the chaotic light column in front of him first, and soon disappeared at the bottom of the ruins. Shortly after the mirror warship disappeared, the 9th level Chaos Demon Ape and 2 9th level Buddhas of the Shur clan arrived one after another. Amitabha, this is my Buddhist opportunity. The Buddha's voice was calm, but with unquestionable majesty. He took a step forward, and was about to sink into the chaotic light column. However, he was stopped by the roar of the 9th level Chaos Demon Ape. "You bald ass, if you want to go in, your grandpa, should go first." As he spoke, the blood and energy that was close to the limit of the 9th level surged out, carrying the body of the demon ape, which was as twisted as a wild beast, forward. Suddenly, the two masters of the law, who had reached the end of their respective roads, drove the laws of the origin of the sky and began to bombard each other continuously. However, the two sides did not confront each other for too long. Soon, the laws and pressure around them were withdrawn at the same time, and their sights turned to the direction of the entrance of the rift behind them. They sensed that many powerful auras were approaching quickly, and it was obvious that the 9th level masters of other peak tribes had arrived. If you were at the entrance of the dark rift at this moment, you would see the master of the Thunder Spirit clan wrapped in thunder, the Split Mountain clan with gold and stone all over their bodies, and even a huge starry sky beast. "Bald ass, let's talk about the grievances between our two tribes later, how about it?" "Good." After speaking, both sides rushed into the chaotic light column one after another. Song-Chi naturally didn't know what was happening in the outside world. The moment he passed through the light column, he felt dizzy, and when his vision was restored, the scene in front of him was completely different. This was a vast starry sky, with countless broken stars suspended in the void. At the end of the distant sky, a towering bronze palace stood quietly, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. "Is this the second floor of the Batian clan ruins?" Song-Chi muttered to himself. Suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be a dazzling light pouring out of the bronze palace. Looking closely, the light was faintly showing 7 colors. Seeing this scene, his eyes suddenly shone inexplicably. Although he didn't know what the bronze palace was, and how many resources and treasures were hidden in the palace, he was sure that there must be a colorful extreme-level wonder among them. Buzz buzz buzz. For a moment, the two engines on the mirror battleship were overloaded one after another, and the replica parts such as Phantom Thruster were also activated, pushing the mirror battleship at full speed towards the bronze palace surrounded by ancient stars above the sky. However, the imagined whistling scene did not appear. This second layer of vast starry space seemed to be filled with a special energy. The ancient stars exuded a pressure that seemed to come from the ancient times. Even with the mirror battleship's powerful energy shield, hull armor, and shipborne engine configuration, the speed of the flying was suppressed to the extreme. In this case, no matter how the engine runs, the speed of the battleship flying upwards can never be fast. At a certain moment, the replica Eye of Truth detected multiple space fluctuations coming from below the battleship. It was the 9th level Chaos Demon Ape, and 2 9th level Shur clans following behind him. The appearance of 3 9th level alien masters undoubtedly made Song-Chi more stressed. The key point is that both the 9th order Chaos Demon Ape and the 9th order Shur clan are basically at the top of the 9th order level. If they really confront them, the mirror battleship will most likely not have a chance of winning. Thinking of this, Song-Chi could only try his best to suppress the strangeness in his heart and control the battleship to continue rushing towards the bronze palace at full speed. There are actually 2 good news at the moment. First, like the mirror battleship, the 3 9th order aliens who just entered the second floor of the ruins below are also oppressed by the terrifying power in this space. Although their escape speed is still much faster than the mirror battleship, it is also limited. Second, with the blessing of the replica 3 Realms 5 Element certificate, the mirror battleship can be regarded as hiding in the dark. At least at present, the 3 9th order masters below have not discovered the existence of the mirror battleship. Relying on these 2 points, Song-Chi still has some expectations. Time passes, in the main control room of the mirror battleship. After thinking for a while, Song-Chi still feels that he has to do something. The 3 9th level masters below are getting closer and closer. At this speed, the mirror battleship will be caught up sooner or later, and the 3 9th level masters will arrive at the bronze palace one step ahead. If you don't want to see this result, you must make changes. The soul split turned, and the mind flowed on the various shipborne components of the mirror battleship. Soon, Song-Chi seemed to think of something. His mind was fixed on the replica miracle clone pod, or more specifically, on the soul-devouring altar transformed by the miracle clone pod. Although this component itself has been used, its template has always been kept in the miracle clone pod, and it is even used as a key trump card on the mirror battleship. Before entering the ruins, he thought that he might use it on components such as Black Hole Evolution Layer and Light of Dawn, to temporarily improve the somewhat backward attack capabilities of the mirror battleship. Now, plans cannot keep up with changes. After moving his eyes away from the soul-devouring altar component, Song-Chi glanced at the angel kingship wings and demon Buddha purifying relics. But he soon shook his head and looked away. Angel kingship wings as angel wing escape demon Buddha purifying relics as demon Buddha's single purifying aura. One is a flash escape ability, and the other can purify the negative state acting on the mirror battleship. It seems that there is indeed a certain probability that the mirror battleship can ignore the current suppression, but this is only a possibility after all, and it cannot be confirmed. The key is that this possibility is not high, which is why Song-Chi rejected it quickly. The 3 9th level aliens below, who were born from the Chaos Demon Ape and the Overlordshire clan civilization, don't they have any color lower level flash escape or immune control artifacts? If he said that one of them didn't have it, he might believe it, but it is almost impossible that all 3 of them didn't have it. In this way, the answer is actually about to come out. Color lower level, or even higher level color upper level components, are probably not enough to offset the suppression force in the second level space of the ruins. Excluding these 2, there are actually not many components that Song-Chi can choose. In the end, based on the urgency of time, he didn't hesitate anymore, and his eyes fell on the shipborne engine. However, it was not the main engine antimatter energy evolution engine, but the second golden engine attached to its characteristic 6 dual engine. Although the miracle clone chamber has evolved to a lower level of color, the soul-devouring altar template that was originally retained is only black quality, so the cloned image can only be black, and it can only be effective on black objects/components. The replica soul-devouring altar flickered with a faint light, and soon the golden engine that had been replaced after arriving at Human Emperor City began to slowly flicker with eternal black light. Not long after, this golden secondary engine evolved to black quality. After the evolution was completed, the mirror warship with greatly increased thrust suddenly gained a significant improvement in its sweeping speed. At this time, looking down, although the 3 9th level masters continued to close, they were almost imperceptible. As long as there is no major change, the mirror warship should be able to enter the Bronze Palace first. Having confirmed this, Song-Chi still dared not relax. He did not know what methods these 3 9th level masters still had, and as time passed, more and more 9th level aliens appeared in the second level ruined space. Until the last moment, it was not foolproof. Maybe it was really lucky. Until the mirror warship entered the gate of the Bronze Palace, no other accidents occurred. After the warship rushed into the Bronze Palace through the gate, 5 items were quietly suspended in the middle of the desolate and lonely Bronze Palace. A crystal stone with a chaotic halo, an ancient token, a strange short blade emitting colorful light, a group of 10 mythical souls, and a purple giant egg wrapped in chaotic light. Top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone? Song-Chi recognized the Chaos Crystal Stone at a glance, because it was of higher quality than the mid-grade Chaos Mirror Stone he had obtained from the dilapidated altar before. But what he cared about more was the token. There was an ancient word engraved on the token. Although he didn't recognize it, Song-Chi inexplicably felt that it should be the word sky. Could it be? This is the legendary Batian Order? An amazing guess emerged in his mind. It is said that the most core inheritance of the Batian clan is hidden in the 3rd layer of the ruined space, which is the last layer, and the key to enter it is the Batian Order. In addition, the colorful short blade and the mythical soul are all good things. The only thing whose specific value he could not tell was probably the giant purple EGG. As his heart was shaken, Song-Chi's mind reacted quickly. The dark energy in the ship swept past, and the replica void warehouse on one side was quickly activated. The next moment, a space ripple surged out from the hull of the mirror battleship, and went straight to the 5 items in the middle of the hull. The space fluctuations outside the copper hull behind him were getting closer and closer. If he didn't hurry up, the soul-devouring altar that could only be used once during the maintenance time of the mirror battleship would be meaningless. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of the battleship. Captain Xinghe of the Xinhua human race, do you really think that you can snatch food from the hands of the 9th level master with a battleship clone? Suddenly, Song-Chi's heart trembled. He glanced around with the corner of his eyes, and quickly activated the purifying aura of the demon Buddha purifying relics to prevent possible special negative attacks. At the same time, he also shouted, "Who?" The replica Eye of Truth was fully activated and scanned the surroundings. TSK, you reacted quite quickly. The voice sounded again, this time with a bit of teasing. I am the Nightmare Demon Lord of the Nether Soul Clan, and I am very interested in you. You must be a super genius of the human civilization, who has never appeared in the world to be able to rush into this ancient temple before the Chaos Demon Ape and the Shur clan? Song-Chi's face changed slightly, and he ignored the following words. After successfully catching the other party's trace from the side and back, various relevant information quickly emerged in his mind. Nether Soul Clan, one of the top clans on the Chaos God land, they are good at mental attacks and soul control, and are extremely difficult to deal with. Not to mention that the one who appeared at this moment was a 9th level Nether Soul Clan, which is definitely an extremely dangerous existence. Just from the fact that he was able to evade the detection of the Eye of Truth and quietly enter the Bronze Palace right after him, we can see how terrifying he is. Netherworld Soul Capture. The next moment, a strange sound wave suddenly attacked from the side and rear. The 9th level Nether Soul Clan used a special soul capture ability on the mirror battleship, and at the same time, he himself rushed towards the 5 items in front at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Song-Chi quickly calmed down and looked directly at the replica Sky Intelligence Brain System. Being in the Chaos God land, with the Dragon Whale Palace unable to take effect, the soul attack was still a great threat to him. Replica Sky Intelligence Brain System Tianqing Sky Self-Control System. The priority targets are Chaos Mirror Stone and the token. After quickly issuing 2 commands, Song-Chi took back his own soul. Since it is a method aimed at the soul level, the warship will not be affected much without the existence of the soul body. As for the Sky Intelligent Brain, the soul method used by a 9th level soul clan will not affect this black quality intelligent brain wonder. Without the control of Song-Chi's soul, the control of the entire mirror warship was completely transferred to the Sky Intelligent Brain. A small amount of soul-sucking sound waves penetrated into the warship through the energy shield and the hull armor, but it did not cause any impact on the mirror warship. On the contrary, under the powerful computing power of the Sky Intelligent Brain, the mirror warship almost simultaneously reflected a black ghost light. The ghost light accurately penetrated into the back of the 9th level soul clan rushing towards the center of the bronze hull. The next second, the aura of this somewhat mysterious 9th level master suddenly became chaotic, and even his forward figure paused. After a pause, he suddenly changed direction and inexplicably chose to run to the right side of the Bronze Palace. This was not over yet. In the next few seconds, he changed direction several times, as if he had suddenly lost the ability to distinguish. The reason for this was the faint light that the mirror battleship had just shot out. Replica Chaos Godhead Oracle Chaos Aura, External. Taking advantage of the moment, when the 9th level Nether Soul Clan Overlord was in self-confusion, the Sky Brain followed the instructions previously issued by Song-Chi and quickly activated the void storage of the replica void warehouse. Chaos Mirror Stone and the special token were successively absorbed into the dimensional space of the replica void warehouse. However, it was only a brain after all. After completing the instructions issued by its master Song-Chi, although it activated the void storage feature for the 3rd time, the target it locked onto was not the 7-colored short blade that seemed to be the most valuable, but the purple giant egg whose bottom was completely unknown. Buzz buzz buzz. After a slight spatial fluctuation, the purple giant egg also disappeared out of thin air, and was absorbed into the mirror battleship. But just as the Cheontian intelligent brain was about to activate the 4th void absorption feature, several whistles had already rushed in from the Copper Palace gate behind it. What egg dares to take away the opportunity of my Chaos Demon Ape clan? The Black Demon Ape's voice was like thunder, and the angry voice continued to echo in the Copper Palace for a long time. The next second, a large amount of chaotic energy and blood-colored steam emanated from his body, and soon a chaotic world condensed above his head. Demon Ape Magic Power Chaos Universe. Compared to the 9th level Chaos Demon Ape, the 2 9th level Buddhist clansmen were not far behind. The golden Buddha light appeared around them, and the colorful robes were suspended in the air, and a vast Buddhist kingdom was constructed in an instant. Chapter 778. The Magical Power of the Shur Clan. Buddha Kingdom in the Palm. The Chaos Demon Ape and the Buddha of the Shur Clan attacked almost at the same time, concluding that the Shinhoi human race galaxy ship that entered the Batian ancient temple before them must have obtained the most valuable item in the ancient temple. The golden Buddha light and the chaotic blood energy collided violently in the bronze temple, and the entire bronze ancient temple trembled violently. The ancient runes engraved on the wall flashed mysterious light. No matter how strong the tremor was, it always maintained the temple body standing intact and as stable as a rock. In comparison, the reaction of the Tianshu Songqing mirror warship was far behind. The majestic power of the golden Buddha light and the rich blood energy had not yet collided with the ship head-on. Only the energy aftermath that continued to spread forward caused layers of ripples on the outer energy shield of the warship. Although the Mythpulse energy shield is a colorful lower-level shield, the current enhancement level is only at level 99 after all. If it were really hit head-on by these 3 9th-order ultimate masters, who used the terrifying means of high-level wonders, not to mention the outermost energy shield, even the ship armor that had been strengthened to the 10th order would be in trouble. In response, Song-Chi, whose soul had returned a second ago, activated a certain component in the mirror battleship without hesitation. It was not Starlight Shine Stone Talisman, Angel Kingship Wings, but the black hole domain characteristics of the replica black hole evolution layer component. Of course, he knew that a single black component was not enough to withstand the 3 terrifying attacks coming head-on. The so-called absolute defense effect was probably only maintained for the shortest 1 second. Even if there was a difference, 2 or 3 seconds was the maximum, which was obviously not enough to get the mirror battleship out of trouble. At the beginning, what Song-Chi was thinking about was actually the 3 realms and 5 elements certificate, a replica-colored upper-level component. The feature of beyond the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements, can make the mirror battleship directly nihilistic, and all ordinary means can be easily immune. However, the problem is that this feature is the last retreat reserved by Song-Chi for the mirror battleship. It is impossible to directly send the obtained things back to the original body through the Zhuutian market. This means that after the trip to the ruins, there will be a greater challenge waiting for him outside the ruins. The feature of beyond the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements, is the last trump card he will use to ensure that the mirror battleship can escape safely, and it must not be used here. The cooling time of this feature is as high as 1,000 years. Not to mention that there is no cooling time. Even with the time chessboard, it will take more than 100 years, and it cannot be used continuously in a short period of time. Waves of faint light spread out from the hull of the mirror battleship, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a special black hole field. But this is not enough. After that, the second component was also activated. The chaotic energy lingered on the surface of the warship, and the void power surrounding it made the mirror warship suddenly appear and disappear, adding a sense of illusion and mystery. This change is not only in the visual level. In fact, after this, the situation faced by the mirror warship has been greatly alleviated, and the speed at which the outer energy shield is worn down has dropped significantly. And this is thanks to 2 parts. Void Warehouse Void Ship Body Chaos Godhead Oracle Chaos Aura, Inner. The former can provide the warship with a 50% dodge rate, and the latter can put the warship into a special chaotic state. During the duration, it can also greatly reduce the probability of external attacks hitting the warship. In addition, the Angel King True Spirit Guardian of Angel King's Wings was also activated, and the illusory 9th Order Angel True Spirit Phantom enveloped the entire mirror warship. After several consecutive means, the attacks of the Chaos Demon Ape and the Buddha of the Shur clan in the back have also come. The first collision was the Chaos Universe pushed by the Angel King True Spirit Phantom and the 9th Order Demon Ape. This magical power was created by a mythical demon ape of the Chaos Demon Ape clan. When it was in its prime, it could evolve an ancient universe. Under the oppression of the order and rules of the universe, it was extremely brutal and could push everything. Although this 9th Order Demon Ape has not reached that level, it also has some original true meaning. Under the collision between the 2 sides, the Angel King True Spirit Phantom, which had long been strengthened to the 9th level, only lasted for a few breaths, and then dissipated with a bang. It was not at the same level at all. After defeating the Angel King's True Spirit Shadow, the broken universe continued to advance, and soon collided with the black hole energy in the black hole field again. As Song-Chi had expected before, the absolute invincibility of the black hole field only protected the mirror battleship for 2 seconds, and then it collapsed completely. The good news is that after defeating the 2 layers of defense in the outer circle, just when the Chaos Universe officially collided with the mirror battleship itself, it was dodged by the chaos and void power lingering on the battleship. It seemed that it had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. At the moment when the 2 sides staggered, a space force suddenly emerged on the mirror battleship. Soon, strands of space force quickly vibrated outward with the mirror battleship as the center. With the assistance of this space force, the hull of the mirror battleship became faintly illusory. Want to run? The 9th level Chaos Demon Ape laughed grimly, and the chaotic energy surged all over his body. The broken universe above his head suddenly collapsed into a singularity. The terrifying space collapse force forcibly pulled the mirror battleship out of the void. At the same time, in the battleship's main control room, the replica escape bead component suddenly dimmed. The flash escape was interrupted in such an unreasonable way, which caused the origin of this component to be greatly damaged, and it was difficult to recover the buffer in a short time. Song-Chi did not show panic for this result. Before the Buddha's kingdom transformed by the colorful cassock in front of him came towards him, the mirror battleship suddenly changed. In an instant, the mirror battleship changed from the hull form to a small neutron star. The terrifying high temperature of more than hundreds of millions of degrees surged to the surroundings. Under such extreme temperature, even the Buddha's kingdom displayed by the two ninth-level Buddhas seemed a little dim at this moment. Of course, this is just an appearance. The extremely high temperature generated by the small neutron star formed by the fission of the neutron star only lasts for a few breaths, and after a few breaths, only defense is left. Fortunately, the defense of the neutron star is amazing enough. Facing the overwhelming Buddhist world, and the corrosion and erosion of the ancient Buddha's spell power, it is as strong as before. At this moment, the battleship's main control room. Song Chi's soul-dividing mind suddenly changed. Now! Seizing this opportunity, the replica neutron star core armor was activated again. This time it is the ultimate characteristic ability of this mythical armor. Gamma Ray Burst. From the beginning, his plan was not to escape from the 9th level Chaos Demon Ape, because even if he was lucky enough to break free from the suppression and restraint of the broken world transformed by the Chaos Universe, there were still two palm-sized Buddha kingdoms activated by the 9th level Shur clan behind him. From the beginning to the end, he was waiting for this moment. The terrifying gamma rays shot out from the front hole of the micro-neutron star, pointing directly at the Buddha kingdom in the palm of the hand transformed by the colorful cassock. Crack! Crack! The gamma energy touched the golden Buddha light, and the terrifying explosion broke out inside the Buddha kingdom and in the ancient temple of Batian. With the help of the replica Eye of Truth, Song Chi vaguely captured the changes in the battle situation. It can only be said that it is worthy of the components that cost a lot to strengthen to level 100. Although the super gamma rays shot out by the neutron star core armor failed to completely penetrate the Buddha kingdom, from the clear cracks on the surrounding boundary wall, it is obvious that it has at least caused great damage to it. And that's enough. The mirror battleship that had been prepared in advance suddenly rushed towards the direction where the energy explosion had not yet completely subsided, as if it was desperate. The warship, which had already turned back from the neutron star form, was moving at a very fast speed, and its target was the boundary wall covered with cracks. The warship was already in the Buddha realm, so the action of the mirror warship was naturally noticed by the two 9th level Shur clans at the first time. The two of them changed their minds, and the world power of the Buddha realm, which was originally suppressing the aftermath of the explosion, quickly turned to the mirror warship. Suddenly, the suppression force on the mirror warship surged, and even the speed of the sweeping in dropped significantly. Faced with this situation, a golden light flashed again in the mirror warship. Reproduction Domain Hedge Instrument Hedge Domain. After the previous black hole domain, the second special domain condensed again in the outer circle of the mirror warship. However, this time the domain power was not for protecting the warship, but quickly penetrated and merged with the Buddha realm in the palm of the sky. Before the two 9th level Buddhas could respond, a disintegration energy suddenly appeared inside the Buddha realm. The appearance of the first disintegration energy was more like a signal. In the following breaths, more and more disintegration energies were derived one after another. Under the impact of these disintegration energies, the boundless ancient Buddha mantra power in the Buddha realm was drastically weakened. But it could only be like this. After all, the domain hedge was just a golden component. Although it was the only golden component with the unique characteristics, its real power was enough to match the black ultimate component. But what was this Buddha realm? It was evolved by two 9th level Buddhas of the Buddha clan with the help of a colorful cassock. The power contained in it was much stronger than the hedge domain. Even so, it offset a lot of suppression for the mirror battleship. Taking this opportunity, the two engines, one colorful and one black, phantom thruster, multifunction converter, and other components were all running at full capacity, carrying the mirror battleship's hull and crashing into the Buddha realm wall in front of it. Song Chi still felt unsafe, and quickly activated two parts, Hunyuan Copper Mother Ram and Dominant Ivory Ram. After two metal friction sounds, the original guns on the bow of the warship had turned into two cold rams. Hunyuan Impact. Wrath of the Giant Elephant King. Giant Elephant Collision. With many buffs added, the mirror warship is now turned into a shadow. Boom! Crack! After the dull collision sound, the boundary wall, which was already full of cracks, finally couldn't stand under the damage of the two extremely sharp cold rams, and shattered. Following this broken boundary wall, the mirror warship was no longer blocked and rushed out of the palm of the Buddha's kingdom, and then to the Batian ancient palace. All of this seemed long, but in fact it was just a matter of seconds. Until the end, the 9th level Chaos Demon Ape who rushed into the ancient temple first could not imagine that a galaxy ship actually broke through the Buddha kingdom in the palm evolved by the two bald donkeys behind him. But he was a 9th level creature after all, so his reaction would not be slow. When the mirror battleship rushed out of the Batian ancient temple, the collapsed singularity in front of him was thrown out and chased the mirror battleship. The terrifying suction and collapse force behind him followed all the way, and Song-Chi was of course aware of it at the first time. He also thought about directly activating the replica Starlight Flashing Spirit Stone Talisman Starlight Flashing Spirit Escape, but the collapse singularity followed all the way, and the terrifying collapse force made the surrounding space extremely unstable, and it was impossible to dodge or jump. Seeing that the collapse singularity was getting closer and closer, and seeing that he could not dodge, Song-Chi had no choice but to do his best to improve the defense of the battleship. Demon Buddha Purifying Relics. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Consume 1 million psionic points. Summon a Buddha's light to protect the warship, and the shield value of the warship's energy shield is temporarily increased by 100%, lasting for 120 minutes, and the cooldown time is 240 hours. The Buddha's light shines, and the energy shield that was originally dimmed by half suddenly shines again. At this point, Song-Chi has no time to activate other components, and the collapse singularity behind him has officially collided with the stern of the mirror warship. Buzz buzz buzz. The terrifying collapse and squeezing force acts on the outermost energy shield, and the Myth Pulse energy shield that has just been filled up suddenly begins to dim rapidly again. Warning, the warship's energy shield continues to be damaged by high-intensity collapse and tearing energy attacks, and the current energy shield value remains 65%. Warning. The current energy shield value is 21%. The energy shield value is dropping at a roller coaster speed, and it is about to be overloaded. Song-Chi was not in a hurry to activate Last Blessing and Resurrection Metal. In an instant, Myth Pulse energy shield was completely overloaded. 3 seconds later, the first layer of shield of Neutron Star Core armor was completely destroyed. 6 seconds later, the second layer of shield of Neutron Star Core armor was also completely destroyed, and the entire armor was overloaded. 8 seconds later, the hull of the mirror battleship was damaged by more than 70%. And at this moment, Song-Chi finally activated Resurrection Metal on time. In an instant, the hull of the mirror battleship was restored to its full state, and the energy shield was restored to 90%, but the Neutron Star Core armor was only restored to less than 80%. There was nothing that could be done about it. The quality of the two components was higher than that of Resurrection Metal, and the strengthening level of Neutron Star Core armor reached the 10th level, which naturally made it difficult for Resurrection Metal to be fully effective. But this was enough, because with the help of this time buffer, Song-Chi had already controlled the mirror warship to completely rush out of the Batian Ancient Temple, and even swept a long distance downward. The collapsed singularity at the tail of the warship was gradually unable to keep up with the mirror warship. Chase! In the Batian Ancient Temple, the Chaos Demon Ape roared angrily, and wanted to continue chasing the mirror warship. We must not let this human race take away the most valuable thing, and the Batian order is likely in his hands. However, although he roared loudly, his feet never moved. Not only him, but also the 2 9th-level Buddhas of the Shur clan were the same. Compared with the strange mirror warship, they would rather get the remaining 2 items in the ancient temple first, and then chase Song-Chi later. 1 colorful wonder. 10 mythical souls. These 2 are of great value, and even with their status and position, they cannot be ignored. As for the Nether Nightmare Demon Lord, who has returned from the chaotic state, he has no right to speak in front of the Chaos Demon Ape and the Overlord Shur clan of the same level. Seeing that no figure has been chasing out of the Batian Ancient Palace, Song-Chi can roughly guess the general situation. However, he can no longer pay attention to these things. At this time, the mirror battleship has rushed into the air, and it is not far from the chaotic light column channel below that returns to the bottom of the ruins. But even if they want to fight for the colorful short blade wonder and the mythical soul first, the Chaos Demon Ape and the 9th level Shur clan in the Batian Ancient Palace are not willing to let Song-Chi go so easily. Stop this galaxy ship. Batian order is in his hands. Amiba, listen to my orders, stop this man. 2 consecutive voices came from the Batian Ancient Palace, and immediately made the alien creatures, who entered the 2nd floor later focus their eyes on the mirror battleship. Their eyes revealed nothing but passion. Whether the news is true or false, the Chaos Demon Ape and the 9th Order Shur clan have entered the Batian Ancient Palace first, and the items in the Ancient Palace are basically out of their reach. Instead of wasting time and getting nothing in the end, it is better to try their luck here in Song-Chi. Besides, the Shinhua human civilization has been unstable recently, and the tacit suppression of all races is just a matter of convenience, and there is nothing to worry about. In the main control room of the mirror battleship, Song-Chi's soul sank. Looking at the many malicious eyes below, how could he not know what these alien races were thinking? There had already been a conflict, and all kinds of powerful means on the warship had been basically used. Now that they were facing so many alien races, the situation was obviously very bad for the mirror warship. Could it be that he really had to use the 3 realms and 5 element certificate in advance? This thought emerged instinctively in his heart. If he really used the 3 realms and 5 element certificate, he had great confidence that he could escape this disaster, but to be honest, he really didn't want to take this step until the last moment. Especially after this trip to the Batian ancient temple, after the subsequent ruins were closed, the mirror warship would inevitably be paid attention to and hunted by a large number of alien races. Without the outside the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements feature of the 3 realms and 5 element certificate as a trump card, he didn't think that the mirror warship could rely on any other means to get rid of all this and return to the human emperor city safely. Just when he was having trouble making a decision, a hoarse male voice suddenly came to his ears. Tan Lang, have you obtained a medium grade or high grade chaos mirror stone? This voice did not come from the mirror battleship, but from the human emperor palace in the human emperor city where he was. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of all the captains, who were currently only a few dozen in the hall. Chapter 779. Song Chi's heart suddenly moved. He was very familiar with this voice. It was one of the superdimensional captains leading the team this time, and one of the 3 superdimensional captains who successfully entered the Batian clan ruins, the first ancestor of the Langya Ming clan of the Xianxin divine dynasty, Meng Yi. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the highest combat power of the Xinhua civilization inside the ruins. Of course, this is not the point. The key is that this Lord Meng Yi suddenly spoke at this moment, which undoubtedly means that he is most likely in the 2nd level space of the ruins. Thinking of this, Song Chi quickly calmed down and replied, Senior Meng Yi, I did get a medium-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. With almost no hesitation, Song Chi concealed the existence of the top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone, but only mentioned the previous medium-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. The middle-grade Chaos Mirror Stone is enough to replicate the Life Prayer Sacrifice component. As for the top grade, it can mirror the colorful upper-level rare objects at the highest level. It is extremely valuable. If there is no other reason, he still wants to keep it in his hands. However, these outsiders do not know that after hearing about the middle-grade Chaos Mirror Stone, not only Meng Yi, but all the captains who are still left in the entire human emperor palace are subconsciously happy. Not for themselves, but based on the standpoint of the entire Xinhua human civilization. In addition, the faces of the 3 human emperors at the head of the hall also showed a faint smile. They are very clear about the recent situation of the Xinhua captain of the Xinhua civilization in the outside world. Although it is not to the extent that the whole world is hostile, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is difficult to move forward. In this case, countless alien races deliberately targeted and suppressed, but they were still able to take a middle-grade Chaos Mirror Stone. This is undoubtedly great good news. At this time, the Emperor Ying asked, Meng Yi, is your warship clone near Song Chi's ship at this moment? Your Majesty, yes, it is estimated that the distance is no more than 500 million kilometers. Okay, in this case, I order you to provide cover as much as possible and help him get out. Can you do it? Understood. In addition, if other people are there, they should also try their best to help while ensuring their own safety. Yes. I will follow the orders of the 3 emperors. With the 3 emperors taking the initiative to speak, Song Chi felt different soon. The 2nd floor of the ruins, which originally did not feel abnormal, suddenly had 4 warships appear out of thin air in just a few seconds. In addition to Meng Yi's ship clone, there is also a Holy Temple Federation superdimensional mothership clone, and 2 galaxy ships. One is the ship of the Master of Pajuan Palace that Song Chi is familiar with. The second one Song Chi is not very familiar with. He only knows that it is an extreme galaxy ship clone from the Xinxia dynasty. Song Chi reacted almost instantly. The Tianqiu Sanqing mirror warship has a replica of the Eye of Truth color upper-level patrol radar, and its detection ability is far beyond ordinary. It is impossible to believe that these 4 Xinhua warships are equipped with the same level or even higher quality color upper-level concealment components. In this way, there is only one possibility left. One of the 4 warships is equipped with a color upper-level or higher quality group concealment component, and its warship clone component has also completely replicated this concealment component. In this way, the possibility of 2 superdimensional motherships is greater. Whether it is a color upper-level or above group concealment component, or a color upper-level or above warship clone component, it is difficult for an ordinary extreme galaxy captain to obtain one of them, let alone all 2. This subconscious thought only stayed in Song Chi's heart for a moment, and then was forcibly suppressed. In this situation, Song Chi would not allow himself to be distracted by such an insignificant matter. The moment these 4 warships appeared, the multiple cannons that had already completed charging in advance simultaneously poured out fire snakes, and a series of hot beams and high-energy particles exploded rapidly in the second-level space of the ruins. Under this sudden firepower attack, the alien creatures that had already begun to surround Song Chi's mirror warship were immediately disrupted. In the human Emperor Palace, a familiar voice sounded again. Take advantage of now. There was no need to remind him at all. Song Chi's reaction was faster. As early as the moment the 4 Xinhua warships appeared, he had already activated the replica Starlight Shine Stone Talisman component. After a short period of charging, just when the surrounding alien races were restrained, a slight fluctuation of space energy appeared on the hull of the mirror battleship. The next second, the battleship disappeared in the sky. When it reappeared, it was close to the chaotic light column below. Don't worry about us, you go first. In the human Emperor Palace, Meng Yi's voice sounded again. Song Chi was not the kind of indecisive person. He knew very well what was most important at the moment. He controlled the mirror battleship without hesitation and sank into the chaotic light column. During the process of space change, he vaguely heard a large number of alien roars mixed in the roar of artillery fire. This huge change in an instant completely angered this group of alien races with amazing combat power. He could imagine what kind of chaos these completely detonated gunpowder barrels would bring to the second-level ruined space in the future. Song Chi could only pray for Meng Yi and the other 4 in his heart, but his thoughts were still firm. It was to protect him that things had developed to this point. If nothing else, even if it was just for the sake of the 4 Xinhua warships that were doing their best to protect him, he had to do his best to bring the things back to Human Emperor City. After the drastic space change, a familiar scene appeared in front of him, and the mirror warship returned to the bottom space of the ruins. Before he could be happy, Song Chi's heart sank again. After staying in the second-level space of the ruins for so long, although many aliens entered the second level in the middle, there were still many aliens left in this dark rift at this moment. Song Chi even saw the existence of many 9th-level aliens on both sides of the chaotic light column. Among these 9th-level alien races, there are not only the Chaos Demon Ape and the Shur clan, but also the peak tribes such as the Mountain Splitter clan, the Nether Soul clan, and the Spirit Wheel clan. Is this? Several peak tribes and the hegemonic civilization jointly blocked the entrance to the second floor? Seeing this scene, Song Chi's mood suddenly became a little bad. At the moment when the mirror battleship was transmitted, the 9th-level masters responsible for blocking the entrance to the second floor around the Chaos Light column all noticed his presence. Without any surprise, multiple 9th-level alien races attacked almost at the same time. The sky-shattering 9th-level pressure almost completely enveloped the entire core area of the Dark Rift Valley, and the energy shield on the outer layer of the mirror battleship also rippled violently again. In the battleship's main control room, Song Chi's soul-dividing eyes suddenly turned cold, and he was ready to activate the 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate component. In this situation, he couldn't think too much for a while, so he could only pass this level first. But before he officially activated the characteristic of Beyond the 3 Realms, and not in the 5 Elements, a voice sounded again in the Human Emperor Palace. Boy, pay attention. This time it was no longer Meng Yi, but one of the 3 superdimensional captains of the warship clones, Jiang Yi of the Xinxia dynasty, who had already entered the superdimensional before the civilization war. As the existence with the second highest combat power after the 4 human emperors in the current Xinhua civilization, in order to get the Chaos Mirror Stone as much as possible, this person is the leader of the Xinxia dynasty this time. Hearing his sudden words, Song Chi immediately understood something. The replica Starlight Flashing Spirit Stone Talisman was activated again, but this time it was no longer a regular flash escape, but the active characteristic of Starlight Flashing Spirit Escape was activated. Buzz buzz buzz, a circle of special space fluctuations suddenly came. Before Song Chi and the surrounding 9th-level aliens could react, the superdimensional mothership Shinichilngyu warship clone suddenly appeared above the Tianxiu Sangqiang mirror warship. This is not the end. After Shinichilngyu appeared, the special space energy fluctuations not only did not dissipate, but became stronger. The strange space fluctuations were centered on the Shinichilngyu warship clone and continued to spread around. Song Chi's soul in the mirror warship did not feel much, but the surrounding 9th-level aliens, who rushed towards him, somehow, their huge bodies came into contact with these overflowing space fluctuations, and instantly flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string. It seemed that there was an infinite repulsive force acting on their bodies, and it was a kind of overwhelming force that was completely irresistible. Although it was not clear what ability the clone of Shinichilngyu had used, Song Chi knew that this was the best time for him to break out. He did not bother to greet, and the golden light in the mirror warship swept past. Following the crack in the blockade area that was just opened by the repulsive field, the mirror warship suddenly turned into a stream of light, and successfully rushed out of the dark rift. Damn it, we must not let the human race escape. Lord Jin Yuan has ordered that there is a high probability that there is a Bo Tianling in this galaxy ship, and there are high-level space wonders. Hurry up, stop him. A 9th-level Chaos Demon Ape roared, and after hearing the 3 words Bo Tianling, many alien races in the rift suddenly caused a lot of commotion. Buzz buzz buzz, multiple space fluctuations swept past. Among the several 9th-level alien races, who were originally flying backwards, 2 of them disappeared. In the lower space of the ruins, above the sky several light years away from the dark rift, the mirror warship had just exited the Starlight Flash escape state, and before it had time to determine its own position, multiple spatial fluctuations of different frequencies had been heard from the direction of the dark rift in the distance. The ghost is still there. With a low shout, without any extra movements, Song Chi's mind was spinning, and he followed the prompts given by the Eye of Truth, and went straight to the exit of the ruins. According to the information he knew, except for the bottom floor, the 2nd and 3rd floors of the Batian clan ruins were not fixed spaces. Their opening and entry and exit channels would be different with each opening. In addition, although the Batian order in his hand was the key to enter the 3rd floor of the ruins, this thing could not be activated just by activating it. Whether the Batian order could be used to enter the 3rd floor of the ruins depended on the will of the ruins inside the Batian clan ruins. Over the years, it was not unheard of that there were cases where the Batian order was obtained during the opening of the ruins, but it was not until the next time, or even the next time, that the ruins were opened to successfully enter the 3rd floor. Song Chi had tried to activate the Batian order many times before, but there was no response. The same was true for the purple giant egg, and it was not clear what it was. The battleship engine roared, driving the mirror battleship to the distant ruins exit at high speed. But Song Chi still underestimated the alien races chasing behind him, or underestimated the quality of the space wonders controlled by these alien races. When the mirror battleship was still a long distance away from the ruins, 2 chasing figures had already caught up behind him. 9th level. Looking at the detection results given by the Eye of Truth, Song Chi's face was a little ugly. Never expected that in the end, he would have to face these alien 9th level masters head-on. No! Suddenly, after many attempts without any response, the Batian order that had been placed on the side console made a slight tremor. This was only the beginning. As time went on, the tremor from the Batian order became stronger and stronger, until a restraining force that could not be resisted acted on the mirror warship. Song Chi could not do anything to respond. A familiar space change had already come. Where is this? When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was no longer in the bottom space of the ruins, but in a place of eternal darkness. Looking out through the warship projection screen, he saw eternal silence and darkness, and only at the end of the vision above his head, there seemed to be a faint light looming. After carefully looking at the faint light above his head for a while, Song Chi seemed to see something. His eyes widened, and he murmured subconsciously, "The light of chaos, could it be a strange object of chaos? If it is, this place is likely to be the core of the ruins of the Batian clan, that is, the 3rd floor?" The voice echoed in the mirror battleship. Originally, it was just Song Chi's own mumbling, but at this moment, a reply came from the sky above his head. According to the classification of the ruins, this place is indeed the 3rd floor of the ruins. Song Chi's eyes condensed, and his sight moved upwards, and kept sweeping across the sky. Who? The voice was clearly coming from the sky, but he never caught any human figure, which inevitably made Song Chi alert. His mind fell on the replica of the 3 realms and 5 elements certificate. Once he noticed anything wrong, he would activate the Beyond the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements feature without hesitation. As if seeing the doubts and vigilance in his heart, the unknown vicissitudes of life sounded again. "Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. I am the main will of this Batian ruins, created by the last Batian god king. You can regard me as the main intelligent brain of this ruins. The entire ruins are under my control." Although the other party's voice was soft, Song Chi did not relax too much. "If it is really as you said, then why did you take the initiative to introduce me to the 3rd floor of this ruins?" After this, the existence, who claimed to be the will of Batian, was silent for a few breaths. When he spoke again, he did not choose to directly answer Song Chi's question, but took the initiative to change the subject. "Why not take a look at these 3 things first? They are the 3 most valuable items in the infinite that this round of high dimension sea has pulled into the ruins. As he said, a chaotic light fell from the sky, and then the 3 items were also pulled down along the chaotic light beam. Following the beam of light, Song-Chi saw the 3 items. Then his eyes sparkled. Since this person who called himself Botion Escher dared to say that the 3 items were of the highest value, there must be a reason. The first of the 3 items was a mirror cube composed entirely of chaos mirror stones. The cube contained 8 chaos mirror stones, including 5 low-grade, 2 medium-grade, and 1 high-grade. The second item was a drop of blood emitting colorful light, a drop of colorful wonder made from the source blood of a mythical ancestor-level vampire. This drop of blood had only a few functions, but the effect was amazing. Anyway, according to Botion Escher's introduction, once this drop of mythical ancestor source blood was taken, the user would immediately gain tens of millions of years of life. Even if it was diluted into 10 portions, it would allow 10 carbon-based creatures to gain millions of years of life each. As for the third item, it was a core of life, which was said to be made from the heart of a mythical ancient tree of life. However, its main function was not to prolong life, but to provide pure life energy to living organisms, promoting the growth and evolution of organisms without any side effects. After scanning these 3 items, Song-Chi found it difficult to retract his gaze for a while. Any of these 3 items was absolutely priceless. If possible, he would naturally want all of them, but he knew very well that there was no free lunch in the world. Since the other party took the initiative to lead him to the 3rd floor of the ruins, and took out these 3 priceless items, it was obvious that the other party must have some intention. Senior Botion, don't use these temptations. Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Or what price do you need to pay? This direct inquiry did not receive a response, but Song-Chi's soul suddenly turned around and looked back. In the cabin of the battleship behind him, there was a sudden trembling sound. He quickly locked the source of the abnormal movement. When he saw the thing that made the trembling sound, Song-Chi raised his eyebrows, and deep surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. At some point, the purple giant egg that was taken into the battleship by the Cheongtian intelligent brain floated up in the air, and a dazzling purple light emerged from the crystal purple eggshell, and it was also shaking continuously. Before he could think more, the vicissitudes of life sounded again in the sky outside. The purple egg in your battleship is called Botion Blood Egg, which is the last blood of my Botion clan. Hearing this, countless thoughts suddenly emerged in Song-Chi's mind, and he had basically guessed the other party's purpose. The Botion clan, although this clan was once glorious, that was long ago, even beyond the Broken Star Sea era, at least before the multiverse era. In such a long time, whether it is the Botion clan itself or those races that once had friendly relations with it, they have basically been annihilated in the long river of time. If the purple giant egg is really the last remaining bloodline of the Botion clan, then how to send it out of the ruins and pass on its bloodline stably has become the most important problem. Chapter 780. Staring at the purple giant egg suspended in the cabin, the purple light flowing on the surface of the eggshell pulsated like a living thing, and Song-Chi's thoughts flew. If his guess was correct, the other party was likely to want to entrust this Botion blood egg to him. He didn't have to wait too long, and soon the words of Botion will sounded again. There was no surprise. Just as Song-Chi thought, the words of Botion were about the subsequent inheritance of this Botion blood egg. Only the vicissitudes and heavy voice echoed in the darkness. This blood egg has been dormant for a long time, and it needs special chaotic energy to hatch it. Song-Chi's eyes turned. Chaos energy? Isn't it everywhere in this chaos god land, and it's endless? That's different. Botion blood egg needs the purest and most primitive chaos origin energy. But you don't need to worry about it. Even though my Botion clan has disappeared for endless years, we have already made full preparations for the blood inheritance of the clan. Send the blood egg out first. Hearing this, Song-Chi was alert, but he didn't hesitate. TSK. The airtight hatch opened quickly, and the purple giant egg was sent out with the hatch. From the degree of control over the dark starry sky shown by the other party, plus the 3 items he took out, his identity as Botion is basically enough to be confirmed. It is for this reason that in a relic space where even mythical beings can be forcibly isolated, and which also possesses a chaos artifact, as long as the other party is willing, they can isolate the mirror image clone component at any time. Since the other party did not do so, it means that they have no ill intentions, at least not at present. In this case, it is better to go along with the other party openly. As for the meaningless vigilance, it is likely to be counterproductive. As the purple giant egg was sent out of the warship, a traction force quickly came from the beam in front, and it was soon led into the beam. Bathed in this beam, the purple giant egg seemed to be comforted and slowly stopped itself trembling. Human, or the human of the flame, how about we make a deal? You want me to take it away, and cultivate it with all my strength? Help it pass on its own bloodline in the future? Song Chi's fingers tapped the console unconsciously, and the metal surface reflected his tense face, and the look in his eyes was also extremely deep. He did not wait for the other party to speak, but directly said the guess he had in his heart. As expected, with his sudden words, the voice of the will of the sky paused slightly, and at the same time, Song Chi successfully took control of the initiative in the conversation. Seeing the other party fall silent, Song Chi did not hesitate and continued, I also have a few questions, please solve them. First of all, this Batian clan ruins has been open countless times. Why did you choose me? Or have you repeated this kind of thing many times over the long years, and I am just one of them? Secondly, if I really agree, why do you believe that I will definitely abide by the agreement, and do my best to help you pass on your bloodline? Furthermore, if I don't agree, what will be the consequences, and if I agree, what will be the benefits? I originally thought that this clear logic and several key questions would make the other party silent for a long time. But the result was that the Batian will seem to have considered it long ago, and quickly replied one by one. Human Xinhua, you are very good, and this is the first answer I want to give you. After observing for several months, I found that the tribe behind you is united and harmonious. Not only is your combat power the best of the same level, but you also act after careful planning, decisively, and not anxiously, and your final potential is enough to touch the myth. It can be said that your previous actions perfectly meet the entrustment conditions left by the previous generation of Batian God King. As for the number of entrustments you mentioned, yes, there are indeed a lot of Batian blood eggs left in the ruins at the beginning. We have indeed tried many times over a long period of time, but the results are no exception. Even with the help of colorful extreme-level contract agreement and other strange objects, those blood eggs sent out have all been annihilated one after another, and none of them can successfully spread and pass on the Batian bloodline. This Batian blood egg in front of you is the last bloodline of my Batian clan. You don't need to doubt it. The other party's voice was sincere. If other creatures were here, they might really believe it, but Song Chi didn't believe it at all. If this Batian blood egg is really the last remaining blood of the Batian clan, it must be held in the hand for fear of dropping it, and held in the mouth for fear of melting. He never believed that the other party would leave it in the Batian ancient temple on the second floor so casually, and would not allow the Cheontian intelligent brain to absorb it into the mirror battleship. However, the other party was not completely talking nonsense. In the endless years before, such entrustment must have been tried many times, but the final result was unacceptable. At least Song Chi has never heard of any news of the existence of any Batian clan branch in the outside world. Think about it, how terrifying is the blood of the Batian clan. Even among many peak clans, it is definitely first class. Even the current Chaos Demon Ape is very likely not comparable. In this case, there are countless creatures who covet or fear their blood. If you want to ensure its inheritance, the difficulty coefficient can no longer be simply described as big, very big. Even the creatures entrusted with the task were salivating over it. As for the restrictions on the colorful extreme-level contract agreement-type artifacts, the creatures that can enter the Batian clan ruins, or even further enter the second floor of the ruins, are most likely to have extraordinary origins. They are either from the Peak clan or the dominant civilization. At the very least, they must be from the top advanced civilization or the declining Peak clan. It is not surprising that clans or civilizations of this level have colorful extreme-level contract-breaking artifacts behind them. Before Song Chi could think about it, the reply of Boshin's will sounded again. This time it was aimed at the second and third questions together. The three treasures in the chaos beam in the sky suddenly dispersed, and the mirror cube and myth ancestor blood flew directly to the Tianxu Sanqiong. Seeing this, Song Chi's pupil shrank slightly. Whether it was the 8 pieces of chaos mirror stones or myth ancestor blood, their value was more than the 5-color upgraded fire source. Especially the mythology ancestor blood, although it is still uncertain, Song Chi estimates that it has a high probability of playing a certain role in the superdimensional mothership that impacts the 10th level myth, and it can be regarded as an additional promotion resource of the myth level. As for the myth ancient tree of life heart, it is still left in its original place. If you agree, these 2 items are the first payment. The first payment? Song Chi raised his eyebrows. This time, there was finally an emotional fluctuation in Bo Tianyi's voice. Yes, the first payment, as long as you are willing and follow the agreement to pass on my Bo Tian bloodline, in addition to these 2 items. When the ruins are open next time, I can give you the High Dimension C. What is the High Dimension C? As if he had guessed something, Song Chi's words trembled faintly. Without any hesitation, Bo Tian said directly. Just as you think, the High Dimension Sea is the chaos wonder in the ruins. The reason why our Bo Tian clan ruins can continuously replenish various rare resources and star sea wonders is thanks to it. Sure enough. After getting the other party's confirmation, Song Chi's eyes became brighter. He had heard about the news that there was an unknown chaos wonder in the Bo Tian clan ruins, so he did not have too many doubts about it. As his thoughts were turning, Bo Tian's voice came again. Human, let me remind you that this deal is not as simple as cultivating the Batian bloodline. This is only the most basic point. In addition, you must spread our bloodline as much as possible. The next time the ruins are opened, I need to see at least 3 Batian branches with certain self-protection capabilities. Hearing this, Song Chi suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He even had a little suspicion in his heart, and felt that the other party was setting a trap. The conditions mentioned by the other party were too general. What does it mean to have a certain self-protection ability? 7th level, 8th level, or 9th level? If they really want to do it deliberately, the other party can even say that a branch with a mythical fighting force does not count. After all, the Batian clan once had more than 2-digit mythical fighting forces, but it was gone just like that. In this way, can a mythical fighting force protect itself? In addition, when will the ruins be opened next time? 3,000 years, 5,000 years, or 10,000 years? As the controller of the ruins, if it wants, it can probably open the Batian ruins again in a few hundred years. What can he use to spread the Batian bloodline in a few hundred years? As if seeing the doubt in his heart, a brand new chaotic beam suddenly fell from the sky. This beam enveloped the entire mirror battleship, and soon Song Chi felt that a data stream was forcibly connected to the Cheontian intelligent brain. But the warning red light has not yet lit up, and the Cheontian intelligent brain has strangely returned to calm. Beep beep. At this time, a light curtain suddenly popped up, and the image displayed on the light curtain was a 3-dimensional structure diagram of the entire ruins. The 3-dimensional structure diagram is not the point. The key is the high-frequency flashing coordinate point on it. What is this? The real inheritance of the Batian clan. Song Song's voice suddenly lowered, the core inheritance left behind before the death of the God King. At this point, the voice stopped abruptly, and then the Batian will suddenly change its words. Don't worry about anything else. As long as you can meet all the requirements above, I will offer you the High Dimension Sea. Perhaps to make his words more convincing, he continued to add, do you know what the space of our relic is built on? A top-level secret realm of the universe. Yes, but after endless years, this secret realm can no longer support it for too long. Why? Song Chi was a little surprised. According to the information he knew, the secret realm of the universe is the highest level of secret realm, and its internal laws and avenues are complete. If there is no special reason, a secret realm of the universe can last forever. Do you really think that those top tribes and hegemonic civilizations have all ignored this relic? If you really think so, you are totally wrong. The temptation of a chaos wonder is enough to subvert your cognition, not to mention our high-dimensional sea. The value of our race is also high enough to rank among the top among all chaos wonders. How can those alien mythical creatures give up easily? In fact, they have already set their sights on the cosmic secret realm that carries the ruins millions of years ago. After millions of years, this cosmic secret realm has been eroded and riddled with holes. At most, in 20,000 to 50,000 years, the secret realm will completely collapse. At this point, Bo Tianyi stopped talking. Although it did not say the final result, Song Chi could already guess it. As the foundation of the heritage ruins, once the secret realm collapses, the ruins itself will naturally have no possibility of survival. At that time, those mythical beings who are spying will surely appear together, and this place will also inevitably lead to a shocking war. A mythical war participated in by all mythical creatures. Thinking of this, Song Chi's breathing instinctively became rapid. If it is true as the other party said, it is definitely a disaster for the Xinhua human civilization. After all, Human Emperor City is only 300,000 light-years away from here. Once affected, Human Emperor City will face unprecedented challenges. For the Xinhua human civilization, this is undoubtedly a disaster. Unless, give up Human Emperor City. But this is obviously unrealistic. Over the past 200,000 years, countless ancestors and citizens of the entire Xinhua civilization have paid too much blood and tears to operate Human Emperor City. In addition, the resources produced by Human Emperor City itself have long become an important part of the Xinhua human civilization. Apart from this, there is only one last method left, which is to fully enhance the strength of civilization. Mythology, having mythological combat power is the most basic, and even one is not enough, At least 2 mythological combat powers are needed. And if you want to tie a real insurance, you need 3 mythological combat powers. 3 mythological combat powers, combined with the 3 corpses shrine component, can really be said to be impregnable. For a moment, Song-Chi thought of a lot, and his heart was filled with a strong sense of urgency. But before he could continue, a strong sense of space conversion came again, pulling his thoughts back. When he saw the changes around him, he found that the mirror battleship had appeared in a brand new environment. Is this the core inheritance of the Batian clan? Yes, look down. Song-Chi subconsciously lowered his head, his eyes through the holographic view. He saw that in the dark starry sky below, the chaotic light was twisted into a hideous vortex, and in the middle of the chaotic vortex, stood a giant ancient stone tablet. This ancient stone tablet exudes mythical energy fluctuations. Although it is very weak, Song-Chi can be sure that it is indeed authentic mythical energy fluctuations. Mystic Inheritance Tablet. His throat was a little tight. He never thought that the core inheritance mentioned by Chaos would be a Mystic Inheritance Tablet. This was completely beyond his expectations. He knew the former glory of the Batian clan very well. This is a clan that once produced double-digit mythical beings. If the Mystic Inheritance Tablet below is really the secret inheritance of the Batian clan, its value is almost inestimable. How about it? Are you willing to make this deal with me? As long as you agree, this Batian secret inheritance tablet will also become part of the advance reward. There was a hint of bewitching in the other party's voice, and there was also a hint of anxiety and urging in his words. However, Song-Chi remained calm. He did not rush to answer and pretended to be hesitant. On the other hand, he directly told the 3 emperors about the matter as concisely as possible. Of course, he concealed the relevant information of the high dimension sea and only talked about the entrustment of the Batian blood egg. In addition, there was news that the Batian ruins might collapse within 20,000 to 50,000 years. Hearing the news, he reported, the 3 emperors in the emperor's palace immediately attached the highest importance to it. The importance of the information, Song-Chi said, is self-evident. Although the authenticity of the matter cannot be confirmed, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. They certainly understand the principle of being prepared. Song-Chi, the information you reported is very important. Whether it is true or false in the future, you will be credited with a great achievement. As for the matter of the Batian blood egg, we have also heard about it. It should not be groundless. However, no matter what, it is related to a once glorious tribe. We must be on guard. Open your ancestral orifice and don't resist. Hearing this, Song-Chi, who was lying in the nutrition cabin, hesitated a little, but soon chose to do it. With his control, the ancestral orifice of the fire in the center of his eyebrows was opened. The next second, the young emperor, one of the 3 human emperors, suddenly stood up. His ancestral orifice in the center of his eyebrows was also opened, and the miniature Xian Qin Zulong was summoned out. After the Xian Qin Zulong superdimensional mothership appeared, it expanded rapidly above the human emperor palace. When it expanded to a certain extent, a colorful light suddenly shot out from the hull of the warship. Don't resist. After another reminder, the colorful light poured straight into the depths of Song-Chi's ancestral cavity, and after a moment, he found the 3-color fire in the deepest part of the chaotic space. Because he was in the Chaos God land, the Dragon Whale Hall could not take effect. At this moment, there was only a soul-calming monument and a demon puppet shadow on Song-Chi's 3-color fire, and his defensive ability was extremely limited. The colorful light surrounded the 3-color fire for a week, and finally condensed into a holy beast Xuanwu shadow above the fire. The Xuanwu shadow completely enveloped the 3-color fire. Although there was no other change, Song-Chi felt warm all over and felt inexplicably at ease. After getting the nod from Emperor Ying, he turned his mind back to the ruins of the Batian clan. What do you think? The questioning of the outside world's Batian will continue. Just as Song-Chi was about to speak, the other party gave him another small surprise. Human, as long as you agree, I can hatch this Batian blood egg on the spot, and with the help of this mythical heart of the ancient tree of life, I can directly upgrade its level to the 8th level, so you don't have to worry about it becoming a burden to you. In addition, I can also allow you to enslave it to ensure that it will not pose any threat to you in the future. Hearing this, Song-Chi did not continue to remain silent. He knew that this was the other party's final bottom line. If he pushed further, it would only backfire. Chapter 781. Song-Chi's fingertips tapped lightly on the console, and his deep eyes were reflected on the metal surface. The conditions offered by Bo Tian's will were so generous that they were suffocating. The Bo Tian bloodline with the 8th level combat power was hatched on the spot, and slavery control was allowed, plus the mirror cube, the mythical ancestor blood, and the legendary Chaos Wonder High Dimension C. It can be said that this was definitely something he had never thought of before. So after a brief pause, his voice came out from the mirror battleship. I can promise you, but I need to confirm a few details. The voice echoed in the cabin, so calm that it didn't seem like a discussion of a deal that might change the fate of human civilization. The purple giant egg in the chaos beam trembled slightly, and Bo Tian's will's response was like an echo from ancient times. Speak. First, about the slavery method after the blood egg is hatched. I need to ensure that the control method is absolutely reliable, and will not be lifted by any external force. Song Chi's eyes were like knives, staring straight at the beam in front of him. Second, can the specific time range of the ruins collapse be accurate? Third, what is the specific combat power level of the so-called certain self-preservation ability branch? The purple light in the beam suddenly fluctuated violently, as if a sensitive nerve was touched. Then, there was silence that lasted for dozens of seconds. It was not until more than a minute later that Bo Tianyi spoke again, and there was a trace of fatigue in his voice that Song Chi had never heard before. Human, you are more difficult to deal with than I thought. After speaking, a ray of colorful light suddenly separated from the chaotic beam, and then condensed into a strange yellowed scroll in the air. This is a one-time colorful extreme mythical artifact Eternal Slavery Agreement that was pulled into the ruins by the high-dimensional sea long ago. It is used to sign a slavery agreement. Unless you take the initiative to cancel it in the future, even the mythical existence cannot be easily cracked. Song Chi's eyes fell on the slavery scroll, and his eyes were shining. What stayed in the mirror battleship was a wisp of his soul, not some brain wave imprint, so he knew the authenticity of the slavery scroll in front of him. Wonderful item, Eternal Slavery Agreement. Quality, color/extreme. Transformable, none. Only effect, Eternal Slavery. Note, a one-time slavery agreement wonder suspected to be from the Eternals. With the consent of both parties, a contract with a binding force as high as the mythical limit level can be concluded. Although it is a one-time wonder, its quality and wonder notes are correct, and its value is inestimable. As for the collapse of the ruins, Bo Tianyi continued, the most pessimistic estimate is 24,000 years, and the most optimistic is 45,000 years, depending on the speed of the erosion of the origin of the secret realm by those mythical beings. As he spoke, this mysterious existence did not know what means he used, and a holographic projection unfolded in front of Song Chi's soul without any warning. The holographic projection was showing the dense energy tentacles outside the ruins. They were the power marks of at least 20 different mythical beings, gnawing at the foundation of the universe secret realm like a thorn in the flesh. And the branch combat power. The voice of Batian suddenly became a little erratic, and after a pause, he gave the final reply. At least one team with a 9th level commander, and 2 teams with an 8th level commander. This standard will be clearly marked in the contract. Song Chi narrowed his eyes, and a bit of ugliness flashed across his eyes. The 9th level is the existence second only to the myth. The entire Xinhui human civilization currently has only more than 10. It is conceivable how difficult it is to cultivate a Batian branch of this level before the next ruins are opened. However, despite the full pressure, Song Chi nodded and agreed after thinking for a while. Okay. With his agreement, it also meant that the transaction between the two parties was officially reached. However, Song Chi seemed to remember something in the end. Before Bo Tian's will took the initiative to send the Chaos Mirror Stone Cube and Mythology Ancestor Blood, including the Bo Tian Secret Art Inheritance Monument below, into the Mirror Warship, he tried to add a little. Well, you should be very clear about the situation I faced before. What I want to ask is, when the subsequent ruins are closed, is there a way to teleport my warship to a relatively safe area? Chaos Demon Ape, Overlordshire Clan, Mountain Splitting Clan, Nether Soul Clan, these are all mythical civilizations. If they are really blocked by them, the Bo Tian bloodline on the warship will be greatly threatened. The meaning of this sentence is very obvious, and Song Chi has nothing to be embarrassed about. As long as it can reduce some dangers, it is really nothing to be thick-skinned. In comparison, Bo Tian's will's reply is simpler. It seems that it is not surprised by this, and it has even made arrangements. I have arranged this. After that, the 3 items were pulled into the mirror battleship by the Chaos Beam. Chaos Mirror Stone Cube and Mythology Ancestor Blood need no further explanation. Song Chi's sight mainly stayed on the Secret Inheritance Monument. Accompanied by the faint brilliance emitted by the stone tablet, Song Chi captured the lines of time, space, gold, fire and other laws on it with just one glance. Obviously, The inheritance secret arts recorded on this secret inheritance monument include thousands of secret arts, not the secret inheritance of a specific law. When he looked closer, he found that this secret inheritance monument was a three-dimensional matrix composed of countless tiny runes, each of which emitted a frightening energy fluctuation. Without the guidance of Boshin's will, the three perfect laws of time, space, and light in Song Chi's body appeared one after another. Under the guidance of these three original laws that have entered the level of the law path, the Batian's secret art inheritance monument in front of him began to emerge with wisps of mysterious patterns. In an instant, a vast stream of information poured into his sea of consciousness like a flood. Deep in the ancestral orifice of the fire, the black tortoise phantom lit up with colorful light, filtering out the possible dangerous elements in it. At the same time, Song Chi quickly received a number of powerful messages about the inheritance of secret arts. Secret art Batian state. Any law perception degree is not less than 0.1% can be practiced. Secret art Batian palm. Any law perception degree is not less than 10% can be practiced. Secret art Batian God King visualization method. Refer to the inheritance monument. All living beings can practice. Secret art Black universe mysterious universe. You can only try to practice it if your understanding of the laws of time and space is not lower than the level of the road of laws. Beside his ears, the prompt sounds of the replica Cheongtian intelligent brain rang continuously, but at this moment Song Chi had no time to pay attention. While concentrating on checking this Batian secret art inheritance monument, his consciousness was also pulled into a strange space, where he seemed to be personally experiencing the glorious and brilliant years of the Batian clan. Those giant beasts that shook the sky, those warships that shuttled through dimensions, and those mythical existences that reshaped the galaxy with a wave of their hands. I don't know how long it took, but when he turned back, everything seemed to have never happened, and he was still in the mirror warship. But Song Chi vaguely knew that what happened just now was not an illusion, but that Bo Tian had used a special magical power to let him experience it all in an instant. The other party had no ill intentions, but simply wanted him to know more about the history of the Bo Tian clan. Under the influence of this, he would pay more attention to the blood inheritance of the Bo Tian clan in the future. After that, the outside world changed again. A golden light flashed, and the purple giant egg suspended in the chaotic beam suddenly made a crisp shattering sound. Back off! Bo Tian shouted. While controlling the mirror battleship to retreat quickly, Song Chi's eyes were fixed on the Bo Tian blood egg. As the purple eggshell slowly shattered, the mythical heart of the ancient tree of life, not far away, also began to tremble slowly. Under the guidance of Boshin's will, this mythical heart of the ancient tree of life suddenly turned into a green torrent at a certain moment, and along the cracks on the purple giant egg, this majestic torrent of life energy was all injected into the egg body. Dazzling light burst out, the whole space was trembling, and the rolling energy was boiling. When the light dissipated, a humanoid creature with purple wings on its back was suspended in the air, about 2 meters tall, covered with crystal purple scales, with a single horn on its forehead, and eyes as deep as 2 miniature black holes. Is this the Batian tribe? Sensing the 8th level life energy fluctuations emanating from the body of this purple-winged humanoid creature, Song Chi murmured subconsciously. No, this is an optimized hybrid form, more suitable for survival in human society. Boshin's will explained. Now, sign the contract. The eternal slavery agreement floated in front of Song Chi, and the terms had been updated according to the negotiation content. Song Chi carefully checked each clause, and after confirming that they were correct, he extended his soul consciousness and imprinted his original soul consciousness on it. The moment the original soul consciousness touched the contract, it turned into countless filaments that entangled the hybrid body of Batian. The latter let out a painful roar, but soon calmed down and obediently floated behind Song Chi. Transaction completed. The voice of Boshin's will suddenly became weak, but it still said word by word, "Remember your promise, human, the future of the Batian clan. It's up to you." Above the starry sky, the chaotic beam slowly dissipated, and then Song Chi only felt a violent pulling force acting on the hull of the mirror battleship. Without waiting to think about it, this pulling force became stronger and stronger over time, and finally the familiar dizziness wrapped him up. When the mirror battleship was about to be completely teleported out of the 3rd floor of the ruins, or even the entire ruined space, the final message of Boshin's will sounded in his ears. When you, or the civilization behind you, are ready, you can take the initiative to let Batian bloodline contact me. At that time, as long as you complete the agreement, I will call you back to the ruins and personally hand over High Dimension C to you. After saying this, without waiting for Song Chi to reply, his eyes suddenly went dark. When he opened his eyes again, the mirror battleship had returned to the wasteland of Chaos God Land. The mirror battleship was quietly suspended in the low sky, and not far away from the side was a Chaos Sea. Half a minute later, Song-Chi's soul in the battleship's main control room determined the position under his feet. This place was a very ordinary coastal area 100,000 light-years away from the entrance of Batian ruins. This Chaos Sea is not small in area, with a diameter of thousands of light-years, but there is no high-level Chaos City nearby. After confirming this, Song-Chi made the replica of 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate effective again at the fastest speed, and then he turned his attention to the purple figure behind him. Although he is only 2 meters tall at the moment, there is no breath on his body, and he looks harmless. But this is just the initial form when he actively converges. If he really enters the combat form, not only the size, but also the combat power can reach the limit of the 8th level, or even half a step to the 9th level. Perhaps noticing his gaze, the Batian hybrid behind him knelt on one knee, and the sound was like metal friction. "Please give me a name, master." Song-Chi looked at this Batian clan, who is probably the only one born in the current Chaos God Land, and after thinking for a moment, he whispered, "From today on, your name is Zi-Huan." "Zi-Huan, thank you for the name, master." Deep in the void above the Chaos Sea, the main control room of the mirror battleship, Song-Chi stared at Zi-Huan kneeling in front of him, or more specifically, Zi-Huan in combat form. The purple scales emitting deep light covered its entire body, the horn on its forehead flashed with a chaotic light, and the 8th level life breath was hidden in its perfect body. As long as an order was given, it would burst out with a thunder attack in the shortest time. "Get up," Song-Chi said softly. Zi-Huan stood up straight, his 2-meter-tall body cast a shadow, and his eyes, like black holes, stared directly at Song-Chi. There were no pupils, but people felt the chill of being completely seen through. At this moment, the replica Eye of Truth on one side issued a hurried prompt. Turning his head, the radar map clearly showed that a strong energy fluctuation was spreading from the southwest. And that direction was exactly where the remains of the Batian clan were. As if to verify this, Zi-Huan's voice soon sounded. "Master, I sense a strong energy fluctuation in the southwest." Zi-Huan's voice was like metal resonating, and after finishing speaking, he continued to add, "It is suspected that the Chaos Node has exploded." "Chaos Node?" Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. Chaos nodes are a natural phenomenon unique to Chaos God Land. They are usually caused by the repeated compression and collision of a large amount of chaotic energy. When they explode, precious chaos crystals will be gushed out, but basically only explorers above level 7 can get close. "Can you confirm the level?" Song-Chi frowned and asked in a low voice. 8th level elementary, climbing to intermediate level. Zi-Huan's answer was straightforward. According to the inherited memory, there is a 73% probability that a node of this size will be accompanied by a high-level Star Sea Wonder, or a special-level Chaos Crystal. Hearing this, Song-Chi's heart did not fluctuate at all. Whether it was the Star Sea strange items or the Chaos Crystals, they were certainly precious, but for the mirror battleship at the moment, these were not important. Song-Chi's only task at the moment was to return to Human Emperor City safely as soon as possible. Under his control, the mirror battleship did not turn to the southwest, but pointed directly to the direction of Human Emperor City. At the same time, he was curious and tried to get more information about the Batian clan from Zi-Huan. He was still very interested in a peak clan that had once been extremely glorious, but weakened in a short period of time, and even completely cut off its inheritance. Unfortunately, Zi-Huan, the new body, had a fragmented memory of the clan, and only remembered a few vague images. Countless Batian clan lined up in the starry sky, facing some indescribable enemies. Originally, the two sides were fighting back and forth, but at a certain moment, a riot broke out in the Batian clan team, and the originally balanced battle situation was instantly broken, and then it became a one-sided situation. Just when Song-Chi wanted to ask something else, the sky behind him suddenly turned into a strange purple-red color, and then an energy tornado, with a diameter of light years, connected the sky and the earth, and the surrounding space was quickly twisted into a vortex. Warning! Strong energy reaction detected. The Cheongtian intelligent brain immediately issued an alarm. The current energy intensity has exceeded the middle stage of the 8th level, and is rapidly rising towards the late stage of the 8th level. Song-Chi felt something was wrong. The energy storm was very far away, but he could still roughly determine that it was the area where the Batian ruins were located. Before he could speak, Zi-Huan behind him stood up suddenly. "Master, it's not a chaos node. Something is trying to descend from the chaos void." As if to confirm its words, the energy tornado exploded, and a dark hole emerged from the depths of the sky of Chaos God Land. A pair of huge claws covered with black hair stretched out from the hole, tearing the hole apart and expanding it. Is that a dragon claw? Zihuan widened his eyes. Song Chi's soul-splitting pupil shrank, his body trembled slightly, and his hair stood on end. It's not a chaos demon ape. A mythical chaos demon ape. As soon as the voice fell, a giant head that was even larger than the chaos mountains poked out from the black hole in the void. Monkey face, black hair, eyes burning with blood-red flames. Just one look made Song Chi, who was at an endless distance, feel like he was falling into an ice cave. It's definitely a mythical chaos demon ape. We must evacuate immediately. Song Chi's voice was a little hoarse, but his reaction was not slow. The mirror battleship shook violently, and colorful lights shone in the main control room. The colorful upper-level component of the Replica 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate was activated without hesitation. Replica 3 Realms and 5 Elements certificate beyond the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. With the activation of this feature, the mirror battleship's hull suddenly changed from real to virtual, and the entire battleship entered a state of nothingness. Afterwards, Song Chi activated the Red Sky Jump feature of the Red Sky Jump device. The original jump limit distance of this feature exceeded 6 million light-years, but under the 10,000 times suppression of the Chaos God continent, it was only a pitiful 600 light-years. Fortunately, in addition to the Red Sky Jump device, the mirror battleship also has the Space Jumper jump component. The two cooperated with each other, and the mirror battleship was already more than 100,000 light-years away from the Batian Ruins mountain range, and with the cover of the 3 realms and 5 elements certificate, it was still safe after all. Carefully controlling the mirror battleship to the human Emperor city, Song Chi's heart was not as calm as he imagined. Because of the secret operation of Boshan's will, the mirror warship left the ruins first, but the duration of the ruins itself has not yet ended, and the ships of Meng-Yi, Jiang-Yi, and others are still in the ruins. Originally, they still had a chance to escape unscathed, but with the arrival of the mythical Chaos Demon Ape, this last chance was completely extinguished. Even if the participants in the action were all warship clones, the human civilization would not suffer too much loss, but the feeling of frustration and powerlessness in the heart was difficult to eliminate. I only hope that His Majesty Emperor Jiang can succeed in one fell swoop. Chapter 782. Just as Song Chi prayed in his heart, hoping that His Majesty Emperor Jiang would be able to ascend to the mythical realm in one fell swoop. Shuttled through the depths of the chaotic void, the mirror warship that had already ended its ethereal form suddenly trembled violently, and the colorful light emitted by the Replica 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate began to flicker. Song Chi's soul grasped the edge of the control console tightly, but his eyes were fixed on the outside of the ship, feeling the terrifying pressure of the mythical Chaos Demon Ape that penetrated through layers of space barriers and spread all the way. The jump engine is overloaded, and the space coefficient is abnormal. The alarm of the Replica Sky Intelligence brain pierced the cabin. Behind him, Zihuan suddenly knelt on one knee, and a golden light seeped out from the gaps between the purple scales. Master, it is searching for the fluctuations of the Bo Tian bloodline. The data stream in Song Chi's eyes flashed rapidly, and the monitoring screen outside the mirror battleship was suffocating. The blood-red eyes deep in the distant sky were sweeping across the entire chaos divine land around them inch by inch, and the space shattered like glass wherever they passed. What was even more terrifying was that the nearest low and medium-level chaos cities were directly vaporized in the aftermath, and even the alarm failed to sound. Start the space jumper and force a second jump. Song Chi's voice was hoarse. He did not reply to Zihuan, but quickly issued new instructions. With all these terrifying battles, how could he not know what the goal of this mythical Chaos Demon Ape was? But these were not important. No matter how the other party noticed the changes inside the Bo Tian ruins, there was only one key now. How to ensure that the mirror battleship would not be discovered by it. Under the terrifying mythical pressure, and the fact that the mirror battleship did not have the absolute isolation between the inside and the outside like the Xinhua battleship, he had already noticed that his own soul began to show signs of instability, which was a sign of overconsumption. Under this premise, Song Chi could no longer care about so much, and could only try to keep the mirror battleship away before the mythical Chaos Demon Ape looked over. Replica Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl Mirage Shadow. Replica Yang Tongxin Pei Super Distance Jump. In the shortest time, Song Chi almost used all the means available on the mirror battleship. The mirror battleship was shuttling towards the direction of the human Emperor's city at a very fast speed. I don't know how long it took, but at a certain moment, Song Chi's soul suddenly trembled, and an indescribable sight swept across the void where the mirror battleship was. He knew that this was the site of the mythical Chaos Demon Ape more than 100,000 light-years away. Fortunately, the mirror battleship was far enough away from it, coupled with the terrifying suppression power of the Chaos God Land itself, and the cover of the replica 3 Realms 5 Elements voucher. This site just swept by without any lingering. Avoiding the most critical gaze this time can be said to have bought enough time for the mirror battleship. In the following period of time, Song-Chi did not dare to relax at all, and used all his strength to control the mirror warship to shuttle forward. It was not until several years later that the mirror warship, which had carefully avoided several crises, finally successfully entered the range less than 100,000 light-years away from human Emperor City. Then Song-Chi felt the traction force coming from the mirror warship for the first time. Without resistance, following this traction force, the mirror warship quickly turned into a faint light, and when it appeared again, it was already deep in the human Emperor Palace. Song-Chi was not surprised at all. The 3 human emperors had already told him that this was another effect of the previous traceless teleportation colorful artifact. As long as the unit was marked with the teleportation mark in advance, it could be brought back tracelessly within a radius of 100,000 light-years centered on the human Emperor City at a certain price. As for why they did this, in addition to ensuring the safety of the mirror warships, there is another reason. After several years, the Batian ruins have long been closed. As expected, even if a few Shinhua warship clones successfully left the ruins, they were all caught by the mythical Chaos Demon Ape. It can be said that Song-Chi's Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror warship is the only survivor of this trip to the ruins. This is good news for Shinhua civilization, but it is absolutely intolerable for those alien civilizations. Even though Shinhua civilization has repeatedly emphasized that all the warship clones participating in the Batian operation have sunk, more and more aliens have begun to gather towards human Emperor City in the past 6 months. So far, the number of alien creatures outside human Emperor City has reached 6 digits. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the previous Chaos Beast Tide, in fact, its threat is far greater. Because the weakest of these gathered aliens is a 7th level existence. More than 100,000 7th level aliens are stationed outside the city, and the threat they bring to the entire Shinhua civilization can be imagined. Not to mention the existence of a mythical Chaos Demon Ape among them. In this case, Song-Chi's mirror battleship must not be exposed. Sneer. The door of the nutrition cabin opened, and Song-Chi, who had been lying in it for more than 10 years, sat up. He looked around, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Compared with the more than 200 people at the beginning, the human Emperor Hall at this moment seemed particularly deserted. Not only was there only the only nutrition cabin left behind him, but there was no one else in the entire hall except for a few slave creatures responsible for guarding the nutrition cabin, or in other words, responsible for his own safety. Could it be? A cold light flashed in Song-Chi's eyes. He placed the mirror warship in the human Emperor Palace. After a faint light flash between his eyebrows, the main body of the Tianqiu Sangqiong was quickly summoned out. Buzz buzz buzz, the sharp roar of the engine passed by, and the Tianqiu Sangqiong also rushed out of the human Emperor Palace. Sure enough, without the obstruction of the chaotic walls of the human Emperor Palace, Song-Chi saw the current situation of the human Emperor City clearly this time. Hundreds of millions of Shinhua warships were suspended high above the chaotic walls on all sides, and more than 20 Titan Type 1 mechanical fortresses were evenly distributed. The millions of black gun muzzles on the surface of the fortress had been ready for battle. As long as an order was given, they would instantly pour out terrifying fire snakes. Above the city where the chaotic light pillars converged, 7 superdimensional motherships, 3 superdimensional mothership clones, a total of 10 super battleships were quietly hovering. With the blessing of the pure chaotic energy continuously provided by the human Emperor City below, the 10 superdimensional motherships faintly exuded the oppression of the 9th level limit. Even the 3 human Emperor ships in the middle exuded the aura of a half-step myth without any concealment. But even with this kind of battle, they were still firmly suppressed by the alien teams outside the city. Looking outside the city, densely packed dominant creatures stood in the void, but these were far from the key. At the forefront of these alien dominants, the Chaos Demon Ape with its feet on the void, and the stars on its head attracted more than 90% of the surrounding attention. This 10th level mythical Chaos Demon Ape was pitch black, with countless blood-colored lines wrapped around its body. Each line seemed to wriggle like a living thing, exuding a suffocating murderous aura. It holds a 7-color giant stick, which is wrapped with chaotic thunder. It can tear the void with a casual swing. Song-Chi's pupils shrank suddenly. Things have far exceeded expectations. The mythical Chaos Demon Ape descended on human Emperor City. Looking at this situation, the mythical war may start early. This is obviously not what Xinhua's civilization wants to see. Now the breakthrough of Emperor Jiang has not yet ended. With the blessing of Human Emperor City, it should be enough to resist the attack of 1 or 2 mythical creatures. Don't forget, this is the Chaos Demon Ape, the strongest peak tribe in the territory of hundreds of millions of light years. There are nearly 10 mythical demon apes in their tribe alone, not to mention that there are also other peak tribes in the surrounding alien races. Just thinking about it, the 7-colored giant stick in the hands of the mythical demon ape in the distance has begun to surge sharply. The next second, the giant stick was swung out violently, and it smashed towards the Human Emperor City with the power of destroying everything. The space along the way collapsed inch by inch, forming a black crack across the sky and the earth. The void exploded all the way, and the rolling energy torrent swept towards the Human Emperor City. Seeing this, the 3 human emperors in the 3 superdimensional motherships in the middle of the sky above their heads looked at each other. 3 corpses Yun Shrine, this colorful extreme position combination component, was activated together. The hulls of the 3 superdimensional motherships changed rapidly, and soon combined into the familiar Mecha Giant. After the 3 corpses superstate Mecha Giant appeared, the Mecha Giant's left and right arms slapped out in succession, and the 2 big worlds suspended on the left and right shoulders pushed forward horizontally. Buzz buzz buzz, the 2 big worlds collided with the mythical energy torrent, and the terrifying energy shock wave began to continue to spread. Under this rolling energy impact, the pure chaotic energy barrier covering the sky above the Human Emperor City began to emit violent ripples, and in the middle, there were strands of mythical energy penetrating this energy barrier and infiltrating into the city. All this happened in a flash. Many captains in the sky above the city had no time to react. More than 300 Xinhua warships of various ranks were directly vaporized in the aftermath. Song Qi held the control panel tightly. The Tianxu Sangqiong was like a small boat in the storm in this terrifying impact. Xinhua humans, hand over all Xinhua captains who participated in the previous Batian Ruins operation, otherwise, Human Emperor City will be destroyed today. The voice of the mythical Chaos Demon Ape was like thunder, and the cold and domineering voice resounded over the entire Human Emperor City. Too much bullying. Why not just fight them? There are no cowards in our Xinhua human civilization. Hearing this naked voice, the hearts of Xinhua's citizens in the entire Human Emperor City were all filled with rage. Jin Qi, if you have the ability, just go for it. My Human Emperor City has stood firm for more than 200,000 years, and you are not the only mythical creature we have faced. Above the Human Emperor City, the 3 human emperors came out with a firm reply from the 3 corpses Super Mecha Giant. This undoubtedly regained a lot of confidence for the Xinhua captains in the city. Really? Then you have to watch out today. Bald Donkey, why don't you show up? As soon as the Chaos Demon Ape Jin Qi spoke, the faces of Ying Yi and the other 2 in the 3 corpses Super Mecha Giant suddenly changed. The 3 people turned their eyes quickly and looked at somewhere behind the Chaos Demon Ape. The golden Buddha light with a black tint shone on the world, and a Buddha giant stepped out from the most prosperous Buddha light. Om Mani Padme Hum. The chanting of the 6-syllable mantra of the Buddha came from far away, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire chaotic void. Looking at the black light mantra emanating from the Buddha giant, the 3 members of the 3 corpses Super Mecha Giant said in unison, Brahma Sound Garba Chakravartin, he has also descended upon the Chaos Divine Land. No, we must use our backup plan, otherwise we may not be able to defend the Human Emperor City today. The 10th level Chaos Demon Ape, and the Buddha of the Demon Vein of the Shur clan. The 2 descended on the Human Emperor City at the same time, which made the 3 human emperors feel unprecedented pressure. Just before they were about to use their trump cards directly, the sky was once again surging, and the terrifying chaos storm swept across the world. Crack! A golden wheel appeared from the suddenly torn crack in the sky, covering the sky and projecting boundless power. Obviously, there is also a myth behind this golden wheel. But what made the Xinhua captains in the Human Emperor City breathe a sigh of relief was that the golden wheel that appeared this time was not aimed at Human Emperor City. The golden light shone, and coincidentally enveloped the Buddha light above the head of Brahma Sound Taizong Wheel-turning king. Suddenly, the whole body of the ancestor Buddha of the Buddhist clan paused, and even the projection of the ancestor Buddha's true body began to become somewhat illusory. Glorious golden wheel, green, are you sure your wizard civilization wants to intervene? This sudden question made Captain Xinhua, who had not yet recovered from the sudden change, suddenly understand. The Golden Wheel of Glory is the chaos wonder controlled by the wizard civilization. Coupled with the title of Green, the captains with some experience in the Human Emperor City basically understood it quickly. Green, a great rule wizard of the wizard civilization, the founder of the Magic Empire, the perfecter of the wizard tower system, can be regarded as one of the greatest people in the wizard civilization. Although it was only its projection that tore through the chaotic void and descended at this moment. Similarly, the Brahma Sound Taizong wheel-turning king of the Buddhist clan also sent down only the projection of the ancestor Buddha's true body. With this rule wizard restraining him, Brahma Sound Taizong wheel-turning Vidyaraja naturally lost the ability to attack. Wizard human, my Chaos Demon Ape clan has remembered what happened today. In the sky, the mythical demon ape Jin Yun showed a fierce look, and his blood-red eyes stared at the golden giant wheel projection above his head. Without the help of the ancestral Buddha projection of Brahma Sound Taizong wheel-turning Vidyaraja, it is difficult for him to pose too much threat to the human emperor city alone, and he knows this very well. As the 3 human emperors of the human race said before, Human Emperor City has stood on this Chaos God continent for more than 200,000 years, and the wars it has experienced are already countless. How can it be easily conquered? As for the other mythical combat forces in the tribe, although the Chaos Demon Ape clan is strong, it is by no means without opponents. It is the limit to spare a mythical combat force in a short period of time, and it is impossible to easily transfer a second one. Facing Jin Qi's threat, the Green Rule Wizard of the Wizard Civilization did not respond, but just remained in a stalemate. Seeing the resolute attitude of the Wizard Civilization, Jin Qi was unwilling, but had to retreat first. Retreat? After a cold snort, a hot breath spewed out from the Chaos Demon Ape's nose, and finally it reluctantly issued the order to retreat. Soon, the dense alien figures outside the city left one after another.